At the moment the full moon rose to the zenith, a pale light poured down upon the forest. In the silent night, Bai Qing'er wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with an injured hand. Xiao He anxiously ran over and said, "Shiji, are you all right?" Bai Qing'er weakly replied, "I'm fine, it's just." Hiding behind a rock, Shiji quietly observed the situation and whispered, "This time, we have to escape this calamity." Behind, Lone Yener coldly spoke with her arms crossed, offending the female emperor and still wanting to escape. Committing such a heinous crime, you should obediently surrender. Unable to restrain herself, Xiao He jumped up and shouted, "Heinous crime? That's nonsense. We participated in your Wuji sect's grand ceremony." Recalling the scenes she and her sister had gone through, seeing you offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, and worshipping everyone, I was just curious and asked a question. And then you started chasing us. Finishing her words, her voice was stronger than ever. Does your Wuji sect treat human lives like grass? You are clearly a heretical sect, a demonic sect. Maintaining her composure, the female emperor leisurely interrupted, just curious, and asked a question. Do you know what you asked? Before anyone could answer, Lone Yener's eyes turned sharp, whether or not it was the female emperor's master. Greatly surprised, Bai Qing'er stood up in shock, her voice trembling. The female emperor's master? Could it be that? Without hesitation, Lone Yener let her arms drop and replied, "That's right." Then raising her voice, "It's the legendary Supreme Demon Lord. Not only is he the female emperor's master." The female emperor's tone was full of worship. That Supreme Gu Huang of the South, the king of assassins of Wangzi City, even Shura must be taught by him. Without hesitation, Lone Yener immediately drew her sword. You dare to criticize the Supreme Demon Lord, and expect the heavens not to retaliate? The female emperor not slaughtering your sect is already merciful enough. In an instant, the female emperor shot into the sky and warned, "Watch your mouth." Bai Qing'er quickly reached out to shield her junior sister, her voice urgent. "Xiao He, hurry and go, I'll block her." At that moment, a ray of light flashed from the sky, breaking through the darkness. Bolts of lightning like sacred dragons descended, blocking the female emperor's attack. Shiji was shaken, her body flying backward. Struggling to stand, Bai Qing'er was surprised. "Huh? What's happening? Did the earth dragon turn over?" Strange noises echoed from above, startling even Lone Yener, who couldn't help but look up. In the sky, a huge vortex appeared, with bolts of lightning crazily descending, and someone exclaimed, "What's going on?" From the center of the vortex on the mountaintop, a figure gradually emerged. Yi Chen, the sect leader of Huangji sect. He stared at his hand, a hint of concern rising in his heart, not breaking through. 100 years of seclusion, such a realm. Then clenching his fists, thoughts continued without end. But it seems that the body has entered sainthood. Perhaps I can now be considered immortal, right? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen put one hand on his hip and said, "Perhaps it can be considered a successful exit from seclusion." At that moment, the sea suddenly raged, with waves surging as if to swallow the sky. Small stones, as if having a spirit, howled and flew towards the female emperor's group. Yi Chen closed his eyes, his hand moving slightly, and magic power poured out with each movement. Lone Yener, caught off guard, was hit and staggered backward. A painful scream tore through the space. The others in the group were successively blown away with screams of terror. "What are you doing?" Enduring the pain, Lone Yener muttered angrily, "Damn it, there's a master helping them. We have to quickly report back to the sect leader." Immediately afterwards, she decisively gave the order, "Let's retreat." Yi Chen, from afar, took in the situation and stroked his chin. Not bad, the power of this body after reaching sainthood is indeed extraordinary." Suddenly, he paused, his eyes shifting forward with a hint of surprise and confusion. Behind a rock, he discovered two figures quietly hiding and whispering in surprise, "Huh? There are people? Just now, there were people on our mountain?" The thought made Yi Chen's heart sink. "Damn it, I didn't pay attention at all. Could it be that I accidentally injured someone?" A thought flashed in his mind, "I have to quickly confirm." Xiao He immediately pointed upwards, her voice filled with worry, "Sister, that person is rushing over here." Yi Chen landed, his footsteps carrying pressure that made the surrounding space tremble. "Are you all right?" Bai Qing'er and Xiao He were shaken and trembled, hugging each other tightly, their faces pale. In the distance, two towering mountain peaks seemed to bear witness to the great calamity. But in the blink of an eye, one of the mountain peaks collapsed due to the spreading power. A moment later Yi-Chin understood everything and said, so that's how it is. His eyes were deep as he continued, you mean to say, you were just saying, said one wrong sentence, and the Wuji sect chased you here? Yi-Chin squinted his eyes and thought, Wuji sect, that name sounds pretty good, almost catching up to my Huanji sect, and the title of female emperor you mentioned is also quite domineering. Then he gently said, it's just that, even if you're domineering, you can't just kill people over a mistaken language. If my disciple Lone Yenna were there, she definitely wouldn't allow this to happen. Xiaohe's eyes lit up with hope and joy. Senior is truly a master. Your disciple must also be a person of great virtue, right? Standing beside her, still in shock, she could only stammer, Yi-Chin slowly turned around, his voice carrying a lingering meaning. Good, if you're all right, I won't stay here any longer. Please take care of yourselves. Before the words were finished, his figure had disappeared, leaving only a message echoing in the wind. I have something to do, farewell. Xiaohe's eyes were wide, her heart filled with admiration. A master is indeed a master. He disappeared in an instant. Can we also be so powerful in the future, Shiji? Suddenly, she realized something was wrong and anxiously turned around and called out, Shiji. Bai Qing'er's body trembled slightly, unable to maintain her composure, and she collapsed to the ground. Her eyes were wide with terror. Lone Yenner, the disciple he spoke of, is Lone Yenner. Hearing this, she suddenly paused and turned around in astonishment. Xiaohe, have you forgotten? The female emperor is chasing us. Elsewhere, Yi-Chin walked and thought, her name is Lone Yenner. I wonder how my good disciples are doing now. Supreme Demon Lord, that's me. Old memories flooded back, and in that moment, his cheeks involuntarily flushed when he remembered the affectionate call, Shifu. The young Lone Yenner asked in a childish voice, Shifu, do you really want to abandon us and seclude yourself? At that time, his body was full of injuries, but his face was still radiant and smiling. Don't worry, I have killed all the rebels, and for the next 100 years, no one will dare to easily offend my Huanji sect. You don't need to be afraid. The young female emperor whispered, choked with sobs, please don't. Then she burst into tears, which flowed non-stop. Disciple doesn't want Shifu to go anywhere. Yi-Chin turned his face away, holding his blood-soaked wound. I have scattered all my cultivation, originally just so you can live peacefully in the future. His firm back walked away, his voice soft but determined. But Shifu cannot protect you forever, do you understand? Suddenly he stopped, his deep voice echoing, all above and below Huanji sect, listen to the order. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as he announced, starting from today, all disciples of my sect must purify their hearts and cultivate diligently, during the 100 years of my seclusion. What Yi-Chin had always wanted to achieve, reviving the sect. The sect, now surrounded by mountains covered in floating white clouds, all things are pure. Yi-Chin stood high, looking down at the scenery below, a feeling of pride rising in his heart. His eyes shone with warmth. Only a short 100 years, and the sect's spiritual mountain has recovered its spiritual veins, somewhat interesting. Then he gently landed, his hands clasped behind his back, and strode forward with his head held high. Let's go down there and see how it is. Yi-Chin walked and observed his surroundings with satisfaction. Even the outside of the sect is so prosperous. Not bad, not bad. Allowing the disciples to cultivate is indeed the right thing to do. Suddenly he stopped in front of a roadside stall when he saw a small, strange object, and curiously asked, are these kinds of things still popular now? He held a simple wooden figurine, and his cheeks suddenly flushed as memories flooded back. Before, they were all selling things like 1,000-mile killing talismans and body-exploding pills. It seems that people are living better and better these days. Just a few seconds later, his face gradually stiffened as if frozen. Wait, this wooden figure, why does it look so familiar? Yi-Chin frowned and asked the stall owner, excuse me, could you tell me which great god this wooden figure is based on? As soon as the stall owner heard this, he was startled and quickly snatched the item back from his hand. My business is small, please be merciful. Yi-Chin found the stall owner's words increasingly difficult to understand. Moreover, there are gods 3 feet above your head. Quickly turn back before it's too late. Confused, he involuntarily looked up. In front of him was a huge stone statue that stunned him. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this statue dressed like me? Yi-Chin looked down at the words engraved on the base of the statue. The words above are Wuji sect? Isn't this Huanji sect? He raised his finger and stroked his chin. lost in thought. Wuji sect, that little girl who called herself Baiwa sect, said she was being chased by the Wuji sect. Could it be that? Before he could connect all the thoughts, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "It's him!" A person in the crowd pointed directly at Yi Chen and angrily scolded, "This thief is intentionally dressing like the statue of the god, robbing shops, acting wildly, causing the common people to close their doors and not go out." Behind that person was a masked woman leading the group, her tone cold, daring to be so arrogant in broad daylight. "You dog thief, you should die." Yi Chen, with a bewildered face, looked around and laughed. "What? I'm wearing my own clothes, how can that be considered arrogant? I still want to ask you." He pointed in that direction and said, "What's the situation with that big statue? Also, my Huanji sect." Before he could finish speaking, the group suddenly jumped up, their aura of fears seized him. Yi Chen exclaimed in shock, "I haven't finished speaking yet." Strands of red chain appeared like a net, wrapping around Yi Chen's entire body. In an instant, he was tightly bound and unable to move. But just a few seconds later, the chains exploded into ashes, and Yi Chen sighed, "Let me finish speaking first." That scene caused the woman in charge to exclaim in horror, "What?" Her Majesty's golden lock formation was broken in an instant. Only Her Majesty can break this formation. A flash of light appeared in her mind. Her eyes widened in fear. Could it be him? At that moment, they all took off the black clothing they were wearing. Yi Chen raised his hands to cover his flushed face and ears. "You lowly talents, your charm techniques have no effect on me. Cover yourselves up." But instead of the embarrassing scene he had imagined, the group immediately changed into a different set of clothes. They suddenly lined up in 2 rows, bowing respectfully and shouting in unison, "Welcome Yi Chen back to the Wuji sect." One person stepped forward and smiled at him. "You are the founder of the Golden Lock Formation, Venerable Yi Chen, right?" Still not understanding what was happening, he replied, "That's right." But another person grabbed his hand and announced, "Please come with us to the Star Observation Tower. Her Majesty is waiting for you there." Hearing this, Yi Chen asked with doubt, "Her Majesty? Who? Waiting for me? What do you mean?" The person only smiled with narrowed eyes, his voice full of hidden meaning. "The meaning is on the surface. You can rest assured, you'll know when you get there." Yi Chen's footsteps stopped as he thought about the words, "You'll know," the main hall of the Star Observation Tower. A voice echoed from within the curtain, "You are the one who broke the Golden Lock Formation?" Yi Chen replied without hesitation, "That's right, I am Yi Chen, the sect leader of Huanji sect." At this moment, a figure in bright red clothing appeared, each step as if the wind followed, with each strand of hair fluttering. Lone Yenna rushed over and hugged Yi Chen tightly, her eyes sparkling with emotion. "100 years, disciple has finally met you again, Shifu. Yenna missed you so much." He was stunned and stepped back instinctively. "What? That crybaby little girl, Lone Yenna?" Yi Chen frantically said, "Wait, let me go first." But the female Empress' slender arms hugged him tighter, her voice coquettish, "I won't." Red lips parted slightly, her breath blowing on his neck. "It wasn't easy for me to wait for you to come out of seclusion." Each word was gentle. "No matter what you say this time, I won't let you go again. Even if we die, we must be buried together." Lone Yenna sat on him, causing Yi Chen's entire body to stiffen, his voice stammering, "What? Die or not? Don't talk nonsense, get off me first." The female emperor moved even closer, her eyes tearful but charming. "At this time, what are you still pretending for? Your heart is so wicked." Then, Lone Yenna suddenly lightly bit Yi Chen's earlobe and whispered, "But that's good, the more you are like this, the happier Yenna will be." The female emperor suddenly leaned back, and a bright red light flashed from her eyes. Yi Chen was shocked to realize this is the 9 revolution severing gate formation, the last move before I went into seclusion, which I taught to you, Honor. Lone Yenna stood up, her entire body enveloped in mysterious magic power, and softly said, "Shifu, over the years, Yenna has finally mastered all the magic techniques you taught me." From each finger, strands of white silk flew out, winding around her body. "Disciple followed your teachings before seclusion, cultivating diligently, precisely for the day we meet again today." Each strand of white silk tightly twisted around him, and the female emperor said, "After today." The female emperor slowly slid her foot up his chest, her voice soft, "You and I can have an even deeper marital relationship." Suddenly, Lone Yenna stood up, her slender hand holding a delicate dagger, but before that, a red tongue lightly licked the cold blade. Then the female emperor said, "Shifu must give Yenna a small guarantee." The cold blade ran from Yi Chen's calf to his knee. Just cut off these legs, you won't be able to go anywhere. A dangerous look appeared on the female emperor's face. Don't be afraid, just a little pain, and then it will be eternal happiness. Immediately afterwards, a cold purple light flashed through the skin. Lone Yenna was stunned and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Reassuring herself, "It can't be cut off, that's impossible, I'm going to do it for real now, this is a sharp knife made with star iron." As the female emperor was about to continue, Yi Chen's cold voice echoed, "It must be that I used too little force, that's why." His face darkened. This is not achieving the absolute goal. I can't stop, as expected of Yenna's way of doing things. His eyes were like sharp swords. Disciple is cultivating so diligently, how can I not improve? A surge of fire erupted from his hand, burning all the white silk. Yi Chen stood up and calmly declared, "Even after 100 years of vicissitudes, Shifu is still Shifu, and Yenna, in my heart, will always be my beloved disciple." But then he paused and stammered, "I." Before him was Yenna's fair body under the scorched clothing. His voice choked, "Shifu, is that what you really think?" Yi Chen's nose bled profusely, and he quickly turned his face away. "Damn it, the breaking technique is too strong." Blood streamed from his nose, and Yi Chen panicked and turned away. "It's true, Shifu can't change. Quickly go and change into a cleaner set of clothes." Lone Yenna ran behind the curtain in frustration. "You liar, Shifu only knows how to talk." The female emperor's voice choked. "You say 100 years of vicissitudes. My original intention hasn't changed, but you didn't mention the promise between us. You've clearly forgotten everything." Those words were like needles piercing Yi Chen's heart, and a wavering appeared in his eyes. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, the echo of the female emperor lingered. "Shifu is a liar." As a child, Lone Yenna had fallen in a training formation, painfully and resentfully saying, "You clearly said this formation can't be broken," but I was still hurt. Approaching, Yi Chen whispered while holding her, "Yenna's face is all dirty. I can't marry anymore." The female emperor raised her head, her cheeks flushed like spring peach blossoms, listening to his gentle reply, "Who says so?" Yi Chen smiled, his voice calm and filled with love. "In this floating world, strength is beauty. Yenna is still young, even if you can repel this black bear demon. How can you not be beautiful? Why would the 9 heavens mystic maiden be afraid of not being able to marry? Shifu wants to be with Yenna forever." The young girl's heart fluttered slightly, and she quietly asked, "Shifu, you want to be with Yenna forever?" They hooked their fingers together, the promise tightly bound at their fingertips. Has Shifu ever lied to Yenna?" "I promise, Yenna and Shifu." He gently hugged the female emperor as if wanting to hold on to that moment forever. Returning to the present, his voice was remorseful, as if wanting to bury all the regret. "Yenna has never changed, it's Shifu who is late." Hearing this, Lone Yenna looked at him, her eyes sparkling with tears. The setting sun was still as bright as that day, her face nestled against his shoulder. "Shifu." Yi Chen leaned Lone Yenna against him and thought to himself, "No wonder, so you changed the sex's name, so it was to escape the remnants of the chase, as long as Shifu can return. These are all small matters, you've really worked hard." The female emperor's voice softly rang out, "That's right, now that you've returned, what about the promise to Yenna, does it still count?" He chuckled, remembering their childhood. "Ha, you're talking about that time, the promise to always be by my side. Yenna is really a good child, rest assured, Shifu won't go back on his word." Lone Yenna was surprised, her hands holding her cheeks, her eyes wide. "Huh? Shifu agreed? The matter of being together forever, isn't this a marriage proposal?" Yi Chen only calmly said, "If it's keeping a promise, then it's most important." Seeing him turn to leave, the female emperor quickly stepped forward. "Right, Shifu, rest assured, disciple will immediately find someone to choose an auspicious day." A marriage contract. Choosing a date, that's good. Shifu and disciple meeting again is indeed best to choose the best time. The air, which was filled with happiness, was suddenly interrupted by a shout. "Report." A female guard entered and knelt down to salute. "Your Majesty, scouts from the Manhwa team report that the heavenly book has awakened, and the major sects have formed alliances and are heading to Heavenly Book City." Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with contemplation. Heavenly Book. But before he could say anything more, he heard the female emperor's voice, mixed with surprise. Could it be the thief? An unnatural look appeared on his face as he secretly thought, "Before I went into seclusion, I forgot to take it." Lone Yenna's voice at this time was full of majesty. The heavenly book was originally the property of our sect. Now that Yi Qin has returned, the heavenly book naturally must have a response. Someone, send a message throughout the continent. I will come to retrieve this heavenly book. But Yi Qin spoke to stop her. Wait. With an awkward face, he offered a suggestion. I'll go get it. In Heavenly Book City, the magnificent city that spanned the sky, suddenly a shout broke the silence. Special news, special news. A newsboy ran along the street shouting, the 3-year period has arrived. The battle for the heavenly book to recognize its owner has begun again. The Holy Dynasty sect is participating in the battle, saying they will definitely win. Can today's battle for the heavenly book to recognize its owner after 100 years put an end to it? Seeing Yi Qin walking through the crowd, the boy happily ran over. This cultivator, would you like a heavenly book newspaper? He shook his head, gently refusing and thanking him. No need. Looking around at the scenery, Yi Qin thought silently. Heavenly Book City, so this is the green forest of 100 years ago. The changes here are really too great. I can't find my way at all. Then softly saying, with little Yenner at hand, there's no need to worry about going anywhere in the continent. Please turn right on the road. From within his robes, a paper crane gently flew out. Luckily Yenner specially made a spirit paper to guide me. While walking in the direction it led, he asked, Yenner, you said there's someone here to meet me. I'm just taking my own things. There's no need for someone to pick me up. Right. Lone Yenner's voice came from the paper crane. All right. Immediately respond to Shifu's needs. The crane led the way through ancient streets, relaying the story of what had happened before. During the time you were in seclusion, the heavenly book was temporarily stored in this city, causing endless disputes among the families. At that time, the Huanji sect was extremely small and unable to retrieve the heavenly book. The female emperor's wisdom became more and more apparent. Yenna used a scheme to advertise the curiosity of the heavenly book throughout the world, causing the cultivators in the world to fight tooth and nail. If that's the case, not only can we divert the attention of the sects in the martial world from our sect, but we can also record the evil gangs vying for the heavenly book in our ledger. Yi Qin stroked his chin and nodded, pondering. So that's how it is, using my own things to fish, right? The female emperor brought joy. You're really thoughtful. Yenner has really grown up. We've arrived at the place. The person meeting you is in front, and there's also a letter left for you. Yi Qin reached out to receive the paper crane in doubt. Does Yenner have any other instructions? The female emperor became as gentle as a girl in love for the first time. Shifu doesn't need to think too much. This person is actually a hidden agent from the time of the Huanji sect. The secret greeting of our sect hasn't changed. Rest assured and entrust it. You're still so thoughtful. Thanks for the hard work. But immediately after, her tone became serious. In addition, she warned with a little worry, Shifu must immediately return after retrieving the heavenly book. Do you understand? Also, you're not allowed to look at other women outside. Lone Yenner burst out in anger in one breath. Just thinking about this, disciple can't hold back anymore. I'm very angry. Yi Qin called out in panic, Yenner! But it was too late. The paper crane burned into pieces, and he could only watch helplessly and shake his head. She's really a child, thinking too much. How could Shifu have so much free time? In front of him, Xiao Xiao Xiao, with pink hair, leisurely sat eating noodles by the roadside, thinking, it's probably this person, fortune-telling, no accuracy. No money, is this person the meeting point? Yi Qin spoke in a calm voice as he approached, excuse me. He stood against the sunlight, creating a tall and illusory figure. May I ask for your esteemed name, Great Master? Xiao 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 raised her head, her eyes curved, carrying a hint of mischief as she introduced herself. I am Xiao Xiao Xiao. People in the martial world call me Little Yentian. I am a humble and untalented person. I understand a bit of the art of heaven and earth. Whether it's seeking a relationship or seeing the red thread, I will definitely answer. She moved closer to him and whispered, I also have the task of finding lost items. Yi Qin only slightly curled his lips, secretly thinking in his head, finding lost items? Is she still talking about the heavenly book? She is the person Yenner arranged to meet me. There's no way she could be wrong. But his cautious nature made him not easily entrust his trust. But to be sure, I should still read the secret code. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Xiao Qiao Qiao's face immediately changed, her face astonished, and gradually changed to anger. You? Then she couldn't help but shout loudly, Damn it, are you stupid? She waved her hand and turned back to her seat, her face gloomy. Go, 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 don't hinder my granny's business. In her heart she couldn't help but regret, what a waste of being so handsome. Yichen slightly curled his lips, this professional secret agent, taking a step back to advance, repeatedly probing me, then confidently said, not one of us doesn't enter our door, you don't need to think too much. Xiao Qiao heard this and slammed the table, standing up abruptly and shouting loudly, What? Who is one of you? Who are you calling stupid? If you're sick, go to the clinic, don't stay here. As soon as she finished speaking, Yichen had already stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Xiao Qiao's shoulder. A smile flashed in his eyes as deep as a vortex. I'm revealing my hand. I really did come to find a lost item, the heavenly book. At that moment, as his palm touched her, a hot stream of qi suddenly transmitted over, causing her to be astonished. This feeling is, the body is like burning, profound internal energy. Her eyes blinked continuously, her spirit chaotic. Xiao Qiao's face changed from surprise to embarrassment, causing my congenital gene inner core to react like this. There's no way I could be wrong, this person is. Yichen clearly sensed her changes and anxiously asked, Why does your complexion look so bad? Xiao Qiao suddenly understood everything and immediately grabbed his hand, her heart filled with confidence. Yenna's people, I should treat them with courtesy. Her face brightened, and she nodded repeatedly as if wanting to redeem all the misunderstandings before. Right. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. I'm stupid, I've been waiting for you for a long time, the lost item, right? I'll take you there. She gently leaned her body to lead the way. I absolutely can't let him run away. Things can't be delayed. Please come this way. Meanwhile, behind the wall, a figure quietly observed and muttered, The female Empress command, isn't she supposed to be here? Where are her people? Inside the city, whispers continued. DK, the sect leader of Tingchao's sect, Wei Tianheng, his strength cannot be underestimated. I don't know, could it be that the heavenly book will really be snatched away by him? Yichen was stunned looking at the crowded and bustling scene before him. Why are there so many people? Xiao Qiao walked ahead and replied, That's for sure. He looked around and muttered, See if the thing you need to find is on stage. Seeing the match taking place, Xiao Qiao spoke, This cultivator, I see your strength is also not ordinary. You probably came for the heavenly book, right? Legend has it that the person who obtains the heavenly book will obtain the continent. The match on the stage was tense, she continued, a young hero, who doesn't want to be a hero of one side. But to awaken this heavenly book, in addition to having a predetermined great opportunity. Xiao Qiao paused for a moment, but according to what I see, you and the sect leader of Tingchao's sect, if compared, are not much worse. Turning to look at him, she made a suggestion, If you want to obtain the heavenly book, I can help you once, as long as you dual cultivate with. But she didn't see Yichen's figure. Where did that person go? At the same time, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. Something flew out. In front, look ahead quickly. Seeing that it was Yichen stepping onto the stage, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, What are you trying to do? Someone went up. Wei Tianheng gritted his teeth and launched an attack on his opponent. Even if you are just a fake emperor. The opponent raised his hand to block, cautiously listening to the movement, still Qing Zhu Zhang Zicheng. While the two were attacking, they suddenly paused, their eyes towards Yichen, who was approaching where the heavenly book was kept. He stood there calmly, thinking only of one thing, while it's not too chaotic, I'll quickly take the book and leave. Suddenly a shout rang out, breaking the silence, Shameless villain! Wei Tianheng's face was flushed with anger, wanting to take away my old man's peach while it's chaotic. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qiao's face turned pale, and she covered her eyes and whispered, We're done for. She recalled the previous history. 100 years ago, after the Huanji sect was lost, battles broke out everywhere in the Tsangyuan continent. The Tingchao sect was originally weak. But a peerless genius suddenly emerged. He understood the cultivation methods and power arts, and fought throughout the world without an enemy. The man attacking is Wei Tianheng, and this genius is, he shouted loudly, Don't get out of here. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out from the arena, startling everyone. Damn, Ice Fist 5th form. Wei Tianheng is really furious. That kid doesn't know his own strength. She hurriedly looked around, her face even more terrified. Is killing a chicken to scare the monkey understood or not? Wei Tianheng is so outstanding, who else dares to go on stage to compete for the heavenly book? This time it's troublesome. Then she turned and walked away, thinking to herself, Wei Tianheng is narrow-minded. If this kid runs into him, he's unlucky. He definitely won't let it go easily. I have to quickly go and save him. On the arena, Wei Tianheng was stunned when he heard the sound from behind. Ouch! Yi Chen appeared in the misty smoke and said, Is this kind of greeting very popular now? He took a step forward, thinking in his heart, he was able to block one of my attacks. Just what is the origin of this kid? Zhang Zicheng said as a reminder, Wei Tianheng, don't blame me for not reminding you, the cultivators who come to compete for the heavenly book, who doesn't have a bit of skill? I advise you to give it your all, or else you won't be able to keep your age. Wei Tianheng didn't show any expression. Want me to give it my all? A blue power radiated out, constantly surging. Then I'm afraid you'll have to meet the judge. Even they don't dare to take his soul. Attacks of light descended on Yi Chen like a storm. Fist second form, Star Chaos. He calmly didn't take his eyes off the target, and quickly dodged. Not bad, you can still block the second form of my Ice Fist. You're a promising young man. Wei Tianheng laughed loudly and took another step. I'll tell you another good thing. He concentrated his power. His hands closed together. An icy light enveloped him. The Ice Fist that I created isn't just a fist. Yi Chen stood there, his eyes deep. Should I follow the local customs and do a fighting routine? Wouldn't it be a little better to take the heavenly book and leave? Upgrading the family image isn't bad either. Suddenly he saw him leap high into the air. He looked up, his face not showing any expression. He flung his hands, and each slash appeared like a sharp blade. Yi Chen leaned back and nimbly dodged. The ground under his feet cracked and shook violently. But Yi Chen reached out to touch his shoes and muttered, TSK, this is really a little too tight. What is that kid muttering about? My shoes aren't broken, are they? It's not over yet. Wei Tianheng didn't hesitate and immediately punched Yi Chen. Only a whirlwind of power followed his fist. Deda breaks the summit. Next to him, he excitedly kicked his feet. Out of respect for you having the courage to come on stage, I will reward you with another minute. Cold light emitted like a flash of lightning and shot towards Yi Chen, sending you to the far west. Only light was seen encompassing the entire space. Transverse current catches breath. Wei Tianheng jumped a circle into the air. Laughter echoed, confidently shouting, Zicheng, this time there won't be anyone else bothering us. Let's talk about the heavenly book. Wei Tianheng's voice still echoed, as long as you nod, my Tingchao sect, old Wei. But at that moment, Zhang Zicheng suddenly startled and reminded, careful behind you. Wei Tianheng raised his head and only had time to see Yi Chen approaching him in astonishment. With just a flick of a finger, a powerful ring immediately pierced through him. Unable to react, he collapsed onto the rubble, hearing Yi Chen's voice, please give me some guidance. Yi Chen smiled brightly, gently rubbing his hand, heavenly book, I have to take it away. Wei Tianheng's face was bruised, with blood splattered from his mouth. Trying to raise his head, his voice panting, he took the heavenly book, he deserves it, Zhang Zicheng. Then he shouted loudly, Zhang Zicheng. His voice full of annoyance and resentment, how much longer do you want to watch the play? Don't forget that the thing you begged for, only my Tingchao sect can. Zhang Zicheng didn't panic at all and smirked, old Wei ah. Each of his words was like a knife stabbing into Wei Tianheng's heart. Admitting that you're inferior to others, is it that difficult? In Zhang Zicheng's mind, now echoed the words, inferior to others, Wei Tianheng, do you understand? He angrily roared, it's because you're inferior to others. A painful scream from Wei Tianheng's throat, his face distorted, his eyes bloodshot like flames, no mixed origin pearl. He stood up, and blue light immediately enveloped his body. Inferior to others, that's you. Those around looked up in surprise and fear as the sky suddenly darkened. Why did the sky suddenly darken? A pit of azure light appeared, like a sign of approaching disaster. Someone couldn't help but speak, is it going to rain? What a disappointment, I still want to see the heavenly book. Seeing the situation was not good, Zhang Zicheng immediately shouted, Wei Tianheng, have you gone crazy? He hurriedly stopped Wei Tianheng's actions and quickly cast innate chi body protection. From a distance, the eyes of a mysterious person followed the scene and whispered, look quickly, Zhang Zicheng is also releasing his power. Does he want to participate in the battle? Good, this year's Heavenly Book Conference is really interesting. This person smiled faintly, observing everything, thinking, it seems it's too late, these fools. At this time, white circles of light began to fall from the sky, and the crowd exclaimed in surprise, what is this? It's so beautiful. A circle of light gently fell and touched a girl. Ouch, it fell. The girl hurriedly reached out to receive it, only to see light emitting from the circle, glittering. Suddenly, loud explosions rang out everywhere, with chaotic screams of terror. Run quickly! Everyone frantically ran away from the scene. Xiao Xiao ran with the crowd, clutching her head, muttering, "My God, Wei Tianheng, that old dead guy, actually detonated the mixed origin pearl here, leading to thunder." She looked at the scene before her eyes almost filled with tears, worried. At most, after a stick of incense, the surrounding 100 miles will be burned into dry land. That kid. In this battle, Yi Qin had a thought, definitely screwed. Then he saw light appearing on his hand, thinking, heavenly thunder, taking it out is a little troublesome. He looked at Zhang Ziqing, who was injured on his arm, and asked, "You said right?" He was frightened and confused. "What? You said right? This is heavenly thunder, touch it a little and you'll be skinned alive." Yi Qin ignored him and grabbed the corner of his burned clothes, muttering, "But that kid just easily waved it, and flicked out the heavenly thunder. The corner of my clothes is burned." Then Yi Qin smiled slightly. "Oh well, it's not a big problem." The circle in the sky was now getting bigger and bigger, making the atmosphere even more tense. He stood tall, confidently saying, "Eradicating the root is the way to go." Xiao Qiao, standing from behind, hurriedly shouted, "No, you can't die like this." She rushed over and hugged him tightly, her voice full of fear. "What are you doing being a hero for nothing? In the end, I still have to come and save you." "No way." Being hugged tightly by Xiao Qiao, Yi Qin could only roll his eyes, thinking with a headache, "This isn't saving me at all." Yi Qin's eyes rolled back from being hugged too tightly by Xiao Qiao. She pulled out a talisman from her chest. "There's no more time." Her eyebrows furrowed, her lips pursed tightly. "Maybe I won't have a chance to turn over." Yi Qin was stunned when she suddenly stuck a talisman on his forehead. "Don't move, teleportation can only be used once, I only have 3 left." Xiao Qiao stuck a talisman on her own forehead, loudly saying, "Is the heavenly book good? Can it be more precious than life? Are you stupid?" From above, a lightning bolt struck down, blowing away the talisman, causing her to panic. "It's dangerous." Xiao Qiao was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly. "The talisman has been burned, I can't go anymore." Yi Qin put one arm around her, and with the other hand tore off the talisman from his forehead. Her eyes widened, her face flushed, and he said in a low voice, "The stupid one is you." Another large lightning strike came down. Wei Tianheng looked down from above. Through the misty smoke were piercing screams. "My legs, I can't run." He threw back his head and laughed loudly. "It's done! I've succeeded." His eyes rolling back, while laughing, he shouted, "You lowly talents, it's all you people." Suddenly a pebble flew from somewhere and hit his temple. Tianheng gritted his teeth and glanced in the direction of the voice. Ting Chao's sect, truly powerful. Yi Qin gradually appeared in the dust, being able to lead to even more heavenly thunder, indeed not something an ordinary person can do, but next to him was Xiao Qiao, who was unconscious on the ground. "Is this what you want?" Looking up at him, he continued, "Can you hear it? This place, the sound of crying is shaking." Slightly squinting his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "Is it worth it to treat human lives like grass for a heavenly book?" Tianheng was angry, his face wrinkled, he gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and clasped his hands towards him. He stretched out his hand, pointing towards him. "The winner is king, the loser is a bandit." Tianheng roared, magic power shone from his hand, ice fist spirit form, thunder control. Yi Qin rushed over from somewhere, and punched him hard in the face. He squinted his eyes, his face darkened. "Good, that's what I said counts." He raised his hand, a book appeared, heavenly book. From the book, dazzling streams of light gradually appeared. He squinted, from the book a small bird came out, perched on his hand. "Old friend, long time no see, come help me." The book was opened into a long decree, document of heavenly way extremity. Magic power from the decree surrounded the bodies of the people, helping them heal their wounds. "My legs have healed." Mom woke up. Yi Qin slowly landed on the ground. To the questions of the people, Wei Tianheng has really lost. The young man who took the heavenly book, who is he after all? Looking toward Xiao Qiao, who was still unconscious on the ground, he secretly thought, "This girl, why hasn't she woken up yet? That's not right. Could it be that she doesn't have a heartbeat?" He squinted his eyes and raised his hand towards her. "But having said that, it has to be said so big." Yi Chen's cheeks were flushed. Now is not the time to think randomly, saving people is more important. This is Yenna's person. Excuse me, he muttered, I remember the ventricle is on the left. Xiao's eyes were closed, shouting in her heart, damn it, too embarrassing. I went on stage to boast, the person being saved is me. How can I wake up? Holding her in his arms, he frowned, not good. Xiao. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. A quiet place, isn't this the right time to go with the flow and dual cultivate? Troublesome. Zicheng staggered to behind him. He sighed in his heart, I really didn't expect that in the end it would be a young person who obtained the heavenly book. Father, softly, this cultivator, please. From behind, a man hurriedly ran over, calling out loudly, City Lord. He glanced, aren't you the replacement who went to meet the female emperor? Why are you only here now? The man took off the mask on his face, softly replying, I was just about to talk about this. He leaned in and whispered something that surprised Zicheng. He hurriedly called after Yi Chen, please stop. Zicheng squinted, breathing heavily, looking at him, you are. He leaned in and whispered to him, 9 heavens 10 earths, thunder invincible, traversing the 4 seas, sweeping the 8 desolations, would ye demon sect right? Yi Chen was stunned, his eyes wide with confusion. What? Before he could regain his senses, old Zicheng knelt down. Bowing to him, he lowered his voice, I have long admired the name of senior, this junior is Zhang Zicheng. Yi Chen was surprised by what he said, is he the son of Zhang Kong? Xiao slightly opened her eyes. Switching scenes, deep in the mansion, a voice rang out, Mr. Hui Chen has arrived, please come this way. A girl led Hui Chen along the road into the mansion. What is the condition of the injured person now? The girl softly replied, it's embarrassing to say, the food doctor has used all methods. But the person is still unconscious. He squinted his eyes, stroking his long beard before coming, I heard that this female cultivator is the companion of the owner of the heavenly book. The girl leading the way stopped. Her eyes wide, right, she used her life to protect the owner of the heavenly book at the conference. That's why she was seriously injured by the Tingchao sect. Our master is burning with anxiety. He is now waiting in the main hall for your good news. The girl gently pushed open the door to the room. Please go in and take a look. As soon as the door opened, both people were stunned. Xiao's face was flushed, gasping for breath. She hid behind the wall, pursed her lips, and glanced into the mansion. They even invited Mr. Hui Chen here. This Zhang Zicheng is really generous. I'll go find him. Xiao poked her head in and looked, secretly thinking, I originally thought that if I always pretended to be unconscious, that kid would obediently take care of me. So I could go with the flow and hear more news. But he left with Zhang Zicheng. She sneered, pulling out a talisman. Good, escaped my scheme right? Xiao skipped along following the talisman that was showing her the way. She pouted, squinting at the talisman that was burning in the air. Isn't this already there? Talisman of the 4 female immortals, 100 times more effective. As long as I stick it on you, wherever you run, I will be able to find you. Pressing her face to the door to peek in, she muttered, let me listen. Xiao frowned, calculating in her heart, why isn't there any movement? Even they are guarded from a gentleman. She blinked, pressing herself closer to the door. You won't let me listen, will you? Then I can only. Inside the room was the image of Zicheng undressing in front of Yi Chen. She was shocked. What? He frowned, reaching out to him. The aura of this mark. Zicheng squinted, touching the mark on his chest. This mark was personally passed down by my father. It's a symbol of the Zhang family's inheritance. Senior, do you believe me now? He sighed. The scene of your father following me to fight, I still remember clearly. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up like this. Tell me, what difficulties do you have? Zicheng lowered his head and clasped his hands in front of him. This junior is afraid. You have something you don't know. 40 years ago. He began to tell about a person wearing a hooded robe. At that time, in the room, besides me and my old father, there was also a person, the Gu Huang Supreme. The strange person softly said, you are the city lord of the next term, very likely to have a long life. Zicheng at that time bowed respectfully to him. I dare not. He continued, you built Heavenly Book City. I am just replacing my father in the position of city lord. The Gu Huang Supreme looked down at him. You are a smart person. It was not in vain for Zhang Gong to love you. Then I will say it briefly. In addition to watching over the heavenly book, I also want you to deliver a message to me. A clear female voice rang out. Wait until the heavenly book recognizes its owner, Then you deliver a message to the owner of the heavenly book. Luo Yan, her cheeks flushed, happily smiled, after getting the book, quickly make a trip to the blessed land, Shifu. Old Zicheng twisted, reenacting the appearance of the little girl at that time. You must keep it a secret from the senior disciple. Yichen looked at it, and was horrified. How disgusting. His eyes widened, and he stuttered asking him, this Gu Huang could it be? The appearance of a malicious mushroom-headed girl appeared through Zicheng's introduction. She is your third disciple, Luo Yan. He squinted. Luo Yan, Gu Huang occupies the south of the continent, and is already a hegemon in the world. Yichen sighed. I knew it. His face turned pale, his mouth twitched. Each of my disciples is promising. Even the worst talented old three has become a great figure. Yichen rubbed his chin and thought, blessed land, isn't that the barren mountain where I took the old three to plant spirit medicine? And I want me to hide it from Yenner. What is there to hide? A call rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Senior. Old Zicheng suddenly knelt down. He squinted and called, Little Zhang, what are you doing again? Old Zicheng cowed out in front of him. Originally the position of city lord would not be passed on to me so early. After all, personally welcoming the owner of the heavenly book is my father's lifelong wish. He cultivated hard every day, but unexpectedly he was once possessed by demons. He gritted his teeth and sobbed. I know myself, I shouldn't bother Senior with this small matter, but please Senior save me. Yichen stepped forward and gently patted him on the head. He squinted and smiled softly. Little Zhang, your father and I have a friendship, how can I not care? Where is he now? Zicheng frowned, tearfully looking up at him. Senior, you really are. Xiao rolled her eyes, big pervert. She looked in, only to see old Zhang kneeling on the ground. Next to him was Yichen stroking his head. Zhang Zicheng made an appointment with him to talk secretly. It's fake, being gay is real, that's why they drove me away, to make it easy to date privately in this place. Xiao tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, her hand trembling. I finally got a great opportunity. What are you kidding me? She angrily shouted. What are you kidding me? The two people in the room were startled by the noise outside. Xiao, her eyes red, rushed into the room. Damn it, who wants to use a man? I don't even want to think about it. She landed in the dust. Xiao smirked. Looking at the unconscious Yichen before her, she was smug. I don't care what kind of great power you are, as long as you inhaled the sleeping potion I specially made. You can only fall to the ground and take a knife. Her face darkened with a sinister look. The pure young extreme treasure of a man's body. Of course I have to enjoy it alone. Suddenly the paper document next to him glowed, attracting her attention. From within the scroll, 3 spirits appeared. They hugged Xiao. This. Her body was wrapped tightly in threads, struggling to breathe. In the heavenly book, there's actually something like this. The book is about to come over. She squinted, gasping for breath. I can't breathe anymore. Xiao suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. The color. Her eyes widened, her pupils contracted, and she muttered, This is actually, what is this? Xiao knelt on the ground, her head drooping. She sat on his body. Her face was dazed, gradually losing control. Yichen's eyes widened, this feeling. Xiao squinted, looking at him and laughing. Yichen's face was red, with Xiao clinging to him. This. He looked at her dazed face, wondering in his heart, what's going on? He threw himself up, pushing her face away. Don't get so close. Recalling the time when Xiao went crazy and rushed in, he muttered before sleeping, I remember she broke down the door and said some strange words. At that time she looked very normal. There must have been something that happened after. She rushed over again, hugging his waist. Why is she pressing up here again? Xiao leaned closer. She slowly kissed his neck. Xiao's face was extremely satisfied, humming with narrowed eyes. Kissing me. His whole body trembled. Stop. Yichen pinched her cheek. Stop it. Xiao grabbed his wrist. Her cheeks flushed, bringing her face closer. Then gently rubbed her face against his hand, wanting me to. Xiao glanced at him. Touch her? Yichen frowned, looking around. Could it be that? The long scroll gradually burst into flames. He sighed. As expected, the book is open. He raised his finger in front of her eyes. Be good. Xiao's eyes widened and she jumped forward. She breathed heavily next to his face. The most difficult situation has appeared. Yichen wrote a large character in the heavenly book, inside which were Yi Chen's collection of treasures over the years. In order not to be discovered, Yi Chen added a restriction to the heavenly book and named it Silent Great Teleportation. That is, a dog. Xiao Xiao panted, acting like a well-behaved puppy looking at him. Why did this girl see it? He stroked his chin and pondered, and she's Yenna's person, I can't just stand by and watch. Yi Chen sighed dejectedly, what a pain. He waved his hand, pushing her and turning her around. Xiao Xiao fell lengthwise on the ground. Yi Chen frowned, in a deep voice, you can be considered lucky to have met me. He reached out to massage Xiao Xiao's back. The principle of this silent great teleportation is to put the soul of a dog into your soul. He gently touched her spine. If you use ordinary magic to forcefully break it, you can only cause the soul to be injured and the mind to be shattered, turning you into a fool. Without warning, he pressed down hard, causing her to pale and scream. He clenched the head of a dog's spirit from her back. I can only pull the dog's soul out. Yi Chen decisively pulled the dog's soul out. Only then can you safely get off the bus. Xiao Xiao fell unconscious on the floor. It can be considered a success. He wearily glanced at her. This sleeping posture is not good at all, considering you've suffered a lot. I'll let the heavenly book create a beautiful dream for you. Xiao Xiao opened her mouth and slept soundly. After waking up, the art can be considered completely resolved. He threw himself up to retrieve the heavenly book. Considering I helped her once, maybe she'll keep the secret from me after she wakes up, right? He squinted, recalling Zicheng's words, secrecy? Regarding the words of the little girl Luo Yan, take the book, quickly make a trip to the blessed land. This person is going to the place where Gu Huang is entrusted. Yi Chen wearily stood up straight. Take a trip to the blessed land, okay. Looking at the two people lying asleep on the floor, he pondered, these two haven't woken up yet, I have to quickly make a trip, it's easier to avoid the trouble of explaining. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly paused. Xiao Xiao grabbed the hem of his clothes. She woke up. She pursed her lips and muttered Shifu. Yi Chen blankly looked at her. She was tearful, her hands grasping the hem of his clothes, just a little. Xiao Xiao will be good. I will definitely be able to protect you. Please, go with me to Zhanghua Lantern, okay? She sobbed, Shifu, Xiao Xiao doesn't want to be alone. Yi Chen sat down next to her, sighing. He softly said, let's go after you wake up. Zicheng woke up, confused. Why did I fall asleep? Where's Senior? The deep voice of a woman rang out, then what? She lay on the bed, propping her chin up, looking at the female servant kneeling on the ground. Yenna squinted. Is this the reason you couldn't invite the Venerable? The female servant trembled on the ground. When this servant arrived, the Venerable was no longer in the city. The girl covered her eyes next to Yenna, waved her hand. In a loud voice, nonsense. Her Majesty is the eldest disciple. The Venerable values her extremely highly. He wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, unless you and Zhang Zicheng tricked the Venerable to go elsewhere. The female servant tearfully cowed out on the ground. This is exactly what this servant wanted to report. This servant heard that there was a female cultivator who desperately saved the Venerable, and then fell unconscious. The female servant's words stunned the girl, covering her eyes. Zhang Zicheng, he said. Yenner sat up straight, stretching. Absolved of the death penalty, speak. The female servant cried, in a loud voice. The Venerable went to find medicine for the female cultivator, so he took her along. Hearing these words, she pursed her lips, smiling with interest. Shifu is still the same, likes to help the weak. The girl, covering her eyes, hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, she's smiling. Yenna was in a happy mood, raising her hand high. Change clothes. She narrowed her eyes softly. I will personally invite the Venerable back to the city. The girl, covering her eyes, was shocked. Your Majesty, you can't? Yenna's face darkened, gloomily glaring at her. She squinted. What can I do? Each of her words frightened the girl, and cold sweat flowed down. Now, does I Qing want to be my master? The girl, covering her face, lowered her head. This servant is afraid. I absolutely do not mean this, it's just. She muttered the situation. Yenner turned to leave. In a deep voice, I know, Hex Laozu has become a great power born from a boundary. He is openly recruiting soldiers in the north. I fear he has bad intentions towards my sect. Therefore, I cannot leave the city. She frowned, sighing, announce. A muscular girl with cat ears appeared. This general is at your command, she said in a loud voice, looking at the girl kneeling before her. Hai Qing, you shall replace me in inviting the Venerable back here. In addition, I want you to spread a piece of news outside. General Han narrowed her eyes. Your Majesty, rest assured that Sengyuan continent is only so small. Switching scenes, deep in a dense forest, where can the venerable go? Yichen was tired, his face haggard. Xiao Qiao scratched her head, looking around. Where is he? What's going on? Yichen stood far away, looking towards her. Why is this girl so torturous? She frowned, sniffing. In order to cut her off, I even used the heavenly book's hiding art. How can she still run to this place? Xiao rubbed her nose. That's not right, the scent is still here. Yichen sighed. Isn't the silent great teleportation already resolved? She rummaged through her body. I'm out of options. She pulled out 2 golden talismans. Although the pathfinding talisman is precious, using it on you, I don't consider it a waste today. Xiao said in a loud voice, I must find you. Yichen frowned. She won't stop, will she? He flicked his finger, and her 2 talismans immediately burst into flames. Xiao laughed. Cultivator, you're really still here. Before her eyes was only the desolate forest. Looking at her silently, he secretly thought, this time you won't be able to find me, right? He narrowed his eyes, turning to leave, but no matter what the reason, I can't take her to Blessed Heaven Cave, sorry. Xiao muttered, do you hate me so much? Her words made Yichen pause. Xiao's whole body trembled. Sorry, at the Heavenly Book Conference, I went on stage without permission, causing you a lot of trouble, right? She frowned. No, I should say, even if I die, I have to let you live on. Yichen slightly tilted his head, glancing at her. Xiao tightly grasped the corner of her skirt, lowering her face to the ground. Actually The image of old Bai Shiyanfu appeared in her thoughts. Xiao narrowed her eyes. I don't have much time left. She lowered her head softly. But before I die, I have a wish. I've tried many times, now I'm sure only you can help me. Xiao continued. You laugh at me for being cheap, shameless, picking up scraps, whatever? The corners of her eyes tearful, firmly looking ahead. Before you nod your head in agreement to help me, Xiao clenched her fist. Please. Xiao sobbed, shouting, please take me along, please help me. Yichen frowned, listening to each of her words. I'm willing to do anything. He grasped the heavenly book and retracted the invisibility spell. Xiao saw him and her eyes widened. Smiling brightly, he appeared. That's great. She lowered her head to wipe away tears. Xiao happily ran to him. Thank you, I swear I won't cause any more trouble, standing right. She looked up at him, her voice obedient. You like dogs, right? I don't need the heavenly book, I can pretend to. Yichen pursed his lips, his face gloomy. This is good. Xiao narrowed her eyes and smiled. He's happy, he agreed to help me, good. He brought out a dagger, cutting her chest. Xiao painfully sobbed. Why? She fell backwards to the ground, right like this. Yichen was silent. What's going on? He looked at her huddled up, lying at his feet. Why did this girl only say half a sentence, and then suddenly faint? Yichen stared. He turned to look at the desolate mountains. There's something. Yenner appeared in the hazy smoke. Shifu. Yichen was surprised. Yenner. She hurriedly ran to him. Shifu, why didn't you fulfill your promise to disciple? She stepped forward, standing close to him. Didn't you say you'd come back after taking the heavenly book? Could it be you want to go back on your word? Yenna sobbed, throwing herself into Yichen's arms. He said in a deep voice, how could it be? It's not that I don't want to, but... She narrowed her eyes, raising her head to look at him. Leaving a letter for me is fine, could it be? Yenner gently rubbed the corner of her Shifu's face. Am I so unworthy of being mentioned in Shifu's eyes? Yichen's face was gloomy, grasping her hand. That's right, unworthy of being mentioned. He coldly slashed down. Yichen narrowed his eyes, muttering, you are not Yenner. Yenner's body, cut in half, gradually turned into a distorted stream of magic power. Yichen said in a deep voice, assessing, as expected, a spirit mite. The history of the spirit mites, a mid-level spirit in the Tsengyuan continent, uses the turbulent emotions of cultivators as food. They turn into ghosts, sucking the souls of others, often using illusions to disguise themselves as people, approaching the target, taking the opportunity to sneak into the sea of consciousness. Constantly creating illusions, until they suck the target dry. Yichen rubbed his chin. That girl fell. Maybe she was hit by the spirit mite, but... The image of the fake Yenna throwing herself into his arms made him ponder. Spirit mites are good at illusions. Nighttime is the best time to strike. How could they appear during the day? Moreover, this ethereal thing normally doesn't have a physical body, but just now it was able to touch me. He was slightly startled. Xiao Qiao was being surrounded by hands of spirit power. She was dazed and unaware, no good. Yi Chen hurriedly cast a spell and shot over. Those hands immediately disappeared in unison. Retreat. He looked towards that side in surprise. Xiao Qiao drifted into sleep and stirred slightly. Image of her as a child alone humming a song. Try it, smile. Little Qiao turned back and smiled in a squint. Big brother, big sister, how about making a sugar gourd? Behind her was a statue of the Buddha of sorrow and joy and a group of people motionless. Little Qiao narrowed her eyes in boredom. She looked down, her face buried. Little Xiao stride away from the wild house. After all, I am always alone. Little Qiao was always chased and beaten by the barbaric crowd. The girl cried in vain. No one would care about her. In other words, the people in the world looked forward to her death. The little girl huddled timidly into the corner of the wall, was pursued, fled, was forced to fight back, and so, day after day, day after day. While the little girl was suffering, a woman appeared. When will these days end? The Tao that can be talked about, the impermanence Tao, alas, good wine. She sat drinking in the rain, smirking. You are here, my good apprentice. Xiao frowned and cursed in her heart. Damn it, did you kill one less? What's the point of babbling? I don't understand. The woman sighed, flicked the corner of the dress. You stand there and don't move, listen to what the teacher tells you. The woman patted her hair and tilted her head to look at her. My name is Dan Tzu. I am from Huanji sect, people giving the title of the strange. Half a month ago, Tiana sent a message to me. Go west 100 miles, then you can meet the apprentice of your destiny, that is, you. Xiao quieted her eyes and smiled, in a loud voice. So that's it, then I will call you a teacher. Is it that you want to give me everything, for example? She rushed to stab a knife into her stomach. Xiao gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. Teacher, I despise. I have met too many people like you. Memories as a child passed through her mind, taking me to the room to make a medicine pill. The moment of being torn apart made her terrified, sobbing, want to cut my belly and take out my heart, refined into an endless life extension pill, just because I was born to be the best. Xiao at that time had fiercely resisted the crowd. Whether it is etiquette or shamelessness, all are not cared about. She screamed, her pupils contracted in fear, stabbing continuously forward. Xiao standing still looking at the body of the arithmetic in a pool of blood motionless under the ground. Her body stained with blood, her voice choking. But why can't you let me go? Xiao's eyes widened in fear. The image of the Buddha statue of sorrow and joy appeared again. Will I die here? At the foot of the statue are motionless corpses lying on top of each other. She muttered before the statue of Buddha, heavenly path is above, this little girl, this life, kills countless evil. Xiao with her arms hanging down knelt on the ground. Please grant me. A hand appeared to pat her shoulder. Why wait until the next life? The accountant moved to hug her stomach, squinting and looking at her. This life is fine. The two of her eyes were narrow. The teacher is saving your life, isn't it so? Don't move around. Xiao opened her eyes wide, looking at her in surprise. She cried out, causing the count to panic. Why are you crying again? Does it hurt so much? Xiao sobbed. Me, can I live again? The weary face of the count smiled. Waste words, not only can live, but can also live very well. She led Xiao away. Let's go eat together, you can rest assured. Fleeing the chasing crowd together, later teacher will protect you. Arithmetic was hung on the wall with iron chains, wooden pillars stabbed through her body, life of protection. Xiao stared blankly. Looking at the arithmetic with her head down, she mumbled and called out, Teacher. She clutched at her cloak, pursed her lips and cried, You don't be afraid, this time the apprentice will come to save you. Yenna's face flushed and charming. The queen laughed evilly looking at Yi Chen. Wrapping around Yi Chen, the temptation Yenna says, come and have fun with. Showcasing her beautiful body, the queen smiled evilly. Everything is possible. The fire has been set to Yenna's eyes and mouth, which smiles with malice as it gives its invitation for a great and wonderful journey. Very good. Yenna stood below, looking at the incarnations of herself were cling to the side of Yi Chen. Suddenly a tremor has made the queen change her face. Is it Yi Chen who has crushed all those illusions to break free? Yenna's force emitted from his knock on the ground. Yenna licked her lips. My good teacher of mine. The queen lay on the ground, one foot held up, but Yi Chen was caught. Great strength. The speed is also not bad. so you are in a hurry now like this. The evil smile on her lips, with the heart of the soul, still likes this method of playing it more and more like you already. Yi Chen's face has never changed, Yenner continues to be a stimulus, like you better already, but… Before she could finish her words, the queen immediately rushed to Yi Chen's. Yenner stepped Yi Chen under her foot said, I will teach you a good one more things, women more like control of the chief. Yenner gently licking her lips looking at Yi Chen the people he will be the only one that does is change is in the form of it. And suddenly she stunned, blue and purple faced to feel, what? Below the belly suddenly heated up it turns out still has yet to go into the heart, which what happened with. The queen wondered, what will the people do what? Yi Chen too and so did the corners of his mouth slightly smile, the people don't know what. His hand was pressing on a point under the soles of Yenner's feet, the spot where he was happy. Yi Chen kept pressing down, so she could not release that point or pain for eternity. See this form and the meaning the blood vessels are possible to create a wonderful experience all already to. The reality which he did not study in detail it so. The hands are pressed tightly to the mouth but Yi Chen is still encouraging him in a low voice. She will is about to go out of the sea, right or not? Yenner was standing out, this good teacher please let me out. Oh. Yi Chen not compromise will let people in this? He to attack strong and powerful, you are the spirits born from desire must to deal with you make sure they break away from their true human heart. Let the people get back on the path where they can have and show the wonderful part to the body and soul. Today if there is no one here I do not know how many of the people will hurt. Yi Chen's stern face, it is said to that one in the of her soul the memories that year for the protection of the have been one thing that can give light even to the dead. Remember it in your mind again the memory of strength of it, and for now it's her face which he is now looking at where he cannot bear it what is there to live if it is with a bad and empty memory. Yeshin then turned to look at Yen Ni, who had been possessed by the essence demon, and continued, she is so kind and upright, how could she use iron to treat people for personal gain? But you… Every word spoken by Yeshin made the essence demon tremble, just a pathetic demon controlled by lust. Yeshin looked at Xiao Xiao, who was slumped on the ground, and scolded, stealing other people's memories, trampling on them, and laughing at them. Yeshin questioned, do you think you are superior to others? He squeezed her leg tightly and scolded, you fool! A purple light seemed to explode, surging out from Yen Ni's body. She instantly transformed into an ugly monster. Ah, it wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this point, my body, boo-hoo. She darted past Yeshin, crazy man, embrace your lifelong loneliness. Then, she rushed towards Xiao Xiao, as long as I crush her, I can start over. Xia Jiangjuan suddenly appeared behind Yeshin. She took off her mask. Scene transition introduction. Legend has it that in the west of the Tsangyuan continent, a banished immortal created a secret technique where two cultivators devour mystic stones to release their spirit fetuses outside their bodies. Two twin girls, one white and one black, are born. With the help of the bloodbath formation, the spirit fetuses of the two can complement each other, not only sharing cultivation realms but also assisting with vision. When they merge together as a red-eyed person, they can not only share cultivation realms but also assist with vision. The banished immortal called this secret technique spirit communication. Returning to Yeshin's side, he looked at Xia Jiangjuan in astonishment. You are? Xia Jiangjuan crossed her arms and asked, does your master still remember Yen Ni? It turns out the soul inside was his disciple Yen Ni. Yeshin was slightly stunned and quickly replied, your spirit fetus is of the crimson red grade, a rare sight in 10,000 years. Even if my master turned to ashes, he would recognize it. Yen Ni smiled meaningfully at Yeshin. Master, what do you mean by stepping back? Her sarcasm made Yeshin freeze. Having too much fun with the essence demon and forgetting to return to the city is understandable. Yeshin's sweat dripped down as he felt guilty. You saw everything? Yen Ni laughed loudly. Yen Ni smiled. I saw everything from beginning to end very clearly. In Yeshin's memory, the moment he fought the essence demon was terrifying. Xia Jiangjuan looked at Yeshin. Yen Ni knows everything, even if it's about master praising his disciple. Then, she pouted sarcastically, or is it finding medicine for female cultivators that is taking so long that you still haven't returned to the city? Yeshin was speechless, and didn't know how to explain. Yen Ni sat down on the grass, which means… She sat down next to Yeshin and asked, Master brought this female cultivator along because you mistook her for the dark agent I arranged in Heavenly Book City? Yeshin confirmed, that's right. Yeshin secretly objected in his heart, I told you to leave a letter telling me not to look at women, but instead, you sent a female cultivator to assist me. Yan turned to look at Yeshin with a meaningful gaze. So? She questioned, are you pretending to be stupid again? Even if Master misunderstood, why is she, with her narrow-mindedness, making one mistake after another, following you all the way here? Yeshin forced a smile awkwardly. There really is a hidden reason. This girl is following me because she wants me to help her. Yan then asked Yeshin, Master doesn't see her as a woman? Does she have enemies? Yeshin spoke up, I don't know the specifics, but when she was being eroded by the essence demon, she called out to Master, so I guess it's related to her sect. Yan was helpless. Right. Master is too chivalrous, and likes to meddle in everything. Yeshin only smiled gently at this moment without saying anything more. He then turned to question Xia Jiangjuan, are you saying these words? Could it be that Yan Ni, you don't meddle in everything? Yan Ni silently looked at him, her eyes drooping. She recalled Xia Jiangjuan's past of being captured and tortured. Back then, Xia Jiangjuan was also beaten brutally. Then Yan Ni stubbornly replied, this disciple doesn't care. She stood up and asked Yeshin, doesn't Master know? Yan Ni's smile was mixed with a bit of sadness and self-deprecation. This disciple is now a great demon that everyone wants to kill. Her eyes turned cold. What's faster than solving the problem? Solving the person. Yeshin immediately scolded her, don't talk nonsense. Yan Ni sighed, haze. Yeshin lowered his head, if it's really like you said. Then he pointed to Xiao Xiao, who was lying on the ground. This little girl would have died countless times already. Yan Ni pursed her lips without saying anything. Then Yeshin stood up and approached Yan Ni. Master knows Yan Ni is a good girl with kindness towards the world. He smiled gently at her. You must have suffered a lot these years, haven't you? Now that I'm back, you can relax and be yourself. Even if the sky falls, Master will hold it up for you. Yan Ni was deeply moved by these words from her master, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed. The corner of Yan Ni's mouth twitched slightly. Idiot. Yeshin was stunned. Huh? Yan Ni didn't speak again but turned and walked away calmly. I said it's good. With Master here, there's no need to worry about the meddling matters in this world anymore. Then, she glanced at Yeshin sarcastically. After finishing the meddling matters, Master should quickly return to the city. There shouldn't be a next time. Yan Ni threatened, this disciple will really chop off your legs. Suddenly Yan Ni's eyes closed tightly. A strange magic entered her head. It made Yan Ni become fierce and revert to being Xia Jiangjuan. Xia Jiangjuan shouted fiercely, His Majesty has forgiven you, but I haven't. Submit to me. Yeshin laughed helplessly. Changed back again? She shouted at Yeshin, His Majesty ordered me to follow you. Before returning to the city, I will stick close to you. His expression remained indifferent. Is that so? Yeshin forced a smile and thought to himself, why are there more and more people? Then, he turned to report to Xia Jiangjuan, the little girl hasn't woken up yet. Let me check on her. Xia Jiangjuan suddenly darted past Yeshin, surprising him. No need to bother. She approached and hugged Xiao Xiao. Leave her to me. Xia Jiangjuan pressed her face and chest against Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's clothes were torn open, causing Yeshin to panic. Xia Jiangjuan, seeing this, asked in confusion, What's wrong again? Yeshin had already turned and fled, thinking that with her taking care of the little girl, he didn't need to worry anymore. Before Yeshin could run far, Xia Jiangjuan threw a sword to block his path. Yeshin's footsteps stopped at Xia Jiangjuan's words, but you must not leave my sight. This is His Majesty's order. Yeshin was helpless, so difficult to deal with. Xia Jiangjuan looked at him with a murderous gaze. Your Excellency. Yeshin replied, I know. He also conveniently inquired, How is that girl now? Xia Jiangjuan cursed inwardly, Damn man, but still answered Yeshin's question. The essence demon has entered the inner core, eroding the spirit fetus. It's not easy to deal with. She lowered her voice. We can only use a conservative method to wake her up first. Yeshin stroked his chin in contemplation. In normal circumstances, we would use spirit fetus projection and use spells to restore it, but that would usually cause damage to the body. He wondered, is the conservative method a new spell created in later generations? He turned to look at Xia Jiangjuan's beautiful figure. She turned her head and glared at Yeshin. That look made him suddenly flustered, coupled with the words she uttered. There's a reaction. Xia Jiangjuan continued, Is it here? Humph, so tiring, causing Yeshin to break out in a cold sweat. The moonlight had risen high on the mountaintop. Xia Jiangjuan stood up and stretched her muscles. It's almost done. She looked at Xiao Qiao, who was lying on the ground. It seems she can wake up in a while. Then, Xia Jiangjuan's eyes glanced at Yeshin. This time, Your Excellency can rest assured. Yeshin was sitting dazedly on a rock. His face was strangely haggard, but he still forced a smile at Xia Jiangjuan. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Jiangjuan asked in confusion, You look very tired. What's wrong? Yeshin smiled faintly, haha, but his heart was screaming, You're still asking me what's wrong? Yeshin suddenly became unusually energetic. Essence demons harm people greatly. I'm going to destroy their lair. Xia Jiangjuan announced, Your Excellency, rest assured. His Majesty has already sent people to deal with it. Then, Yeshin switched to a polite smile. You saved someone and worked hard. I'll get you something to eat. Xia Jiangjuan's expression was cold and emotionless. Thank you, God, for accumulating roots for more than 3 years. Hearing this, Yeshin forced another industrial smile. This place is sacred land where talents are born. There must be spiritual medicine growing. How about I pick some to replenish your energy? Xia Jiangjuan was starting to lose patience with Yeshin. This subordinate is not afraid of being hungry or tired, Your Excellency. Then, she raised her voice and said sternly, Just stay there. Yeshin lowered his face slightly and confessed, Actually. His face became calm and confident strangely. I want to take a dump. Something was suddenly thrown right next to Yeshin. His face was stunned when he heard the person behind him say, Guess where? In his heart, Yeshin was screaming, I've already used the excuse of taking a dump, but I still can't escape. Although I really like dogs, this kind isn't cute at all. But outwardly, he still forced a smile. It's nothing. Xia Jiangjuan gave him a cold look without saying anything. Then, she lowered her voice and said, The female cultivator's primordial energy is greatly damaged. Awakening is only temporary. Later, we must find spiritual medicine to nourish her. The moon had risen high in the night sky. It's already dark now, so it's not convenient to look for things. Xia Jiangjuan stretched her muscles. Well, after being tormented until now, this subordinate is indeed a bit tired. Then, she turned to ask, causing Yeshin to be slightly stunned, What do you mean? Yeshin's face darkened with an evil expression. Okay. He approached Xia Jiangjuan and offered, I'll protect you too. Yeshin quickly knocked Xia Jiangjuan unconscious. She only managed to say, Your Excellency. After Xia Jiangjuan had fainted, Yeshin only smiled, Sorry. Looking at Xia Jiangjuan and Xiao Qiao lying slumped on the ground, Yeshin quickly left. You guys rest first, quickly. After he left, Xia Jiangjuan opened her eyes slightly. She recalled Yan Ni's request, Little Chun, Master is soft-hearted. He is weak, I believe, but this time. She sat combing her hair in front of the mirror. I just feel like he's hiding something from me. With a bewitching look, Yan Ni instructed Xia Jiangjuan, Try to find out if he's really just helping or not. Xia Jiangjuan also remembered the scene where Yeshin knocked her unconscious. Her eyes became even deeper. She stood up and left. Xiao Qiao had woken up but didn't dare to open her eyes. Oh my God. She looked at the back figure walking in front of her. The beast ears and gray hair can't be wrong. Xia Jiangjuan was preparing to enter a state of battle to leave to find Yeshin. Xiao Qiao also jumped up. She panicked, Huh? Why are my clothes torn? Xiao Qiao's legs felt again. There are still some bulging sensations in the inner core. Then, she hugged her face shyly and speculated, could it be that during the time I lost consciousness Xia Jiangjuan turned her head to explain, You were bewitched by the essence demon. Now that the inner core is unstable, you must not move around recklessly. Xiao Qiao was stunned. Essence demon? She rummaged through the past memories. Wait, it really appears in my head. It was a very terrible scene. Thinking about it, Xiao Qiao felt sad again. After calculating 1,000 times, I still miscalculated and was manipulated by the essence demon. This old woman has never lost control like this in front of other people. Then she realized something. Wait a minute. Xiao Qiao imagined an intimate scene of herself and Yeshin. I'm safe now because of the help of that cultivator? After that, I felt better. Thinking of this, she happily exclaimed, Oh my, it seems that this old woman still has charm. Hearing her self-admiration, Xia Jiangjuan couldn't stand it. She stepped away and instructed, Stay there obediently. Xiao Qiao continued to rejoice. General wants to go find him? I'll go with you. She kept rambling. causing Xia Jiangjuan to become annoyed. I need to thank him for risking his life to save me. This debt of gratitude, I can only repay with my body. She turned and pinched Xiao Qiao's mouth. Xia Jiangjuan smiled sarcastically. I didn't realize you were such a loyal and righteous girl. Xiao Qiao immediately brushed off Xia Jiangjuan's hand. What are you talking about, General? Not repaying kindness is the act of a villain. Suddenly, Xia Jiangjuan praised her, causing Xiao Qiao to freeze. These words are really wonderful. Her eyes became terrifying. Then quickly repay me with your body. After all, I am your benefactor. Xiao Qiao realized in a daze. What? Could it be? She panicked and didn't believe her thoughts. Xiao Qiao looked at Xia Jiangjuan and then denied it to herself. How could it be like that? Ah! Xia Jiangjuan cast a spell. All right. Xiao Qiao was wrapped in a huge purple circle. The appearance of His Excellency is not something you can imagine. Xia Jiangjuan turned to warn. The one who wants him is Her Majesty the Empress. You are just a tiny star. What can you use to compete with the bright moon? Then she left Xiao Qiao locked inside and flew away. Stay there obediently. This formation can protect you completely. Xia Jiangjuan's words caused Xiao Qiao to ponder. Don't have any illusions anymore. After that, Xia Jiangjuan quickly flew to find Yeshin. As she walked, she pondered, why does Her Majesty have to have him? Xia Jiangjuan remembered sitting by Yan Ni's bed. She gritted her teeth and called Yan Ni. Xia Jiangjuan's tears were about to fall. Why? Suddenly a call rang out, General. It was Xiao Qiao who had chased after her. Xia Jiangjuan was surprised. My earth formation couldn't trap her? Xiao Qiao rushed forward and said, I have my own path, General, you don't have to worry. Xia Jiangjuan pondered, I underestimated her. I need to change to a more powerful move. Xiao Qiao explained, General, you misunderstood. I don't like him. Xia Jiangjuan gritted her teeth, shameless. On this side, Yeshin was standing in the middle of the lake. He looked at the cave in front of him. Suddenly a call rang out, Master. Luo Yan carried a large centipede and walked over. Look, I just dug it out of the ground. She rushed to Yeshin and smiled, hee. Luo Yan hugged the centipede in her arms. Isn't it a cultivator's duty to go exploring and learn new things? Yeshin smiled, that's right. Luo Yan was stunned. In troubled times, seek a secluded paradise. Students are all happy. Yeshin smiled gently. Asking for this good outcome only requires great divine power, and that's not enough. Both of them looked towards the mountains and rivers, planting spiritual medicine. Perhaps in the future, it can help even more people. Luo Yan smiled innocently and looked at Yeshin. Luo likes Master and also likes the things that Master wants to do. Yeshin took Luo Yan's hand and entered a cave. She happily said, Master, don't worry. Luo will turn this place into the paradise that Master wants. Haha. Great. Then let's take advantage of Luo's good fortune and call this place. This place is a blessed land of caves and heavens. Yeshin looked into the cave entrance, his eyes full of tenderness. It really makes people nostalgic. He thought about Luo Yan. Luo has now become a girl who can take on a role. What's that saying? Then he remembered Xia Jiangjuan and Xiao Qiao. The two girls pretending to be asleep are probably still chasing after my decoy body, right? Yeshin thought about what happened just now. On the contrary, I must thank Little Dog General. She deliberately revealed such a flaw so that I could conveniently push the boat along and lure the tiger away from the mountain. He smiled gently and looked at the sky, haze. But deceiving people in the end is not right. First, solve the main problem and then apologize to them. On this side, Xiao Qiao was hugging Xia Jiangjuan tightly. Xia Jiangjuan was embarrassed. What are you doing? Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was covered by Xiao Qiao. She put her other hand over her mouth and gestured, General, at this time, absolutely don't make a sound. Xiao Qiao put on a serious and dangerous expression, create a psychological shadow, so that he will never be able to lift his head for the rest of his life. Xia Jiangjuan held her hand and shouted, could it be that we just let him be like this, wasting His Majesty's view of him as a gentleman? Xiao Qiao lowered her head and confided, I can understand your feelings, the white moonlight of Her Majesty the Empress. She recalled Yeshin's appearance that they had seen just now. If you look closely, his familiar appearance is that of a master. Is this the time to say these words? Xia Jiangjuan gritted her teeth. No wonder he tried every means to leave. It turns out it was a strong desire. This matter must not be reported back to Her Majesty, lest it defile Her Majesty's ears. Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement. Then, she sneaked away but was caught by Xia Jiangjuan. Stop! Xiao Qiao turned her head and said loudly, There's a good saying, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Let me extinguish the raging hellfire. No need to thank me. Xia Jiangjuan was so angry by Xiao Qiao's words that she gritted her teeth. Shut your mouth. On this side, Yeshan suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and wondered, who is still thinking about me in secret? Suddenly, something caught his attention. Wind chimes. Yeshan determined, that's right, wind chimes can only grow in places with dense spiritual energy. Luo Luo has managed this place very well. Then, thinking of Luo Yan. This girl likes to compete for credit. The reason why she let me come here is that she believes paradise has been formed and deliberately didn't tell Yan Ni. Just waiting for me to come and praise her. Looking at the cave entrance, Yeshan was eager. Very good, I'm coming. Inside the cave were rocks, soil, and monsters. Yeshan walked to the side of a large monster. The eyes of the huge creature suddenly emitted a fierce red light. Yeshan was stunned, huh? The monster suddenly changed its expression to pain. It turned out that Yeshan had given it a gentle slash. He smirked confidently, you win. Then Yeshan raised his hand to gather strength. He punched hard into a rock under his feet, causing it to shatter. The dark illusion also shattered, giving way to the light. Yeshan came to the cave beside the lake that was shining brightly. He smiled and asked, Have you made enough trouble? Looking at the huge figure shining brightly, he called out, Luo Luo. Luo Yan also opened her eyes and smiled at him. Master, long time no see. Yeshan said calmly, the monsters in the cave are all illusions created by you using your nascent soul, right? Luo Luo has improved. Luo Yan happily replied. It's not like it's the first day you've known your disciple. Haven't seen each other for so long, can I tease you a little? Luo Yan praised, as expected of Master, you are the one who understands Luo Luo the most in the world. Standing on Luo Yan's huge hand, Yeshan ordered, Speak, you even want to tell me about your nascent soul leaving the body. Luo Yan stuck out her tongue at Yeshan playfully. Yeshan's tiny body stood in the palm of a Luo Yan. Who is it? His pupils contracted, and he said angrily, Who harmed you like this? Luo Yan squinted at him. Don't be angry, actually. She smiled, and a small ball of spiritual power appeared from her finger. This is Luo Luo's own choice. She said softly, Too much talk is useless. Luo Yan's finger slowly moved to in front of his eyes. Scene transition, the outside world is shrouded in smoke and dust, bombs and bullets. She recounted the situation outside. For 100 years, Master was in seclusion. Many thieves coveted our Xuanji sect, and the sect was repeatedly in danger of being destroyed. A group of people surrounded 2 young girls. Fortunately, my senior sister and I followed Master's teachings. Luo Yan and Yan Ni at that time were just 2 girls, their bodies covered in scratches, resisting the group of people surrounding them. She continued, but 10 years later. She silently carried a large backpack. Luo Luo. Yan Ni worriedly ran after her. Those who were disrespectful to my sect are all dead now. Senior sister is now in power, and you and I just need to wait for Master to return. Her words made her widen her eyes. Why do you have to leave? Luo Yan smiled, turned to look at her elder sister. Isn't it because senior sister manages too much? Not allowed to stay up late, not allowed to eat candy, and not allowed to go to the fields. She stuck out her tongue and made a face. I've already said that senior sister is like a sister-in-law. In my opinion, you can even be my birth mother. Yan Ni's face turned red. And she said angrily, You? Luo Yan came over and took her hand. She squinted. Senior sister, don't send me off anymore. She said softly, the responsibility of protecting the sect is not yours alone. I don't want to make you worry anymore. Yan Ni frowned sadly. Luo Luo. Luo Yan squinted and smiled brightly. If you become a married woman, when Master returns, he will love me the most. Can you bear it? Yan Ni shouted angrily. What are you talking about? You're clearly just a small insect who opens your mouth when food comes. You're not allowed to go. She hugged her backpack and ran away. Hee hee, you can't catch me. Luo Yan was silent. Senior sister, I'm sorry. She remembered the figure of Bai Shi Yan Fo, and secretly evaluated in her heart, the divine calculator has seen through the secrets of heaven. From the time the sects surrounded and attacked our sect, to the time Master went into seclusion, It was all manipulated by one person. If you knew, you would definitely deal with the enemy at any cost, right? The image of Yan Ni as a child, injured all over but still hugging her tightly to protect her, appeared again. I don't want to see such a senior sister again. The last image that appeared in her mind was Yeshin's face. Master. Luo Yan gritted her teeth, carrying a huge source of spiritual power. She headed straight for Bai Xianfo and rushed over. The collision caused smoke and dust to rise. We are the only family. Luo Yan widened her eyes, heavily injured, staggering backward, her body flailing without a foothold. She squinted her eyes in a soul form. After that battle, this disciple and the ancient phoenix protected the nascent soul and fled. Then, I created a fake body and built Heavenly Book City so that the Zhang father and son would wait for Master to be born. Senior sister probably still thinks I'm alive. Luo Yan looked at him, smiling brightly, her tone calm. To be honest, if I waited another 3 to 5 years, my nascent soul wouldn't be able to protect itself anymore. Fortunately, Master. Every word she said made him silent, his hands clenching tightly. You've come. Yeshin said softly, Loa Loa, be good. Master knows. Don't worry, Master will help you reshape your body. He squinted, his face gloomy, using the original core of that black hand. Luo Yan pursed her lips. Master is so good, but I'm afraid this is difficult. She rested her chin on her hand, poking her finger at the top of his head. Don't think that I only have my nascent soul left now, but I'm still a cultivator of the first level of the life and death realm, at least. He was surprised and widened his eyes. The first level of the life and death realm? Luo Luo's cultivation realm is even higher than mine. The cultivation of human beings lies deep within the body. In the Tsangyuan continent, the cultivation realm has 6 realms and 9 levels. Gathering Chi realm, Building Origin realm, Primal Body realm, Forming Spirit realm, and Life and Death realm. He remembered his previous meeting with Yan Ni and became silent. In the previous exchange, Yan Ni had already reached the Forming Spirit realm, which is also the Yeshin squinted, he pursed his lips, and struggled inwardly. Although I have a sacred physical body, in reality, just talking about the realm, I am only at the peak of the Forming Spirit realm. He crossed his arms and thought deeply. But Loa Loa is at the first level of the life and death realm, but she was still broken through by the enemy? How strong is that enemy exactly? Luo Yan spoke up. At the beginning, when I fought the evil Buddha, its realm was probably above the 3rd level of the life and death realm. No, the 4th level. When my nascent soul fled, it was originally possible to reshape my body, but I helplessly watched, trying thousands of ways, but it still didn't work. Yichen frowned, surprised. She continued, has Shifu broken through upon exiting seclusion? He raised his voice, are you afraid Shifu will lose? In his heart he sighed, although my cultivation hasn't broken through, I have achieved sanctification of the flesh. A 4th level nascent soul isn't necessarily unable to fight. Luo Yan happily narrowed her eyes and smiled. Disciple knew that you wanted to fight a stone with an egg, but... She moved her face closer to his. Winning a little is still called losing. Her tone was joyful. To win, you have to crush them, right? Yichen looked at her gently. The only one who knows me is Luo Luo. Luo Yan spat out a small ball of spiritual energy from her mouth. He wondered, what is this? She explained shyly, this is the reason why Disciple stayed here. This Tiankan Bingti Gu is the Qiandan that I have refined using the spiritual herbs of the blessed land of Dongtian for decades. After Shifu uses it to break through, the chances of winning can increase by 5 points. Yichen pursed his lips, listening to her in silence. He said in a deep voice, Luo Luo, you're deceiving others again. She widened her eyes in surprise. Huh? She stared blankly at him. If there is such a magical elixir, why didn't Luo Luo use it herself? Even if only the nascent soul remains, after nurturing and breaking through, the possibility of reshaping the physical body would be greater. He raised his voice. Moreover, the spiritual herbs of the blessed land of Dongtian are still from the plowing and planting of 100 years ago. They fundamentally do not have this kind of effect. This Tiankan Bingti Gu of Luo Luo. Luo Yan was completely stunned by his words. You used your nascent soul to refine it? She suddenly burst into laughter. Facing that hearty laughter, Yichen frowned. Luo Yan laughed until tears flowed, reaching out to wipe them away. Indeed, Shifu is Shifu. Luo Luo admits defeat. Yichen clenched his fist, turning his back and walking away. Don't worry about the breakthrough. Wait obediently. He narrowed his eyes. As your teacher, I will return. Her laughter still echoed behind him. Yi Chen glared, gritting his teeth. He roared at her, Luo Luo, this is your nascent soul, take it back. Luo Yan's eyes were tired, and she said softly, Shifu, Jie. The last image in her eyes was when she, her sister, and her Shifu played happily as children. The surrounding space gradually collapsed. Yi Chen's cultivation was released violently. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the elixir in his hand. This blessed land of Dongtian relies solely on you to support it. He silently stared at the small Qiandan in his hand. The surrounding space continued to collapse, and Yi Chen fell to the ground. Foolish Luo Luo. Spiritual energy was constantly released from where he sat. Sparks of electricity shot out around him. Back in the space outside, Yi Chen said softly, Luo Luo, I'm sorry, Shifu has to break his promise. He was silent, opening the heavenly book. You should still go and say this to your senior sister. The heavenly book glowed and then gradually burned. The heavenly book can nurture the soul. Luo Luo won't completely dissipate in the book. Let's arrange it like this for now. Clutching the scroll in his hand, he said softly, Luo Luo, don't you like traveling and enjoying the scenery the most? His face was gloomy, his eyes wide open. Then let's go for a walk with Shifu. Xiao Qiao and General Xia were staggered by the sudden tremor. Huh? What's going on? A sound came from behind General Xia. Yi Chen's body was burning. They exclaimed in surprise, a fake body? The smell is definitely right. When exactly did he? General Xia turned around, gripping the weapon on her back. Spiritual energy is gathering in that direction. She glared, biting her lower lip warily. Someone is breaking through. The realm isn't low. A small moan made her frown with worry. Ugh. Xiao Qiao's face was flushed, and she gasped, collapsing to the ground. General Xia ran over worriedly. What's wrong? She whispered, I'm fine. Xiao Qiao's eyes were dazed, and her breathing was heavy. It can't be wrong. Only when breaking through to the Jiang's sacred body will my inner core pulsate like this. If the one cultivating the Jiang's sacred body breaks through, the longevity elixir can leap in quality. Now is the best time to practice dual cultivation. A voice calling out attracted her attention. Hey! General Xia frowned, looking at her worriedly. You look very uncomfortable. Was my guidance of essence insufficient? Xiao Qiao was confused, cold sweat running down her face. She's worried about me? She narrowed her eyes, secretly assessing in her heart. That's right, she's someone from the female emperor. If I act alone, I'll practice dual cultivation with that cultivator. Then she won't be able to explain it, right? Her childhood memories flashed through her mind again. But Xiao Qiao gritted her teeth. Myriad phenomena of living beings. Talismans flew up, forming a net surrounding General Xia. Heaven and earth net, you can't escape. She said silently in a low voice, Today, I will practice dual cultivation with the person in the female emperor's heart. He is a Jiang's sacred body, rare in 10,000 years. By joining with him, I can refine a longevity elixir to extend my Shifu's life. Xiao Qiao frowned, looking sharply at General Xia, improper and disrespectful. Please leave this place, General. Her words made General Xia uncomfortable, frowning. If not? She silently drew her sword, cutting Xiao Qiao's talismans in half. General Xia narrowed her eyes. Do you think you can defeat me? She said in a deep voice, pointing her sword at Xiao Qiao. If you behave yourself and wait for the Venerable to end this matter for you, Her Majesty might be lenient with your foolish thoughts. But if you insist, then there's nothing I can do. The sharp blade cut off some of her hair, but having said that, let's be clear. General Xia gritted her teeth, glaring at her. Is this how your Shifu taught you? Righteousness on your lips, but in the end, aren't you relying on others to help you succeed as a teacher? Her words made Xiao Qiao so angry that her pupils contracted. You really are a nest of snakes and rats. She said in a deep voice, Take it back. Xiao Qiao frowned, clenching the sword in her palm. Take back what you just said. General Xia pursed her lips, looking at her. I'm useless. Xiao Qiao glared, roaring. What does that have to do with my Shifu? Talismans flew up, surrounding General Xia's body. She gritted her teeth. You are useless. Xiao Qiao narrowed her eyes, blood flowing from her palm, releasing spiritual energy. The general is still resting in the earthly net formation. General Xia stared at the mark on her chest, the formation seal. At that time, Xiao Qiao said softly, the earthly net formation uses blood to kill. It can only be done by the caster. Except for the Xingxi realm, which can forcibly break it, there is no other way. She turned and left. The general's martial strength is 100 times higher than mine. I naturally can't resist. The Dun race formation is just a disguise. I bet that you aren't familiar with my methods. General Xia, trapped, angrily shouted, You planned this all along? You liar. Xiao Qiao's footsteps slowed. I didn't lie to you. She smiled at General Xia. It's because I'm useless that I can only use these despicable methods. This is called a martial artist's self-understanding. It has nothing to do with my shifu. Xiao Qiao leaped away. How could I not want to risk my life to exchange it for her safety? She narrowed her eyes, but I have no other choice. I can only use this despicable method to let Shifu live a little longer. The gloomy face of Bai Shiyanfo appeared. Shifu, rest assured. No matter how lowly the method, I will protect you. Xiao Qiao turned pale with shock. Great one. His voice was hoarse. The longevity elixirs you have provided over the years are all for testing. A gloomy stream of spiritual energy surrounded his body. Now that you are willing to use your body to refine the elixir, I am naturally relieved. Just now, I sensed a newly broken Xingxi realm elixir. Guide near you. Xiao Qiao pursed her lips. She was silent. A voice rang out from nowhere. No need to search. I am here. Xiao Qiao looked at Yichen walking over, panicking. You, why are you? He narrowed his eyes. I'm not talking to you. Looking towards Bai Shiyanfo, he sighed in his heart. The Buddhist path behind her. The aura is similar to Luoluo's memories. Xiao Qiao looked at him worriedly. It seems he is. Looking up at the face of Bai Shiyanfo, he sighed. Not bad. He was silent, his voice hoarse. A small Xingxi realm can sense my existence? Yichen muttered, Elixir guide. His eyes were sharp, and he threw a punch towards him. Yichen narrowed his eyes. I see that you are about to die. One eye of Bai Shiyanfo lit up. Vicious personality? All the better. The spiritual energy released from him was so strong that Xiao Qiao staggered. She widened her eyes in surprise. How is it possible? The scene of Yichen punching Bai Shiyanfo's face stunned her. He actually hurt that one's projection? He narrowed his eyes. Evil Buddha, you are the one who harmed Luoluo. His pupils trembled. A stream of spiritual energy shot towards him from his eye socket. He widened his eyes, roaring, Audacious, my name is Bai Shiyanfo. He roared, stretching out his hand to grab his body, is the Supreme Being. A large explosion erupted from where he stood. Bai Shiyanfo grabbed him with both hands. He laughed triumphantly. His voice was hoarse. Looking down, even if your realm increases to Xingxi realm level 1, you are still just a mortal body. However, being able to manifest 2 parts of me is considered capable. He suddenly widened his eyes, surprised. Huh? His stone statue hand was shattered by the electricity from his body. Yichen glared at him. Manifest? A clay bodhisattva? Don't dare to call out your real body? He clenched his fist, rushing towards him. I don't care what Buddha you are. His face was gloomy, his voice low. You dare touch my disciple. He punched him straight in the face. I will send you to your death. His punch caused a huge explosion, and a large fire erupted. He coldly grabbed a piece of the statue's head. Bai Shiyanfo's eyes widened. Disciple? Ah, I remember now. A few decades ago, I seem to have converted a bug. Your momentum is very similar to it. The fragments from his face gradually disappeared. It was also Xingxi realm level 1. I destroyed its 6 paths. Even if it risked its life to escape with its nascent soul, it could not recast its body. His eyes widened, his voice deep and hoarse. Before it died, it was still muttering something about Shifu. Your ending. As the last words fell, the fragment of Bai Shiyanfo's eye was crushed by him, just like that bug. Yichen narrowed his eyes, exhaling, said the most vicious words, and then ran the fastest. You are nothing. He turned towards her, but there's no need to rush. Xiao Qiao frowned worriedly, cold sweat running down her face. A loud shout echoed, Venerable, what exactly do you mean? General Xia angrily pointed her sword at her, said so much, so seriously, are you going to let her off so easily? As she spoke, Xiao Qiao lowered her head even further. This woman is a spy of the enemy. She fundamentally has ulterior motives. In my opinion, you should escort her back to the sect and interrogate her thoroughly. Yichen pursed his lips, glancing at her. He narrowed his eyes, whispering, "Little girl, what is your relationship with the divine calculator?" "After I destroyed the evil Buddha, the aura covering your body disappeared. I only then observed that you have the aura of Ah Swan on you." Xiao Qiao widened her eyes in surprise. She stammered, "Why, how do you know the name of my family teacher?" General Xia suddenly ran over. "What? Kashingua Dianxia is your Shifu? You are Dianxia's Shiji, eh?" She frowned. "Yichin Venerable is Her Majesty the female Empress Shifu." Xiao Qiao gaped, surprised. "He is my Shizu, the legendary supreme demon Dao." Stunned, Yichin pursed his lips, secretly assessing in his heart, "I thought it was some old white-haired stinky old man." He looked at her silently. "Ah Swan imbued a life-saving aura into you. Is it that the child is now like a mortal? Is it also because of that evil Buddha?" Xiao Qiao narrowed her eyes, lowering her head to the ground. "It was me. It was because of me that beast had a chance to sneak in." She teared up. "If Shifu had an imbued aura into me, then with his abilities, wouldn't it be easy to run away?" The image of the calculator being tied up appeared in her mind, but Shifu's spiritual energy was too low at the time. He was captured by the evil Buddha. Bai Xianfo approached with a savage smile. That beast didn't know where he heard the title of Shifu's Kishingui. He captured and tied up the calculator, imprisoning her. He wanted Shifu to calculate the heavenly world for him, asking how he would come to the mainland in person. She was manipulated by him. Her voice even, "My Shifu," didn't help him. He used evil arts to bind Shifu's body, whipping and refining her divine sense, calculating for him. Xiao Qiao that day could only be shocked, tearfully watching her Shifu being tortured. After having the results of the divination, he ordered me to collect longevity elixirs with 1,000-year life source for him. The calculator was tied up, her body full of wounds, her eyes dazed. At that time, he could walk on the ground with his body. The poor Shifu was in his hands for decades. Xiao Qiao lowered her head to the ground, her whole body trembling. "Then I offered longevity elixirs to him over the years. But he was a well that could not be filled. In front of me, he constantly tortured Shifu, wanting to force me in this way." She nodded. "Now, he wants 5 longevity elixirs. I can only find a Jiang's sacred body for yin and yang harmony to gather enough. I thought it was just one step away, but—" Xiao Qiao gritted her teeth, sobbing. "That evil Buddha is a thing outside the 5 elements, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Now that the projection has exploded, cutting off the connection between me and him, I can't find him, nor can I find Shifu." Yichin said in a deep voice, "Don't cry anymore." His words stunned her. "I have a way." He narrowed his eyes, his face gloomy. Yan and I leaned wearily on her cheeks. "Xiao Chun, I let you go along, originally wanting to make a quick victory." The servant's words made her uncomfortable, glaring. "Your Majesty, this female cultivator is indeed—" She rubbed her forehead wearily. "Now that the spiritual connection is broken, I'm afraid that the dragon body is injured." Yan and I pursed her lips. "Xiao Chun, have you encountered any trouble?" She straightened up. A voice came from behind, making her startled, beautiful crimson. The voice continued evenly, "In the Longyuan underground, it is difficult to obtain. You are truly worthy of Yan and I." General Xia narrowed her eyes, rubbing her head, "Just right to use as a great soul ornament." She pursed her lips, listening to Yan Ni's voice. "He really said that?" General Xia drooped her head and left. I clearly vowed not to lie to her, but in the end, it was still a waste of effort. She pondered, seriously assessing, but now, outside the city of the Wuji sect, the Blood River ancestor is eyeing it. I can't let other things distract her. General Xia frowned, glancing towards Yichin. The matter of Kishingui Dianxia should still be left to the Venerable to handle. Didn't he say that he has a way? Spiritual energy radiated from his body. He clenched his fists. "I have it." Yichin glanced at her. "In the battle just now, I struck my energy into his projection. He has no way to escape." General Xia tilted her head, glancing towards Xiao Qiao. "But that thing is a thing outside the 5 elements, right?" Her eyes revealed a melancholy look. "That's right. Even if you can locate his direction, wanting to go outside the 5 elements." Her voice was even. "The so-called outside the 5 elements is a chaotic area of no heart, no self, no desire, no pursuit, no trace." Xiao Qiao worried. Her eyes narrowed. "Before I entered outside the 5 elements because the evil Buddha used energy to cover my 5 elements. I secretly divined it. That energy is a technique that a great power above Xingxi realm level 3 can enlighten. General Xia pursed her lips, staring at him. After the Venerable broke through, he is still Xingxi realm level 1. She reached into her body. Could it be that I need? His voice rang out again. No need to be so troublesome. A burst of spiritual energy illuminated, surprising General Xia, huh? She gaped at the strands of spiritual energy radiating from his hand, these golden threads. Yichen frowned. Streams of spiritual energy appeared from the tips of my fingers. Aren't these my chi channels? Xiao Qiao closed her eyes tightly, biting her lip. The chi channels are in reverse. My Zhou Tian is also chaotic. Shizu, why? Golden bands of spiritual energy surrounded her body and General Xia's. He slowly retracted the bands of spiritual energy, finished. Yichen raised his voice. The chi channels of a cultivator are connected to the 5 elements. I will change the direction of your chi channels so that they clash with each other. After the 5 elements are reversed, they can be called nothingness. General Xia widened her eyes in shock. What? Changing the direction of the chi channels while the person is still alive? Xiao Qiao was also frightened by his words. How is this different from defying the heavens and changing fate? She clenched her fist in front of her chest. There's no time to be surprised. Xiao Qiao stepped in front of him. The matter can't be delayed. Let's go there quickly. Delaying another moment, Shifu will be in greater danger. She shouted, her eyes firm. I will go and scout. Yichen interrupted her. Don't rush. He narrowed his eyes. There is something more important. In another dimension, 2 rows of white skulls stretched across a sea of turbid water. A gray-skinned man wearily embraced his head. Ugh. He sat on the lotus, waving his hand and smashing it into the water. Turning his palm up, in his hand was a fragment of dark statue. Ugh, too hot. The eye in the statue fragment glared. Crafty little thief, actually dares to get an inch after taking an L. Mixing prohibitions in my projection, thinking that you can defeat me like this? Ridiculous. The sunlight blurred his gray skin. For the sake of saving her Shifu, that Lu Ting will definitely think of all ways to harmonize with that little thief. Bai Xianfo narrowed his eyes and smiled. Even if it can only last for 3 breaths, it's enough for me. His eyes widened viciously. Enough for you to buy a coffin. A figure appeared from behind, surprising him. Yichen rubbed his chin, walking over gloomily. No wonder you ran so fast. So you like smelling in a pile of rotten earth? Bai Xianfo narrowed his eyes. So fast. Isn't he just Xingxi realm level 1? He raised his voice. I thought it was someone. His huge body shook due to strong movement. Bai Xianfo approached, staring closely. Isn't this my rare elixir guide? He said smugly. Thought it through? Becoming a part of my body is even more glorious than being a cultivator of one side. Yichen sneered. It's true that I thought it through. The proverb says it well, it's better to resolve grievances than to increase them. He narrowed his eyes, flicking his hand at him provocatively. I'm missing a closed-door disciple. If you kowtow 800 times, it's not impossible to take you in. Bai Xianfo was angry. He shouted, closed-door disciple? Only low to close the door. Yichen leaped back, waving his hand to block the streams of spiritual energy shooting towards him. He glanced behind him, each spiral of spiritual energy connected. The sharp point rotated and rushed over, but it was caught by him. Bai Xianfo's hoarse voice rang out, I changed my mind. He widened his eyes and roared. Yichen narrowed his eyes, glancing towards him. General Xia, standing behind him, vigilantly tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Xiao Qiao was so anxious that she couldn't stand still. Shizu, don't be vague. What could be more important than saving Shifu? Yichen frowned. That's just it. We can't be too hasty. His eyes looked into the distance, and he said softly, the evil Buddha is after the longevity elixir, and he has foreseen that you will entangle me. If you succeed, he can reap the benefits. Conversely, he can also use this time to recuperate and return. But Ah Swan is in his hands, and I have always been a little wary. General Xia stepped forward. Tell us what you need us to do. Yichen replied slowly, feint to the east and strike to the west. He turned to look at them intently. After we break into the outside of the 5 elements, we will immediately split into 2 groups. You go to rescue Ah Swan, and I will restrain the evil Buddha from the front and buy time. Yichen narrowed his eyes, slowly saying, it's just that your situation is much more dangerous than mine. Looking intently at the 2 of them, he continued, to eliminate the 5 elements, I messed up your chi channels, which also means that you cannot use spells. The length of the rescue time is the only variable in this plan. Xiao Qiao's face was pale, and she said softly, variable? The hope of survival in a desperate situation is also a variable. Her eyes were determined, her thin eyebrows furrowed. Shizu, I am willing to try, regardless of life or death. General Xia stared blankly at her. Yi Qin waved his hand, all right. A band of spiritual energy appeared, wrapping around their bodies. After you succeed, throw this leaf. I will immediately end the battle and meet you. Raising his hand to make a command sign, go. The 3 of them were full of momentum, ready to fight. General Xia and Xiao Qiao were surrounded by a pool of mud. General Xia moved slowly, her hand tightly gripping the sword behind her. Without the help of talismans and techniques, we can only burn this far? Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? When starting the formation and entering outside the 5 elements, I glimpsed the evil Buddha in a pure white Elysium. Xiao Qiao carefully looked ahead, leading the way. I have walked this road thousands of times and won't be wrong. That pure white Elysium is a mystical shape that beast created himself. It is fundamentally no different from this mud. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in surprise. Waving her hand to stop General Xia from taking another step, stop. In front of them was a large, fiery red eye, covered with bloodshot veins, lying on a stone flower tree. We've arrived. Xiao Qiao and General Xia gently walked to the front of the tree. General Xia was surprised. This demon is. Xiao Qiao explained softly, this thing is called Tongtian Duo. It is the guard that the evil Buddha placed here. Within 10 feet of being caught by it, there will be no bones left. She hid behind the tree, looking up at the eye. Shifu is imprisoned behind it. Judging from the appearance of this thing, it must have a very wide field of vision. General Xia pursed her lips, secretly assessing in her heart, even without the help of spells, it wouldn't be difficult for me to kill it with my speed. She frowned, looking worried, but it might alarm the evil Buddha and hinder the venerable. Xiao Qiao said quietly, 3. She continued counting, 2. General Xia was surprised. Wait, first. Xiao Qiao lowered her head slightly, her eyebrows furrowed. 1. The flower that wrapped the eye suddenly closed. Xiao Qiao shouted, now! General Xia ran after her in surprise. What are you doing? She frowned, cold sweat streaming down. Nothing. Tong Tian Dao has good eyesight and a fierce nature, but it also has a fatal weakness. Every 30 breaths, it will close its eyes and rest for a while. This is our chance. Xiao Qiao explained while running, there's a small door in front. Let's go through there. Remember, you must close your eyes when passing through the door, otherwise the mechanisms will blind you. She shouted, there is a lantern 15 feet away from the small door. Take it, otherwise you will be entangled by wandering souls. And General Xia looked at her intently. Is she always like this here? Xiao Qiao carried a small lantern, leading the way, stepping over the traps many times, remembering the tricks of each mechanism. The 2 of them worked together, hiding and escaping from the giant demon, day after day, just to save their Shifu. General Xia gripped her sword, blocking in front of Xiao Qiao. If it were me. Her sword swung down powerfully. Could I be like her, enduring for so long? Smoke rose from the slash, dimming the scene. Xiao Qiao's eyes flashed with longing, and she called out, Shifu. In front of them was Swan Zi's body, suspended in the air by chains. General Xia narrowed her eyes, glancing at Xiao Qiao, who was squatting beside her. Xiao Qiao squinted, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The evil Buddha is arrogant, thinking that no one can overcome the maze and rescue Shifu. Therefore, no defense systems have been set up here. General, just take away the bewitching nail on Shifu's body and cut the iron chain to rescue him. General Xia pursed her lips, silently listening to her. The 2 of them carefully looked towards Swan Zi, who was held tightly in the air. On Kushinghua Dianxia's body, there is the smell of Duanhuan tea. This thread is wrapped around the qi channels and is difficult to detect. It can connect the caster and the person affected by the technique. If the thread is broken, not only will the person affected by the technique die, but the caster will immediately realize it. Xiao Qiao's eyes widened, and her pupils trembled slightly. What? Vivid memories with Swan Zi flashed through her mind. Xiao Qiao turned pale, collapsing to the ground. She bit her lip, sobbing, Can I still not save you? General Xia said in a deep voice, don't say such foolish words. She took out a jade. Didn't the Venerable let us come together? General Xia handed the jade to Xiao Qiao, Her Majesty's Jade Transmission Order, named Resuscitation Talisman. If you encounter a fatal calamity, it can be considered another life. She glanced down at her. Could it be that you don't need to be so troublesome? Probably the Venerable observed that I have the Jade Transmission Order. After all, there is Her Majesty's aura on it. General Xia turned towards Xuanzi, gently saying, this Duan Huan-Ti only recognizes the caster, not the person affected by the technique. Just use hair as a medium and tie it to the resuscitation talisman. Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up, smiling brightly, clutching the jade. Let it replace Kashin Guadianxia. A hoarse voice rang out, oh. Bai Xianfo slightly turned his head, looking behind him. That Duan Huan-Ti? Is it an illusion? Yichen said in a deep voice, clenching his fist. Hey. He swung his fist straight at him, causing the water to splash. His eyes were sharp. Where are you looking? You must concentrate when fighting. I'll teach you now. Understand? Bai Xianfo was shattered all over, and he said in a deep voice, little bug. He turned into a stream of dark spiritual energy, rushing over as if wanting to swallow him. In this place, you are in my pocket. He lowered his head silently before the huge stream of spiritual energy rushing over. The dark spiritual energy fluctuated constantly, turning into ugly evil spirits. They wrapped tightly around him. Your only choice is to have me cut off your head and throw away your tail. 3 evil spirits opened their mouths wide, ferociously pouncing on him. The evil spirit was surprised when his voice rang out, good. They clamored, what? What did you do? Yichen's face was gloomy. It's not what I did, but what I want to do. A powerful stream of spiritual energy released from his body, pushing back the evil spirits. He narrowed his eyes, pointing at them. I can finally beat you up without any scruples. The evil spirit widened its eyes and screamed. It grinned, yang energy, pure yang energy. You actually have so much. Another evil spirit bared its sharp teeth. Jiyang's sacred body Shengxi round level 1, can see my true form. The evil spirit extended its pale hands towards him, truly outstanding. It squeezed Yichen's body. I must eat you. The evil spirit rushed forward, swallowing him into its mouth. It squinted contentedly. Hit by my Shifei, even if you are a great power Shengxi round level 6, you can only be torn apart by me. Its pupil contracted, surprised, huh? The evil spirit trembled. I can't bite it. Yichen sneered, raising his voice. Have you scraped your tongue? He squeezed its tongue. A mosquito bite hurts more than your bite. A black liquid poured out of the evil spirit's mouth, and it howled, your body has become sanctified? Without saying a word, Yichen rushed forward, punching it in the face. His eyes were sharp, staring at the evil spirit. What? Are you very jealous? He clenched his fist. There's still a surprise for you. He poured spiritual energy, punching the evil spirit powerfully. The powerful stream of spiritual energy caused its body to explode. The evil spirit touched its face in shock, moaning, this is... Yichen lowered his head slightly, sneering, body. The evil spirit with a complete body was full of shock, and he said in a deep voice, don't you want this? It gritted its teeth, glancing at its severed arm. The evil spirit panicked, sighing in its heart, what kind of sacred being is this? He can actually create a body for me with his bare hands. It suddenly froze, cold sweat streaming down. Its entire body was bound in the air by bands of spiritual energy. Yichen faced it, saying in a deep voice, why are you leaving in such a hurry? He sneered, slowly walking towards the evil spirit. His face revealed a fierce look. Tianxian Gate formation, the fate between us has not ended. The evil spirit was terrified. What kind of magic is this? It can actually imprison me so that I can't move. It roared. One of its arms was cut off. Yichen waved his hand coldly. He narrowed his eyes. The strands of sharp spiritual energy from my fingertips. This feeling is more suitable. The evil spirit trembled in fear, and Yichen raised his voice. Having a body, you must be very happy, right? He squinted, raising his hand to think what to do with such an ugly face. A thin band of spiritual energy appeared, passing through the evil spirit's mouth. Yichen tilted his head, sneering, you don't need to open your mouth. I understand. It's because this body is too ugly. His every word terrified the evil spirit. It's okay. I'll help you fix it. Its mouth was sewn shut tightly, and its 3 eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, were tearing up. Yichen smiled gleefully, slightly moving his fingers. There's still better, don't rush. The evil spirit's legs were cut in half, these legs, carrying you to harm all sides, not good. Its 2 remaining heads were also cut off, this head, making you come up with bad ideas, not good. The evil spirit's entire body was covered in blood, and it screamed miserably. Yichen smiled, clenching his hand, raising it up. You don't need to use any of them. His face was also stained with blood, slightly curling his lips in satisfaction. He contentedly looked at it, writhing in pain. This is more like it. The evil spirit gritted its teeth, hissing, Little bug, do you think you can kill me like this? It widened its eyes, shouting, I still have another body here. Biting down on the strand of red spiritual energy, it muttered, Tuanhuan Ti, activate. The red strand of spiritual energy suddenly exploded. After the smoke cleared, a piece of jade appeared at the end of the thread. The evil spirit was stunned. Yichen burst into laughter. This is the body you're talking about. Unique little Xiao, but you are so big, can you fit in? The evil spirit roared, It's you who did this. I want to kill you. I must kill you. Thin strands of spiritual energy wrapped around its face, making it panic. The strands of spiritual energy appeared more and more, piercing into the evil spirit's body. Its facial muscles tensed, its eyes widened. My body, which should have dissipated, is closing up. Yichen sneered, and a scroll gradually appeared in his hand. The body dissipates. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. Aren't I here to fix it for you? He narrowed his eyes, flicking his chin towards the evil spirit. Fix it until I am satisfied. From afar, Xiao Qiao and General Xiao ran over. The guiding leaf led us here. The evil spirit's tattered body was bound by strands of spiritual energy. Yichen glanced at them. How is Ah Swan? Xiao Qiao's cheeks were flushed, smiling happily. Fortunately, with the general's help, Shifu's life is not in danger. She's just waiting to wake up. Her eyes rolled back, and she shouted, What? Dead? Wouldn't that be too good for him? Xiao Qiao gritted her teeth, and anger rose. He harmed my Shifu, making her life worse than death. How can he deserve to have such an ending of body and soul dissipation? Cutting off his hands and feet, and refining him into an elixir are not enough. Yichen chuckled, haha. His face was gloomy, glancing slightly, that's right. It's too good for him. Bai Xianfo, in the form of an ugly evil spirit, had a hideous face, and his eyes were blank and soulless. Yichen said in a deep voice, Forever? Xiao Qiao widened her eyes happily, worthy of being Shizu. General Xia pursed her lips, secretly assessing in her heart. Releasing anger is one aspect. More importantly, in this way, the evil Buddha has fundamentally no chance to leave the 5 elements world. She carefully looked at the 2 people laughing and talking happily in front of her, from before entering outside the 5 elements until I used the Jade transmission order to save Kashingui Dianxia. The Venerable had arranged all the possibilities. Perhaps this result was also within his calculations. Yichen interrupted her thoughts. Is this what a powerhouse is like, General? General Xia shuddered. Venerable, what are your orders? He said in a deep voice, Put Ah Swan down. Swan Zi, her whole body covered in blood, was placed on the ground. Shizu, is Shifu's situation not optimistic? Yichen squatted down, reaching out towards her. Ah Swan's body can still remain in the outside of the 5 elements because of the evil Buddha's energy. Xiao Qiao, standing beside him, asked worriedly, Shifu hasn't woken up for a long time. Is it also related to the energy? Yichen narrowed his eyes. That's right, but the essential reason is because Ah Swan doesn't have a life-saving qi. She is really too weak, and her spiritual root is yin type. I and her are mutually exclusive, and cannot directly imbue qi. I can only stabilize her life force first, and think of a way when we get back. She pursed her lips, blaming herself in her heart. Shifu is because of me. She clenched her fist in her heart. Xiao Qiao said softly, Shizu, my spiritual root and Shifu's are the same type. Her eyes were firm. Transfer my spiritual root to Shifu. General Xia exclaimed in surprise, Spiritual root transfer? But doing so you will. She smiled sadly, lowering her face to the ground. General, have you thought about the end of your own life? Xiao Qiao of childhood only knew how to helplessly let others manipulate her. Thanks to the grace of God, my Jin inner core was considered Jin looting. At first, I thought the end of my life was just a tool to help others cultivate. She now squinted, smiling brightly. Everyone abandoned me and left me, or approached me for exploitation, just because I am a congenital flaw. To be honest, I never thought that one day I would have the opportunity to save someone. Yichen looked up at her, and Xiao Qiao continued, and Shifu just happens to be the most important person to me. Such an ending can be considered wonderful for me. Therefore, she clasped her hands and bowed low. Please fulfill my wish. Yichen said slowly, okay. A powerful stream of spiritual energy gradually surrounded Xiao Qiao's body. She narrowed her eyes, trying to speak. There is still one thing. Looking towards Swanzi, who was still lying unconscious on the ground, she shouted, when Shifu wakes up, please tell her that Xiao Qiao has gone to wander around the mainland to become a legitimate cultivator. She raised her head high, tears welling up, smiling loudly. I consider it complete. The stream of spiritual energy went out, and suddenly she jumped up in shock. Huh? Spiritual root transfer? My body should have dissipated. Why am I still? His voice rang out, making her widen her eyes. Silly girl. Yichen embraced Swanzi's body, glancing at her. Spiritual roots are transferred to each other. If it were someone else holding the knife, you would definitely die. But now I control the whole situation. What's so difficult about saving your life? He frowned. It's just that your spiritual root is gone, and your inner core is also ruined. I'm afraid you can't cultivate anymore. Xiao Qiao's cheeks were flushed, running over to hug him. She sobbed, happily looking at Yichen. Okay, this is very good. Shifu is saved, and I don't have to be a flawed thing anymore. Shizu, thank you. He awkwardly reached out to push her face away. No, just say thank you with your mouth. She shouted, how is that enough? General Xia smiled at them, sighing in her heart, a gentle powerhouse. Yichen blocked Xiao Qiao with one hand and cast the spell with the other. Okay, everything is almost resolved. He said softly to the group of 3. Xiao Qiao, you go back. They left very quickly. Before leaving, Xiao Qiao called out, Shizu. Yichen looked at her in surprise. Yan and I sat on the chair, resting her chin, looking at them. So. Yichen was sweating coldly, rubbing his head. Yan and I, let me explain. Her face darkened with gloom, narrowing her eyes at the group of people. Yichen. She leaned closer to his face. Shifu, think carefully before you speak. Yan and I narrowed her eyes, reaching out to support her chin. Family law awaits. Swanzi was placed neatly on the hospital bed. The family members ran over to take care of her, and Xiao Qiao stood outside, watching anxiously. General Xia comforted her. Don't worry. Her Majesty has sent the best medical practitioners of the sect to treat Kushingui Dianxia. Xiao Qiao was relieved to hear this, pursing her lips, smiling lightly. She opened her mouth. This trip has really brought you too much trouble. That's right, where did Her Majesty and Shizu go? I want to perform a great ceremony to express my gratitude to the two of you. General Xia was stunned to hear this. She pushed Xiao Qiao away. I will take you to change clothes and eat first. General Xia stammered, the two of them. In another place, Yan and I breathed out with difficulty. She moved slowly. Yan Yi's face was flushed, and her breathing was rapid. Yichen, with his hands tied tightly to the bed by her, smiled awkwardly. Yan and I, what are you doing? He looked awkwardly at her sitting on top of him. You need to find a place without people to ask questions. Shifu understands, but why tie Shifu's hands? Yan and I interrupted him, taking a ribbon and blindfolding him. Shifu, just wait and you'll know. What are you saying so much for? Yichen was quiet, sighing in his heart. This eldest disciple of mine is really troublesome. It seems it won't be easy for me. Yan and I pursed her lips, tightening the red silk ribbon. Just listen to her first, to reduce her anger. He suddenly widened his mouth in surprise. Wait, this feeling is... Yan and I leaned closer to him. What Shifu said to his disciple is too coincidental. Yan and I is no longer a 3-year-old child and is not so easily fooled. Just let the silk of truth know the truth of what you say. The long red silk was glowing, silk of truth, a weapon of the Wuji sect to interrogate suspects. After putting spiritual energy into it, connect this thing to the prisoner. Connect the senses to the prisoner, connect the chin to each other. When one side speaks the truth, the other side will feel extremely painful. Yichen shouted, what if you get hurt? Yan and I, listen to me, take it back first, Shifu. Yan and I hugged his neck and leaned in. Shifu, you broke through to Xingxi round level 1. Did you do something with that female cultivator? Yichen pondered. This is fundamentally not intended to give me a chance to refuse. He said softly, yes. Yen and I narrowed her eyes, hugging him tightly. The silk of truth has no reaction. It's a lie. That's good. She held his face close to hers. Shifu really loves his disciple and deliberately lied to avoid hurting her. Yen and I pursed her lips, tightly grasping the silk in her hand, but a lie is still a lie. I'd rather be a little more painful. Her words surprised him. She doesn't want to hear lies, making me feel uncomfortable. Yichen was silent, secretly assessing in his heart, the silk of truth has a reaction. What she said is true, but as her Shifu, how can I let my disciple get hurt? Yen and I reached out to touch his lips. She leaned closer to him. If Swanzi Shimi is really the Shifu of that female cultivator, then you went to rescue her. Are you concerned about Swanzi or that female cultivator? Yichen sighed secretly in his heart. Again, heavens? He sat up straight, putting his arms around her. Whether it's the little girl or Ah Swan, I took action to save them, not for other reasons. These two are people of my sect. I am their senior, and I have a responsibility. How can it involve romance? Fortunately. Yichen reached out and rubbed her head. These two answers are not considered the truth. Choose which one. Yen and I won't get hurt. Yen and I looked at him with wide eyes. Shifu. He called out in a deep voice, Ah Swan. Yen and I widened her eyes, looking at him worriedly. No, this is a lie. Could it be that Shifu cares more about that female cultivator? Yichen called out loudly, Yen and I. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. Yen and I clung to his sleeve, whispering, You brought that female cultivator back to the sect. Do you have feelings for her? Yichen panicked, quickly explaining, It's not like that. A jolt of electricity shocked Yen and I. Ugh. He panicked, shouting, Yen and I, damn it, I accidentally told the truth, hurting her. No, I must tear off the silk first. Her breathing gradually became heavy. Shifu. She bit her lip, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Yen and I is very happy. She leaned closer to him, and Yichen was puzzled. But why is Yen and I happy that I have no feelings for that girl? Yen and I pressed her chest close to him. Then the last question, Shifu. She moved closer, their foreheads touching. Do you want? She said softly, do you want? Her next word stunned him. Have a wedding night with me? Yichen was stunned, his brain as if it had stopped. Wedding night, dong fong dong hang dong. His stunned and blank appearance made Yen and I frown and pout. Idiot. She propped her leg across his hip, reaching out to hug him. Is pretending to be confused so difficult to understand? Yichen's cheeks were flushed, stammering, I skate. Her eyes drooped, her expression sad. Shifu, is it because Yen and I is not beautiful? Yichen exclaimed in panic, how could that be? Another jolt of electricity was transmitted, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. She breathed out wearily and heavily. He called out in panic, Yen and I. She narrowed her eyes, her breath broken, sneering, of course, no. It's just that if Shifu doesn't agree with me. Yen and I leaned forward, biting his ear lightly. I, on the contrary, want to see if you can bear it. Yichen leaned away, avoiding her. Don't play around. She then reached out to pinch his cheek, pulling him back. Gently embracing his face, leaning against her chest, Yen and I said in a deep voice, Are you not going to answer? She grasped his wrist, placing it on her thigh. Then all the better, hold it tight. Yen and I smiled, looking up at his hand on her thigh. I'll take it as you tacitly acknowledging that you agreed. Squeeze it tight. An explosion suddenly occurred from Yichen's location, stunning her. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a stand-in doll of him, bound tightly by the silk. Yen and I looked around blankly. He ran away. Yichen leaped into the air. He clutched a short piece of silk, running away with a flushed face. Too bad, I am a Shifu. Yen and I remained in the room, embracing her flushed face. How could I have a reaction to my own disciple? She touched her lips lightly. Yen and I tilted her head, curling her lips into a sneer. No wonder he wanted to run. He has that kind of strength. At a rushing waterfall. Yichen was meditating under the waterfall, mind and spirit united, chi following the form resembling a teacher, myriad changes without shock, mind and spirit united. Chi following the form resembling surplus, myriad changes. The image of Yen and I appeared in his mind. Yichen was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He punched himself to sober up. The water surged under the rocky ledge where he meditated. Yichen sighed. 100 times of the cleansing heart incantation are useless. It seems my Tao heart is still shallow. He narrowed his eyes. Yen and I, aren't you such an understanding little girl that it makes my heart ache? The image of the innocent and optimistic Yen and I of his youth appeared in his mind. Although her mouth doesn't let up, she is the most soft-hearted. The little girl had always been understanding, standing from a distance, watching everyone. She didn't compete or snatch, and even took care of her shimmy's food, clothing, and personal belongings. It was also that little girl who worried about bandaging the wounds for her fellow disciples. Many years ago, the sect was in chaos, and I fought on the front lines. She was the one who secretly took on the task of maintaining stability in the rear. The young Yen and I narrowed her eyes, smiling brightly. I said that in times of chaos, I only pray that the sect is peaceful, just because we are family. The image of Yen and I in the bed just now made him ponder, if we are family. His face was gloomy. Why do you want to be with me? He narrowed his eyes, looking at his palm. What attitude should I use to face you? A voice came from behind, surprising him. Shifu, are you pretending to be confused, or do you really not know? Yichen turned around, looking up. Luo Yen appeared happily. I can transform now, she said wittily. Thanks to Shifu attracting my remnant soul into the heavenly book, I have been nurtured well. He looked at her, continuing, what you are now is just a condensed aura. It is very dangerous to manifest at will. Yichen took out a small piece of jade. After Shifu's great battle with the evil Buddha, I absorbed most of his cultivation into this jade transmission order. It's just that your body is weak now and cannot absorb nutrients. I will nurture you more in a few days, and I will gradually imbue this cultivation into you. He glanced at Luo Yen as she spoke. You still haven't answered me. Her words made him widen his eyes in surprise. You don't know the thoughts of your eldest Shiji, or are you indifferent to her, and want to avoid it? Luo Yen sneered. If it's either. She leaned closer, teasing him. What do you think of Luo? Yi Chen's pupils contracted in surprise. What? She said shyly, softly, isn't it obvious? Luo Yen floated back and forth. If Shifu doesn't want to have a wedding night with eldest Shiji, then how about with me? She came closer, whispering in his ear, although I am a spirit body now, Luo is good. Luo Yen narrowed her eyes, reaching out coquettishly. I'm not inferior to eldest Shiji. How about it? Yichen turned cold, hitting her head hard. Luo Yen clutched her head in pain and resentment, and he scolded loudly, You're playing tricks again. Don't think that you are a spirit body and that Shifu can't punish you. One after another, is it so fun to tease Shifu? She lowered her head, smiling, narrowing her eyes sadly. She continued, the result is obviously easy to see. Luo Yen floated in the air. Shifu, you treat me like this, which is to see me as a child. The words of a child will not affect adults. Why be upset? She pointed at him gleefully, which is to say, you have seen eldest Shiji as a woman. Yi Chen's face flushed, stammering and shouting, What? He turned around and hurried away. No, that's not it. Yen and I is your Shiji and is also the most important disciple I value. Luo Yen floated, leaning back, following him. Isn't this a contradiction? Male-female love, what does it have to do with identity? She hugged her face, giggling, which is to say that eldest Shiji is not your type. Does Shifu like them a little smaller? Yichen shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Originally. Suddenly, smoke rose from her location, stunning him. A scroll fell to the ground, and a girl walked over, bending down to pick it up. Shifu. Yen and I handed the scroll to him. Who were you talking to? You even chose such a secret place, making it difficult for me to find you. He rubbed his head awkwardly, taking the scroll from her hand. Thank you. It looks like I haven't been discovered yet. As a teacher. Suddenly he remembered that there was still something to do. He was about to leave when Yen and I grabbed his hand. She came closer, narrowing her eyes, smiling. What's the matter that's so urgent? Just now, I seemed to hear something. What was it? Something about big and small. Yichen waved his hand, panicking, nervous. It's all right. He rolled his eyes, pointing to the sky awkwardly. According to my observation, the size is proportional to the chi quantity alchemy inside, thus affecting the speed of breaking through realms. This is the latest direction of cultivation researched by a certain teacher. In short, that is, the higher the cultivation realm, the bigger the higher. He secretly shed tears, lamenting in his heart, it's over. What am I talking about? Ha! Talking so excitedly, I will definitely be identified as a fake. The situation now is that I have to go with it. Yen and I will definitely. Yen and I suddenly covered her mouth, amused. Pfft. She narrowed her eyes, laughing brightly. Haha, what are you talking about? Her smile stunned him, his face turning red. Shifu, what are you thinking so wildly about again? If it follows that theory, wouldn't all the male cultivators in the world not be able to pursue females? Yichen looked at her with bright eyes. Fu. Yen and I suddenly brought her face close, startling him slightly. Shifu, what are you thinking? Yichen turned away awkwardly, avoiding her. No, nothing. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. It's just that I suddenly feel that only you in the world would laugh at my imaginative things. Yen and I stared at him blankly, with wide eyes. He raised his hand to his mouth, pretending to cough a few times. Yen and I, as for that thing you just said, I still. She stepped forward, stopping him from continuing. Yen and I narrowed her eyes, smiling gently at him. Shifu has traveled outside for so long. You must be very tired, right? Yichen nodded slightly. She is still Yen and I, who understands people's hearts. It really seems like I am overthinking things. Scene change. He was not wearing any clothes, only wrapped in a towel. His whole body was tense, a new feeling. A voice from behind surprised him. Shifu. Yen and I, wrapped in a towel, stood under the hot spring, calling him. Why don't you come in? Yichen embraced his head, blaming himself in his heart. Could it be? Damn it, could it be like that? She said it was to rest. I thought it was to eat or sleep, but it turned out like this. Yen and I glanced at him. What's wrong? I remember that Shifu likes being clean the most, so why aren't you taking a bath now? She sat on the edge of the pool, moving closer to him. The spring water in this pool is called Jade Dew. It is a divine spring for cultivation, number 1. It can not only dispel fatigue but also strengthen tendons and bones and refine cultivation. Shifu has traveled outside and broke through realms in a short time. Yen and I thinks now is the time to cultivate qi. Yen and I narrowed her eyes, her voice coquettish. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Yichen closed his eyes tightly, waving his hands and feet. How could that be? This is exactly what the teacher needs. Yen and I is so thoughtful and considers me so much. I'm happy. He raised his hand to cough lightly. It's just that men and women are different. You only need to bring me here. Before he could finish speaking, Yen and I came closer. Just let me do it myself. She grabbed his hand. Yichen was pulled into the water, only knowing to stand still, his eyes closed tightly. Yen and I hugged him happily. She pursed her lips, looking up at him. Shifu, I am your disciple. The master-disciple relationship doesn't even speak of gender. Yen and I pressed her body tightly against Yichen's chest. Furthermore, this Jade Dew spring is not enough to just bathe in. If you want to double the effect of cultivation, you also need to replenish each other's qi and inner strength. Shizuan, don't be stubborn. This time, obey your disciple and let me serve you. She leaned forward, whispering in his ear, is that okay? The scroll outside the hot spring suddenly moved. No need. I'm not that tired. Luo Yen poked her head out from the scroll. Hee. She walked over, pushing Yichen from behind as he spoke. Don't worry. Yen and I narrowed her eyes, slightly parting her lips, looking at him dazedly. Yichen's eyes rolled back, his whole body stiff as a statue. Yen and I reached for his shoulders. Shifu. General Xia and Xiao Xiao peeked at the two of them through the hazy smoke. Yen and I'm sorry. General Xia gritted her teeth, her hand tightly clenching the stone railing. Xiao Xiao, with wide eyes, listened shyly to their conversation. I don't like it. I know. General Xia frowned, shouting, damn it. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Xiao quickly covered her mouth, pulling her down. What are you doing, General? Haven't you heard the saying, rather tear down a temple than break up a couple? General Xia, with anger burning in her chest, removed her hand from her mouth. What break up? They're committing lewd acts in broad daylight before marriage. Where is Her Majesty's reputation? Xiao Qiao narrowed her eyes, amused. Oh, where did this moralist come from? It's another matter to talk about other people's affairs. You heard it just now too. Shizu is a man who cherishes jade. Don't worry. You keep your voice down. She pouted, sulking. Humph. She glanced over, pushing General Xiao's hand again. Fortunately, the general invited me to take a clean bath before coming to thank you. Looking at Yichen embracing each other below, she continued, otherwise, how could I have such good fortune? Xiao Qiao glanced over, softly saying, you said right? General Xian next to her had her head lowered, her eyes sad, narrowed, and her lips pursed tightly. She was silent, secretly assessing in her heart, the one who wants him is Her Majesty, right? Her Majesty is very important to her, right? Such private matters were seen by her. The general must not be feeling well. Xiao Qiao spoke, attracting General Xiao's attention, but what the general said is not wrong, hey. She tilted her head, winking happily, others are fine, but that is Her Majesty. Her Majesty's reputation resounds throughout the world. We can't let others seize an opportunity and gossip behind her. Back. Xiao Qiao clutched the railing, leaning forward, General, come over here a little. Let's secretly find an opportunity. She smiled, looking ahead, stop the different armies, interrupt. The Yen and I in front of her was still oblivious. She continued them. Xiao Qiao's pupils contracted in surprise, no. General Xia ran over from behind, holding her back, don't. She pulled Xiao Qiao to lie down on the ground, sure, didn't you tell me to speak softly? Why are you shouting? She grabbed her wrist angrily, roaring, wasn't it said to cherish the jade? Why use a real sword? And in the bath? What if it's not clean and you get sick? General Xia was stunned, huh? Xiao Qiao was frustrated, there's no more important key point. She made a posture like a fortune teller, raising her voice, the general doesn't know, but I not only have the business of fortune telling, but I am also considered half a Yui. Xiao Qiao frowned, raising 3 fingers, making a sign, in recent years, there were not 28 but 30 women who were not careful in their actions and got sick. Moreover, Shizu has a Jiang sacred body, mainly great strength and bricks flying. If we're not careful, Her Majesty will definitely be injured. Yen and I pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed, if there are more special preferences. Her imagination caused them to panic. Don't do such a thing. Xiao Qiao grabbed her wrist, that's why I said. She clenched General Xiao's hand, her eyes bright. We are both women, naturally understanding women's pain. Now, it is not only related to Her Majesty's reputation, but even more to Her Majesty's health. We must prevent unexpected events from happening. General Xia pouted, that makes sense. The two of them listened secretly to the sounds from Yanni's location, this, then, how, Shifu, there. Xiao Qiao and General Xia turned to look at each other, nodding slightly. Then both of them immediately jumped down from the building. Shizu, wait. Squatting on the ground, Xiao Qiao raised her hand to stop Yi Chen's action, lowering her stick gently. In front of them was a hazy smoke, and the bath was empty. The two stood blankly in front of the bath. Where is everyone? Yen and I nestled deeply in Yi Chen's arms, pouting, tch, still couldn't prevent it. I thought that when taking a private bath, I wouldn't create a barrier, but I didn't expect. She narrowed her eyes, softly saying, fortunately, there is Shifu, who timely used the concealment technique. Now I can safely continue. Looking up, the Yi Chen figure made her blank again, right, Shifu? Yi Chen put on his clothes again, running away with a flushed face, too dangerous. Scene change, Wuji sect, the market outside the sect. Yi Chen, leading Luo Yan, strolled through the crowded and noisy market, don't run so fast. Ha, Ajie, come and catch me. She praised him happily. I wonder if there is any kind Shifu who can buy me a candied hawthorn. Yi Chen sighed wearily. Condensing your form has already taken a lot of effort. How can you have teeth to eat candied hawthorn? Luo Yan pouted, floating back and forth in the air. Don't I have a Shifu who loves me the most? Even if the body is tired, he doesn't forget to conceal my heavenly book, preventing others from seeing me. Luo can get out of the book and go for a walk. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, turning his head to look at her. I do love you, but you don't sympathize with Shifu in the slightest. Just now when taking a bath, you not only push me. Luo Yan pouted, her tone obvious. If it weren't for my push, Shifu would only touch eldest Shiji in the year of the monkey. Yi Chen lowered his head, sighing, grown-up matters, children don't interfere. Luo Yan put her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks, angry, maybe, you have been in seclusion for over 100 years. Regardless of Shiji or Luo, they are no longer children. You and Shiji clearly have a mutual crush, what does it matter if others see you? She blinked, shaking her head, and deliberately hid here at the Immortal Gate. I really don't understand. Eldest Shiji doesn't eat people. Is the word love so hard to write? Yichen froze, causing Luo Yan's soul to pass through him. I'll. She pursed her lips, angrily scolding him. Shifu, are you listening to me? In front of them was Qing and I, with a body full of wounds, being supported by Xiaohe. The surrounding people ran over worriedly to check their situation. Xiaohe, seeing him, had tears in her eyes. Senior. Seeing him, she immediately sobbed. Senior, I beg you, save my Shiji. Yichen widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the two of them. He recalled his first meeting with the two of them, muttering, the two of you are, Baiwa sect by Xiaohe, Baiwa sect, by Qingni. Xiaohe pursed her lips, crying, supporting her Jiejia. Qing and I was placed lying face up on the floor. Yichen, carrying a scroll that was still smoldering, walked over. Alright, your Shiji is like this because her inner core is weak and her physical strength can't support her. I have already used spells to replenish her. There's no need to worry. Xiaohe sobbed, looking at him. Hovu, thank you senior for helping. If it weren't for you, my Shiji, I'm afraid. He suddenly made a cut on the clothes Xiaohe was wearing, causing her to be stunned. Yichen narrowed his eyes. Just now, on the road, I sensed the aura of strange spell imprints on both of you. Xiaohe turned away shyly, and he asked, what exactly is going on? Her eyes flickered, worthy of being a senior. Then I have no choice but to tell the truth. Xiaohe blinked, pulling up her clothes. Senior, please see. Yichen was shocked. This imprint is... He recalled the black-clad stranger he had fought. The image of the Blood River ancestor rolling his eyes back, grinning, appeared in his mind. Isn't that the holy seal of the Blood River sect that I personally wiped out centuries ago? He frowned, saying in a deep voice, did you voluntarily accept the Blood River imprint? Xiaohe exclaimed in panic, how could that be? My sister and I came from the Baiwa sect and swore an oath to the ancestor with our lives, absolutely not betraying the ancestors. Yichen's face was gloomy. Then it's a private feud. She continued, even less so. This is the first time my sister and I have gone down the mountain to travel. Luo Yan floated above his head, laughing. Humph, then it's strange. This is the first time you've gone out and encountered this kind of thing, and you're still wandering around the territory of the Wuji sect. Shifu, could these two sisters be spies? Yichen lowered his head slightly, secretly assessing in his heart, these two have already shown their faces in front of the Baiwa team. If they are really spies, how can they return to the Wuji sect? Disciples of the Baiwa sect leading the sect to travel must have the order of the sect master. Is it that there are missions related to the Blood River sect? On the way? Xiaohe looked at him with wide eyes. How could that be? My Shizu is telling us. She blinked, lowering her head. We are following Shizu's orders to go to the central continent to find herbs. Xiaohe narrowed her eyes, her eyebrows furrowed. On the way, we passed by the Wuji sect and were fortunate to have Senior save us and keep us alive. The memory of Yichen saving the two reappeared. Are you alright? She softly continued to tell the story. After that, my sister and I went east, but in a village, we encountered people from the Blood River sect issuing sect orders. In front of them was a man whose neck was being squeezed by people from the Blood River sect. The red mark was modeled all over his body, and he was painfully shouting. No. Rather than saying they were issuing sect orders, it would be better to say they were carrying out abuse. They used torture to force them to carve the Blood River mark. They didn't even spare a 7-year-old child. Xiaohe was shocked when the Blood River sect people discovered them. My sister and I originally wanted to escape first and wait for an opportunity to rescue the villagers. But we were caught. Sister, Xiao Tao, hold on tight. In the midst of the crisis, my sister stimulated the life-saving technique to protect me and fought them for a while to cut them off. At that time, Qing and I used spiritual energy to protect her sister, trying to escape from the Blood River sect people, only to discover that her sister had been carved with the seal of the Blood River sect. That night was a full moon night. My sister suddenly couldn't bear the pain and almost wanted to commit suicide. Qing and I gritted her teeth in pain because of the imprint on her body. The road back to the sect was far away, and my cultivation was too low. I was afraid of being followed by the Blood River sect people. I dragged my sister back to the territory of the Wuji sect, wanting to borrow the prestige of Her Majesty the female emperor to block the villains. If I was lucky enough to meet you, maybe you could still save us. That's why. Xiaohe narrowed her eyes, lowering her head. The road back to the sect was far away, and my cultivation was too low. I was afraid of being followed by the Blood River sect people. I dragged my sister back to the territory of the Wuji sect, wanting to borrow the prestige of Her Majesty the female emperor to block the villains. If I was lucky enough to meet you, maybe you could still save us. That's why. Yuchen looked at her, who was bowing, lowering her face to the ground in front of him, and said softly, "No need to be ashamed. The road of the Jianghu will inevitably have times of convenience. But according to what you said, only your Shiji was carved with the Blood River mark, so why are you?" Xiaohe narrowed her eyes, saying softly, "The mark on my body suddenly appeared yesterday, or from the beginning, they didn't intend to spare the two of us sisters." Yuchen glanced behind him, secretly assessing in his heart, this is a bit troublesome. The Blood River ancestor glared, curling his lips into a laugh. The so-called Blood River mark is the restriction that the leader of the Blood River sect placed on his followers. The person who has this mark imprinted on their body will have their cultivation drawn from their flesh and gathered on the leader's body. The man shouted in pain, his body covered in flames. The fate of the sect members is either to be sucked dry or to become possessed. To solve this mark, you can only kill the person who cast it. Yuchen narrowed his eyebrows, glaring. Xiaohe looked down, calling him loudly, "Senior." She came closer, tightly gripping his hand. "Perhaps on the next full moon, my sister and I will both be affected by the Blood River sect. Last time, it was the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Next time, it may be the consumption of the physical body. If that is really the case, please take the remains of the two of us sisters to the Baiwa sect for a trip. And it will be considered as returning to our roots." He silently listened to what she said. "Senior's kindness, this girl will definitely repay it in the next life." Luo Yen floated in the air, frowning unhappily. "TCH, have I seen this plot many times?" Yuchen leaped into the air, leaving. Luo Yen narrowed her eyes, casually asking him, "Shifu, you want to leave this city and directly deal with the red-clad old man?" Yuchen frowned, "That's for sure. Centuries ago, the Blood River sect was already a heretical sect. I remember their leader's title was called." She asked curiously, repeating, "Blood River ancestor, that's right." He pondered. "But during the great battle between the sects, I remember that I indeed slashed him to death under my horse." Luo Yen followed him closely, narrowing her eyes. Smiling, "What's the big deal? My 6 paths were broken, didn't I also live in the heavenly book? Cultivators, who doesn't have a life-saving trump card?" Yuchen glanced at her. "Cultivators don't mean they can do whatever they want. You also heard just now that the Blood River sect has taken action against ordinary people. Can I still stand idly by?" Luo Yen frowned, shaking her head. "It's not this." He asked in confusion, "Then what else?" She widened her eyes, gritting her teeth. "Eldest Shiji." Luo Yen stepped forward, reaching out to knock on his head. "If the little girl is telling the truth, wouldn't eldest Shiji know about this?" Yuchen pursed his lips, calculating in his heart, "That's right. A little girl from another place can discover the traces of the Blood River sect, let alone the Yen Ni female emperor. Yen Ni has always seen evil as her enemy, and wouldn't be able to ignore it unless—" Luo Yen smiled, continuing, "Didn't I say it? We are no longer children. Eldest Shiji is doing this for a reason." She came closer, leaning her body against his head. "Shifu doesn't need to rush to the front like before. The important thing is to discuss it with eldest Shiji. Eldest Shiji must still be waiting for you to come back." Yuchen looked at Luo Yen and thought. He narrowed his eyes. That's right, I should go back." He stood in front of a large mansion. Yuchen knocked lightly on the door, calling in, "Yen." Before he could finish speaking, the door suddenly burst open. Yuchen was stunned. Yen and I. Yen and I ran out, her face smudged. "Shifu, you're back." She ran over happily, grabbing his hand. "It's time to eat after bathing. I just happened to have a kitchen in the room, making the fried eggs you like the most." Yuchen looked at his disciple thoughtfully. "I made such a big commotion just now, I thought I wouldn't dare to face Yen and I, but she's worried about me being hungry." He recalled his first meeting with General Xia, saying, "Before, on the road, I encountered a love situation. Yen and I only exchanged spiritual consciousness with the little dog General, and never left the city to find me. Shifu, do you still remember Yen and I? Perhaps the sect has something more important than Yen and I being concerned." He secretly assessed in his heart, could it be that at that time, Yen and I had already discovered the movements of the Blood River sect? He narrowed his eyes, looking at her. Yan and I, Shifu has something too. Yan and I smiled, gesturing for him to be quiet. Yan and I knows what Shifu wants to ask. Yan and I supported her chin, sighing, haze. She, in the past, sat on a rocky ledge, sad in her heart. Shifu, you are really going as soon as you say you're going. Why? Yan and I pursed her lips, sobbing. Now that the remnants have been removed, the rest are all good days, yeah. Her body trembled as she cried, why don't you take me with you? Leaving Yan and I alone outside. Why? She continued, but as soon as I went into seclusion for more than a month. Yan and I gritted her teeth in pain as she was captured and tied up. The Blood River ancestor of Manhwa, that person who should have been beheaded by you, actually appeared before me. Smoke rose, and he not only did not die but also activated the magic to trap me, wanting to leave the mark of the Blood River on me, making me a possessed being of his sect. At that time, I was already a Sashan realm cultivator. Logically, he wouldn't be so troublesome, but in reality, I was suppressed and couldn't move. The Blood River ancestor tightly gripped a large skull, grinning strangely. At this time, I noticed that in his hand was a red skull with bloodstains. This skull was not only terrifying in appearance, but also exuded unexpected luck. Yi Qin and the others sat at the table, talking. I had foreseen that this skull was very unusual, so I waited for an opportunity to use magic to break it. Unexpectedly, the Blood River old thief used the spiritual embryo to counterattack, protecting his skull until his death and escaping. After that, he disappeared from the world without any news. Yi Qin rubbed his chin, thinking, skull, red? According to Yan and I, this skull may be the Blood River ancestor's life-saving method. Could it be the holy object of the sect? No, such important intelligence, someone like me in those years could not have not known. Yan and I lowered her head, continuing his words. I thought this matter was suspicious, but unfortunately, the Blood River old thief had already hid at that time. Restoring the sect was the top priority, so I temporarily put the old thief aside, only sending spies throughout the continent to secretly inquire. But who knew? Yi Qin narrowed his eyes. Within the Wuji sect, there was a phenomenon of chaos rising first. Yan and I exclaimed in surprise. Shifu, you also know? He put his hands on the table, leaving the table. This is not difficult to guess. In the old thief's eyes, you are the most beloved disciple. He should kill you quickly. But he didn't. Instead, he wanted to leave the Blood River mark for you. He remembered the little girl Xiaohe, and this mark is used by the leader to collect energy and cultivate his body. At some point, he wants to develop it in the dark. Yi Qin narrowed his eyes, turning to leave. If it is secretly developing, then the chaotic situation is more beneficial to him. According to his vicious character, he could have released the converted people in the Wuji sect to attract new people, making people unable to see, but even like that, it's still. Yan and I said softly, still not enough. Nearly 10 years have passed, and the old thief, who had been out of touch, suddenly appeared, passing the news of recruiting soldiers in the north to my spies. She lowered her head, slowly walking beside him. He even killed some of my Ningxin realm generals, clearly showing that his strength has increased greatly, and is about to reach the Xingxi realm. Yan and I frowned, pursing her lips. Along with the summons, there was news of the deaths of innocent people living in the Wuji sect. The dried corpses being burned appeared in her mind. I have personally confirmed that the trace is exactly the pattern on the red skull, which is the Blood River pattern. Yan and I clenched her palm. After recognizing his intention at that time, I guessed that the preaching people of the old thief did not have a high cultivation. So I sent people to distribute spiritual medicine to the people. Drinking it would not add the imprint, but the initial symptoms were the same as adding the imprint. To trick those bald donkeys. She stared at her hand, her eyes worried, but their learning speed is much faster than I thought. After seeing through my delaying strategy, they began to torture the people to show off. In my heart, really. Yi Qin stretched out his hand, grabbing her hand. He narrowed his eyes, looking straight at Yan and I. She widened her eyes in surprise, her cheeks blushing. Yan and I said softly, Shifu. Yi Qin gently wiped away her tears. I understand Yan needs pain. The Blood River old thief is very cunning and vicious. He never wants to become a direct enemy of others. He wants to hide, so that no one in the world can find him. His tone was firm. If an attack is launched at this time and an order is given to kill the scattered followers in the sect, It will definitely cause panic among the people, making the chaotic situation even worse. We can't let the villains get away. He released the news to attract your attention while disturbing public opinion in the sect, just to make you busy dealing with it. When you are in trouble, he will take the opportunity to attack. Yen and I looked at him with sparkling eyes, stunned. Yichin continued, if he focuses on the direct battlefield, he can also gather more believers. Neither side loses. This trick is really insidious. He narrowed his eyes, his pupils wide open. A little impatience will ruin the big things. Yen's choice is the best choice. You can rest assured that I will personally kill that old thief and use his blood as sacrificial wine. We must. Yen and I frowned, clutching his hand, catch the harmful insects all in one net. She narrowed her eyebrows, lightly touching the corners of her eyes, smiling brightly at him. I didn't tell Shifu in advance because I was afraid that you would angrily grind those preaching bald donkeys into ash. But they are like locusts, hiding behind people, stirring up the wind and starting fires. Killing one group will only make more appear. Yen and I came forward to embrace her. Shifu, now that I know that Shifu and I are of one mind, I can't help but feel more at ease. Yichin happily responded, in your eyes? Is Shifu really that reckless? On the contrary, you can see my jokes. He narrowed his eyes, gently scolding her, if I hadn't accidentally met the Baiwa sisters, I don't know how long you would have been willing to open your mouth. His words made her pale. In the future, if anything happens, you must tell Shifu first. Yen and I was furious, hissing, Baiwa sisters. Her face darkened, her eyes full of killing intent. Shifu, didn't you say that you saw the Blood River imprint on the common people? She said in a deep voice, Baiwa, is it the Baiwa sect? The white-clad woman who often came to help my sect in those years. The killing intent in Yen's eyes shocked him. No, it's not Ben Hirashi herself, it's her disciples, wandering outside. Yen's face was fierce, her eyes lit up. You didn't even say her name. Are the two of you on bad terms? Yichin quickly waved his hands, explaining, it's just a friendship where we once argued, and after exiting seclusion, I haven't seen her again. I swear. Yen and I crossed her arms, pouting angrily. She frowned, asking again, really? Yichin, with a serious face, raised 3 fingers, swearing, more real than pearls. She propped her hands on her hips, poking her finger at his cheek. Okay, Yen and I will trust you once. Even if we are reconciled, from now on, I won't hide anything from you again. Shifu also can't hide anything from me. Yichin squinted, his face flushed. Okay, I'll listen to you. He pulled a chair, and the two sat back down at the wooden table. So, with the current situation, how does Yen and I want to do it? Can you tell Shifu? Yen and I curled her lips into a smile. She hugged her chest, leaning closer. Don't they want to cause chaos? That will solve the difficulty. The ancients said it well, the bigger the storm, the stronger the fish jump, so. Yen and I leaned closer, whispering and discussing with him. Outside the door, a shadow flashed past them. Scene changed. Somewhere in the cave, the black-clad man just now ran over. Old ancestor, you are truly like a god. The man was skinny, his eye sockets white, shouting. That fierce woman of the Wuji sect, as expected, didn't dare to blatantly clear the sect. His voice was hoarse. She certainly didn't expect that we are not in the north but in her place, in the inner scene of the sect. Before he could finish speaking, his head was cut off. The Blood River ancestor turned his face slightly. Hayes, you led me into the Wuji sect, and I have already seen you as an ally. He said in a low voice to the man in the white robe behind him, since we are family, why do you still want to use knives and swords? The man in the white robe hugged the sword in his hand, noisy. Everywhere was covered in smoke and the sound of sections. 5 years ago, the Blood River ancestor was ambushed in the north, secretly developing power in the continents. But he was suspicious of the Wuji sect power in the central region managed by the female emperor. Even if the Blood River sect had wings at this time, the Blood River ancestor was still unwilling to publicly challenge the female emperor in the Jianghu. The Blood River ancestor stood alone in the pouring rain. The two sides maintained a delicate balance, but on a rainy night, he looked up at the figure rushing over. The Blood River sect welcomed an unexpected rainstorm. The person swung the knife violently at him. The old ancestor helplessly embraced the bag and ran away. A mysterious guest not only clarified the nest that the Blood River ancestor had tried to hide but also slashed all the elite soldiers around. Him. A long slash blocked his steps, causing him to stop. The Blood River ancestor shouted in horror, You are, who? The man in the white robe glanced at him, a businessman. The Blood River ancestor lowered his body. Hayes, you've come again. If you think it's noisy, say a word, and I'll let the others leave. Why be like that, you're killing them all? He removed his hat, revealing his ugly, scratched face and protruding head, but a little cleanliness is not a bad thing. The white-clad man pursed his lips, silently looking at him. The Blood River old man raised his hand. The martyr I buried in the Wuji sect's inner scene has news. The female emperor plans to hold a heaven and earth sacrifice tonight. His voice was hoarse. The heaven and earth sacrifice, using the power of gods, ghosts, and people to celebrate yourself. Just a little mistake will cause a backlash. Not only failing to break through but also leading to the death of the body and the dissipation of the Tao. He took out a large skull from the bag. She wants to use one kill to set the outcome, permanently ending the grievances. Not worthy of being the most violent woman in the continent. But she is still too hasty. The Blood River ancestor looked at the white-clad man who was sitting. The overall situation is complete, only lacking the east wind. I hope my friend can help me remove the restrictions in the city of Wuji, so that my followers can enter the city, cheering for the female emperor. The man in white turned his face, moving his lips at him. The one who is hasty is you. The Blood River ancestor was silent, glaring at him, displeased. He shouted, The female emperor doesn't know that we are in the Wuji sect. As long as the army rushes into the sacrificial altar, we can let her be in turmoil. Now is the best opportunity. Where does the haste come from? The white-clad man pointed to his head, implying, softly saying, overt conspiracy. The Blood River ancestor narrowed his eyes, looking at him in surprise. He shouted, Could it be that the female emperor predicted that my army would rush into the altar? This news was deliberately released to my martyr. The white-clad man said softly, Not stupid. The Blood River ancestor widened his eyes upon hearing this. So that's how it is. She knows that there are my followers causing trouble in the inner scene of the sect. How could she easily let me receive the news of the heaven and earth sacrifice? If the army doesn't enter the sacrificial place, then I can safely break through. Conversely, if I lead the army to break in, then she will definitely ambush on the road to be sent. He muttered, Inviting you into the nest, also good, then let the disciples garrison the base camp. His face darkened, curling his lips into a laugh. Let this old monk personally cheer for the breaking through of Tao of the Dong Master. He secretly planned to destroy Yan and I when she was negligent. When she breaks through the realm, at the moment when her spiritual embryo and physical body cannot be unified. This old monk will hit her with the Blood River mark, so that she can become the imprisoned warmth of my sect. The Blood River ancestor looked up at the white-clad man, and you can get the old object of Deji Yeshu from the female emperor. In that way, the business will be done. Veins popped up on his face. Friend, rest assured. This old monk is definitely not an ungrateful person. After the matter is done, in addition to the old object of Yeshu, I will also give you. Suddenly, the edge of his face was cut, causing him to be shocked. The Blood River ancestor painfully embraced his face. Ugh, put away your knife. The white-clad man glared at him, softly saying, Disgusting. The Blood River ancestor lowered his head, reaching out to rub his face. Was I being abrupt? Bitch, since you don't want your face, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He widened his eyes, secretly assessing in his heart, Wait until I take the female emperor as my Xingxi realm imprisoned warmth, and I will immediately manipulate her to fight against you. I will then sit and reap the benefits, sucking you into my Blood River sect, to avenge your bloodbath of my camp that year. The man in white slowly stood up. The grand plan has been decided. When do we set off? Hearing this, he slowly took out a scroll, calmly answering, Now. Scene change, Wuji sect, inner sect scene. The Blood River ancestor stepped forward, laughing, Ha ha, my friend, worthy of being you. He widened his eyes, spreading his hands wide, looking down at the Wuji sect. Everything is as you predicted. The female emperor has indeed set up an ambush on the road we must pass. But what even I didn't expect is that 5 years ago, you had created a secret passage in the Wuji sect, leading directly to the main palace. His voice was hoarse. Now, we just wait for the good show to begin. The man in white silently glanced. He said softly, So much nonsense. Yen and I slowly walked over. She applied lip rouge to a piece of paper. Yi Chen, standing outside the door, asked softly, Yen and I, are you ready? Yen and I put the rouge down on the table. She narrowed her eyes, smiling. Let's go. Qing and I finally woke up, causing Xiaohe to rejoice and cry. Xiao Xiao clutched the talisman, hiding behind the wooden frame, monitoring the strangers. General Xia, injured all over, wearily leaned against the tree. Yen and I stood majestically under the bright moonlight, waving her hand. Everyone in the city hung bright lanterns, walking back and forth. An old mother narrowed her eyes, smiling gently at her young child. She pointed ahead. A person passing out notices ran over happily, handing her 2 sheets. The little girl took the notice with wide eyes. The old mother gently picked up the little girl. Being carried by her mother, the little girl squinted happily, smiling. At the largest city in the sect, Shang, shine on the earth, gather the spiritual energy, each attains their place. A black shadow gradually appeared on the roof of the city. The Blood River ancestor smiled fiercely, emerging from the black shadow. He took out the large skull, muttering. Looking down at Yen and I, who was walking slowly in the city, he narrowed his eyes fiercely. Turning around, he didn't see anyone. He muttered, assessing, the cold head in a panic will not show up again. That's good, no need for me to open my mouth. Yen and I widened her eyes, and streams of darkness pounced on her body. Yen Ni's body swayed, her pupils contracted red, and her mouth gaped open. She lost control, rushing forward. The maid following her was shocked to see her female emperor. Yen and I lost control, her head lowered, and the smoke was hazy. Her body was covered in mottled red marks, and she glared at the maid. A foot stomped heavily on the ground finally. The Blood River ancestor laughed loudly, walking to the back of Yen and I. The female guards carrying weapons ran to block in front of them. Suddenly, the mark began to spread on the hand of a female guard, causing her to panic. The eye on the skull lit up, and the Blood River ancestor smugly controlled Yen Ni's body. He widened his eyes, roaring. Yen and I, with white eyes, fiercely rushed over. Suddenly, her face darkened. Yen and I swayed, falling to the ground, surprising the Blood River ancestor. He widened his eyes in horror, roaring. Yen and I lay motionless on the ground. Before he could get over his surprise, Yi Chen appeared from behind, raising his fist towards him. What exactly? His punch caused the Blood River ancestor to lose his momentum, flying far away. He was blown away, hitting the wall, and smoke rose hazily. The Blood River ancestor spat out a black liquid from his mouth. Horrified, you are. Yi Chen sneered, looking at him. The Blood River ancestor's face wrinkled, coughing out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly looked at the person standing behind him. Yen and I, in a completely different appearance, walked over with a sneer. She smiled, happily running to his side. The Blood River ancestor gaped, his eyes wide with shock. Yen and I leaned affectionately into Yi Chen's arms. He narrowed his eyes, explaining loudly. Yen and I raised her hand, saying loudly, and Yi Chen continued, Yen Ni's many years of planning are contrary to her personality of repaying grudges. The female guards pulled each other and appeared. Yi Chen looked at him calmly. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The Blood River ancestor lowered his face, slowly standing up. He gritted his festering teeth. The Blood River ancestor roared in anger, cursing. From his body, a group of dark red tentacles wriggled out. His eyes fiercely looked through the tentacles. The black-clad man suddenly appeared from behind Yen and I. She was shocked, widening her eyes to glance behind. Yi Chen pulled her back, raising his hand to block the sword slashing down from the white-clad man. Yen and I was shocked, looking at Yi Chen in front of her. Yi Chen's pupils contracted in surprise. The ice on the face of the white-clad man fell off, revealing a young girl's face and fiery red eyes. Yi Chen blocked the sword slashing down at Yen and I. He glared at the white-clad man. It really is you, Tu Luo. Looking straight into her eyes, he said softly, how did you become like this? Tu Luo leaped back. She pulled up her hat and cloak. The Blood River ancestor walked over, chuckling, hi. He grimaced, laughing loudly. Blood spurted from his mouth. Ha, Yisu, when you plotted against me, did you think of this good show? Don't worry, I still have a big gift for you. Suddenly, the Blood River ancestor widened his eyes, and his face exploded. The large explosion caused smoke to rise. Yi Chen glared, his hand contracting. A towering spiritual force rose, pointing at him. Say one more word, and your chin will be unnecessary. Tu Luo seized the opportunity, clenching her sword, rushing over. Yen and I exclaimed in shock, "Shimmy, you can't!" The sword slashed down towards Yen and I, surprising Yi-Chen. A strong shock crashed over, causing her to cry out in pain, raising her hand to block it. Tu Luo glared, her voice cold. "What's the point of Shiji deceiving yourself?" Yi-Chen's face was gloomy, full of killing intent, his eyes wide. The killing intent from him terrified Tu Luo. Another large explosion occurred, carrying tremors and smoke. Tu Luo was knocked down, raising her sword to block Yi-Chen's attack. He glared, saying in a deep, fierce voice, "Fellow disciples of the same sect are considered family. No matter what, you shouldn't attack your Shiji, Tu Luo." She narrowed her eyebrows, glancing at him from under the sword, quite similar. Tu Luo flicked her sword, retreating. She clenched her sword, rushing over with a serious face, just in time to test the blade. Tu Luo turned around, swinging her knife forward. Yi-Chen was silent, easily blocking the sword with his hand. Yen and I, with scratches all over her body, shouted, "Shifu, Tu Luo, stop!" She widened her eyes, embracing her body. "Don't deceive yourself. Take a good look at the person in front of you. You are my Shifu, Ben Zun." Yi-Chen and Tu Luo continued to fight, ignoring Yen Ni's shouts. "Why don't you believe me?" Yi-Chen frowned. "Yen and I, what does this mean?" Tu Luo glared, clenching her sword, raising her hand towards Yen and I. "Shiji, hand him over. I will definitely not make things difficult for you." The blade slashed at her. Yen Ni's body broke in half, revealing Yi-Chen's back. Tu Luo pursed her lips, lightly wiping the blood on her cheek. "Still has strength." Yi-Chen's face darkened, saying in a deep voice, "Tu Luo." Her necklace was revealed under her cloak. "You can avoid my attack entirely because of the Xianjing camera on your body. This is still something I gave you that year." He embraced Yen and I in his arms, glaring at her. "You definitely want to confront us?" Tu Luo gritted her teeth, pulling her hat down. "You." She lowered her face to the ground. "Is not my Shifu." Yi-Chen was stunned, muttering, "Is not." He instantly appeared right behind her. "Then I can only collect you once again." Tu Luo's pupils contracted in panic. "So you can still accelerate?" The fire burst into a large explosion, and Yen and I swayed in the wind. She widened her eyes, frowning slightly, softly calling, Shimmy." Yen Ni's eyes showed sadness. "Why exactly?" Tu Luo fell to the ground, and she shouted resentfully, "Why did you stop me from going down the mountain?" Yen Ni's tone was firm, replying, "Shifu is not dead. He is just in seclusion. Shimmy, don't listen to the rumors." Tu Luo, at that time, angrily grabbed her sword and slashed, "Lies. I have seen Shifu's body with my own eyes. Shiji, don't deceive me anymore." Yen and I held tightly to the dagger, blocking the large sword, causing her whole body to tremble. Absolutely impossible. The cliff where Shifu went into seclusion was personally escorted by me. Everything you saw was a conspiracy of miscellaneous people. Going down the mountain to seek revenge will only fall into their conspiracy. I can't watch you go to your death. Tu Luo's words made Yen and I widen her eyes in surprise. Ba Tianjinzun. Her eye sockets were tearing up, and she continued, hearing the name of the culprit. "You are afraid, right? But I'm not afraid. I'm not a coward anymore." Currently, Yi-Chen and Tu Luo were fighting fiercely, with spiritual energy constantly rubbing against each other. Suddenly, he stood still. Yen and I narrowed her eyes, blocking in front of him. Yen and I. The ends of her eyes curved down with sadness. "Shifu, Yen and I begs you, let us sit down and listen to Shimmy tell us the details." The red mark suddenly spread all over her body, causing her to cry out in pain. Yi-Chen panicked. "Yen and I?" Tu Luo turned her face back in surprise. The Blood River ancestor had awakened long ago, surrounded by a stream of gloomy spiritual energy. He widened his eyes fiercely, and the large skull on his head flickered with flames. He roared, "Wan Yen and I, this time, you truly belong to me." On the roof of the city, two figures rushed through the night. "Jiejie." Xiao he asked worriedly, "Jiejie, your wound is not healed. Just let me do the reconnaissance work." Qing and I, leading the way ahead, replied with a serious face, "No. It's all because I'm usually too arrogant and indulge you, doting on you to the point that you forget the Shiji's teachings. Answer me honestly. After that senior saved me, did you tell him about our mission?" Xiao He widened her eyes, quickly saying, "How would I dare? The mission Shiji gave us is to find the owner of the heavenly book and hand over the token to that person." Otherwise, our Baiwa sect will face the danger of extermination. I am a slip of the tongue will be struck by lightning, but Jiejia. Her voice questioned, but Qing and I only pursed her lips in silence. What does this have to do with the fact that you insist on going to Senior's place? Suddenly, from behind, Xiao He was in pain, her whole body convulsing, crying out ugh. Qing and I panicked, rushing over to support her, Xiao Tao. The mark on Xiao He's body was red, and the little girl grimaced in pain. Jiejia, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. It's as if there are tens of thousands of insects biting me all over my body. Qing and I was flustered, symptoms of the blood river mark. Xiao Tao, why are you also? From afar, a scream echoed, surprising her. Ah! Everyone in the city was covered and corroded by the mark. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Father, mother, save me, ah! Qing Ni's fingers also twitched. She clenched her teeth in pain. Ugh, it started. Scene change. Yan Ni's face was dark, her eyes closed tightly, and the mark covered her body. Yi Chen, with a serious face, rushed quickly to the blood river ancestor. From the sky, Tu Luo, clenching her sword, rushed down between the two of them. The sword slashed straight at the blood river ancestor, creating a large explosion. She glared at him. The order is wrong. A punch landed, surprising Tu Luo. The sudden punch caused her to lose her balance, flying backwards. The head of the blood river ancestor was gone. His neck was empty with only some minced meat. Tu Luo, you're too late. He clutched the scarlet skull in his hand. The blood river mark has gathered Luan Yanni's spiritual energy into me. I have broken through the third level of the Xingxi realm. As long as the blood river mark exists, I will be immortal. Looking at the white-clad man cowering and trembling on the ground, he continued, Tu Luo lies in the order. Could it be that he first obtained the old object of Yisu? The demotion Bao seal, and then I took Luan Yan and I? The blood river ancestor laughed, putting on the skin mask again. But with the current situation, do I still have to listen to you? You are also something that belongs to me. Yi Chen stepped over from somewhere, kicking him fiercely away. His face darkened, narrowing his eyes, listening to him shout, Yisu, this attack of yours is really sinister. The blood river ancestor's pupils contracted, and he bared his teeth, roaring, but the current me, no matter who comes, cannot be killed. Centuries ago, I couldn't take your life. Now the time has come. His voice was triumphant as he looked at Yan and I, who was writhing in pain as she was gradually corroded by the mark. Even if you reach the Xingxi realm, you are only at the first level. What can you do? Tu Luo was attacked by his mark, gritting her teeth in pain, trying to tear off the ice on her face. No, even if my realm is equal to yours, there is no chance. The blood river old ancestor triumphantly raised the red skull, because the current blood river mark is no longer a sea restriction technique, but a chi spirit seal art. His eyes shone with a red and fierce light. In this world, there is nothing more advanced than this holy object, ha 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 ha. The blood river old ancestor shouted, and streams of spiritual power came from all directions towards the skull. Let it all turn into my nutrients. He widened his eyes, his mouth gaping. As long as I have this holy object in my hand, not only will I dominate the continent, but ascending to immortality and becoming a saint will not be difficult. Suddenly, his voice rang out, causing his pupils to tremble. No wonder you suddenly became so daring. Yi Chen floated calmly in the air, continuing, so you started playing Chi Spirit Ah. He looked up at him in surprise. The blood river mark that the holy object activates avoids him. He narrowed his eyes, his pupils reflecting a beam of light. Then you. With a snap of his fingers behind him, a huge spiritual energy dragon appeared. You have to call me father. The blood river old ancestor's face twisted in horror. What? Before he could react, thick strands of rope rushed over, tightly wrapping around him. The heavenly book acknowledges you. Impossible, even I can't lift it. The blood river old ancestor, gagged, could only look at him in fear. Who asked you? Yi Chen frowned, pointing at him. Isn't it obvious that something I created recognizes me? What I'm asking is. The red skull in the blood river old ancestor's hand instantly turned into a thin smoke, the unfilial child in your hand. The smoke cleared, leaving only a white skull lying on the ground. He exclaimed in surprise, Ame. The marks on the bodies of the people gradually disappeared. It's all right, I'm awake. They looked at their bodies in confusion and cheered. The thing on my body disappeared. It doesn't hurt anymore. Tu Luo widened her eyes, following the marks that were gradually disappearing on her hand. Call the medical practitioners. This place needs help. Yan Ni's face was tired, her eyebrows furrowed, letting her body fall freely. Yi Chen stepped forward, supporting her. The Blood River old ancestor, tightly bound, had bloodshot eyes, his voice resentful. This sentence caused the holy object to withdraw its previous powers. What's the point of me worshipping and worshipping it? Why have I never heard of the ancestor of the spiritual chi object coming from you? Cold sweat dripped down his face. The plan of restoration that I taught you isn't. Yi Chen had appeared behind him, saying in a deep voice, Blood River, it seems you really want to reminisce about the old days with me. I'm free now. The Blood River old ancestor trembled, turning his face to look back at him. Want to go where to talk? A place to draw tendons, peel bones, or cover your head with boiling oil? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, glaring at him. Choose. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood River old ancestor's body exploded. His blood splattered everywhere. Oh, you are still the same as before. You were so scared of me that you committed suicide after just a few words. Yi Chen, embracing Yan and I, stood still, Tu Luo. His words made her stunned. Your Shiji is in danger, and you still chose to swing your knife at the enemy, to my temperament. I will tolerate you this once, he said in a deep voice. 3 days. Smoke rose, and Yi Chen, embracing Yan and I, left. After everything is settled and we return to the sect, I will give you a chance to explain. Tu Luo pursed her lips, pulling down her hood. In a moment she disappeared into the smoky mist. Not far away, a figure appeared behind a large rock. Qing and I, carrying Xiao He on her back, was flustered. I found it. The moonlight shone brightly in the night sky. Tu Luo collapsed on the ground in the forest. She groaned, her body trembling. Ugh! A clear female voice rang out. Aiya, that wasn't easy. A tall woman, carrying a small fan, smiled and appeared. After being hit by the Blood River Mark's spiritual energy blessing, you still have the strength to run to a deserted place thousands of miles away. You're worthy of being the king of assassins. She narrowed her eyes wickedly. I almost didn't catch up with the rain. How annoying. Tu Luo struggled to support herself. According to what you said, the bones have been brought back. Now can you talk? A fiery skull appeared on that woman's finger. You mean Yi Chen in the Wuji sect? Yeah, how long has it been? Have you forgotten your Shifu's last wish? She recounted. When Yi Chen, covered in blood and wounds, fell into the hands of Ba Tianjinjuan's subordinates, I only had resentment. If there is a chance, I must avenge him. When he was alive, the person he loved the most was you, so he entrusted this last wish to you. But what about you? Tu Luo, hearing her words, silently remembered herself in the past. You actually believe a person who has a similar face and attacked you? I really will laugh out loud. You have eyes, and you can tell that it's the imposter that Luan Yan and I created. Unbelievable. The woman used the fan in her hand to lift her chin. The king of assassins, just like the female emperor, is a softa who only knows how to deceive herself. Tu Luo widened her eyes, shouting, I'm not. Spiritual energy between the two burst out, spreading around. Tu Luo was stunned, and the small fan on her forehead lit up with strands of spiritual energy. The woman gritted her teeth, sneering, tightening her grip on the fan. Really doesn't let people feel at ease. Every time, I have to take advantage of your unstable state of mind to succeed. Tu Luo gradually lost consciousness, her body floating in the air. Changing your quality this time cost you a lot of effort, right? It's okay, nah. Now let me make you a little comfortable. So comfortable that you forget what just happened. She frowned, her eyes closed tightly, and strange symbols covered her body. The spell will help you eliminate unnecessary memories. You only need to remember that the enemy who killed your Shifu is Ba Tianjinjuan, and your Shifu is waiting for you to revive him. The woman fiercely crushed the skull. This Blood River old ancestor is a useless thing. He finally did one thing right before he died. She swung the fan, putting her hands on her hips, laughing. Too bad I don't have time to personally go and see. At a large city mansion, a group of servants stood guard outside the door. Her Majesty is unconscious. Quickly summon all the remaining medical practitioners here. Qing and I looked worriedly. The situation is more chaotic than I imagined. She took out a jade necklace from her body. The ancestor once told us that this token must be handed over to the owner of the heavenly book alone. Qing and I narrowed her eyes, looking at Xiao He, who was unconscious next to her. But now there is no chance, and Xiao Tao is. A loud shout echoed, surprising her, venerable. Looking up, she saw Yichen approaching the main mansion. He said softly, go and rest. The two guards looked at him worriedly, but Yichen frowned, glaring at the two of them. Seeing this, they quickly lowered their heads and left. He stepped into the mansion, softly calling, Luo Luo. Luo Yan appeared from the scroll, understood. She came over, touching her Shiji's face. Shizuan's prediction was correct. It really is poison. Yichen stroked his chin, pondering, as expected, erasing the mark still didn't wake Yan and I. When I was holding her, I had this guess, but there are thousands of kinds of poisons in this world. Luo Luo, do you know what poison Yan and I is affected by? Luo Yan continued, it's something that has long been lost in the ancient books. Yichen frowned in surprise. Poison seal? A man was in pain as his body cracked due to the fluctuation of spiritual energy. The reason it's called the poison seal is that its essence is a curse cast in the spiritual world of the cultivator. The person who has this curse is like carrying a limit device with spiritual energy. The killing seal will make the person bearing the technique constantly weaken. If they forcibly break through it, it will cause the spirit and flesh to be damaged and even explode to death. Yichen, with a serious face, muttered, the blood river mark on Yan and I is just the surface. The real killing move is the poison seal under the spiritual energy. So about Tu Luo. Luo Yan pouted unhappily. Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. The person behind this is really damned. I don't believe that Heir Shiji betrayed the sect and became hostile to everyone. Yichen nodded slightly. What exactly is going on will be clear in 3 days. Now, the most important thing is to dispel the poison for your Shiji. Luo Yan glanced at Yan and I. If the poison is still normal, it's okay, but the poison seal is symbiotic with the spirit body. How can we dispel the poison? Does Shifu have a chance of winning? He also looked at her. This matter cannot be done forcefully. Yichen clenched his fist, saying softly, originally, the killing seal could be separated using the method of reversing the 5 elements, but the blood river mark absorbed most of Yan Ni's spiritual power. Forcibly separating it would probably seriously injure Yan and I. I wouldn't allow that possibility. Then there is only. He took off his outer robe, surprising Luo Yan. She shyly raised her hand to cover her face. Aya. Could it be that, is it? Yichen, his face flushed, stepped forward to embrace Yan and I, spiritual root common cultivation. Yan and I, embraced in his arms, frowned, calling out, ugh. Yichen raised his hand, covering her mouth. A small imprint appeared on Yan Ni's tongue. Yichen, sweating profusely, muttered softly, spiritual root common cultivation can let the killing seal imprinted on Yan Ni's spiritual body materialize. Only then can I lead this seal into my body. So that I can. Qing and I suddenly burst open the window, shouting, don't. She climbed into the room, making Yichen panic. You are the Baiwa sisters. Shouldn't you be resting in the inn? She stepped forward towards him with a flushed face. Other words can be said later. If Senior wants to use the spiritual root common cultivation to dispel the poison for Her Majesty the female emperor, I'm afraid you'll do it wrong. Yichen said softly, what does this mean? Qing and I continued, our Baiwa vein specializes in hidden charm techniques. When I followed the old ancestor in researching and learning, almost all cultivators were affected by the killing seal. Of course, the best way to solve this seal is to guide the person who is going to lead to it, but in this, there is a trap. Yichen gently pulled Yan and I, when that is. The moment that the seal strikes the spirit, the person who is to be harmed by the imprint also becomes a part of the spiritual energy of the harmed. She narrowed her eyes, turning her body slightly. In other words, the one who guides the killing seal is equivalent to taking away her remaining spiritual energy. Which is even more dangerous. In such a situation, it's still necessary to strengthen Her Majesty first. We need to talk about the ability of Gu Ben. Qing Ni's eyes narrowed tightly, and she shouted shyly, if my Baiwa faction calls ourselves the second, no one would dare to call themselves the first. If Senior trusts me, I am willing to try, and it will also be considered as repaying the kindness you showed when helping my sisters. Luo Yan's voice also transmitted, Shifu, I used magic to investigate. Regarding the parts of the imprint that she said, everything she said is true, but when she said it, she was concealing something. Yichen glanced at her. I know. Yen and I suddenly bit her lip tightly. Her eyebrows furrowed. Ugh. Qing and I, seeing this, panicked, running to Yen Ni's side. The time is urgent. I will offend you first. She used spiritual power on the mark, causing Yen and I to cry out in pain. Ugh, hi. A powerful stream of spiritual power lit up, and Qing Ni's face was pale. Wait, it seems like it's not very stable. Yen and I unconsciously grabbed Qing Ni's wrist, causing her to be shocked. She is constantly absorbing my cultivation. Qing and I gritted her teeth in pain, and her body trembled. No, it can't be. She narrowed her eyes, looking down. This killing seal can only absorb the cultivation of the person being cast. I'm just helping her consolidate her foundation anyway. Yen and I, since when, has been hugging her waist, pulling Qing and I closer to herself. Then why is it being reversed? It's become me being sucked dry. She moved closer, whispering in her ear, want. The stream of spiritual power fluctuated violently, causing Qing and I to widen her eyes, and her body lost control, shouting His hand raised, little friend. Following that, a strand of magical rope wrapped around Yen Ni's body, separating her from Qing and I. She lost her balance, falling to the ground. Yichen said softly, I appreciate your good intentions, but Yen Ni's physique is too special. You will only hurt her. Qing and I frowned, her body convulsing, gasping, could it be that it's because Her Majesty's spiritual root has a property that is symbiotic with the killing seal? Yichen, embracing Yen and I, said softly, that's right. Yen Ni's spiritual root belongs to fire, while the killing seal belongs to wood. When the two meet, they will become stronger and stronger, regardless of friend or foe, and will absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. I appreciate the little friend's desire to help Her Majesty, but the situation now is much more dangerous than what you have encountered. 1651. Yen and I, after being embraced by him, had returned to normal. Initially, I planned to let my chi nurture your inner core while guiding the killing seal to provide spiritual power. But I didn't expect you to rush out first. Qing and I knelt on the ground, blankly looking at the two of them. Chi spirit? He actually called the extremely precious heavenly book a chi spirit? Wouldn't the heavenly book be angry? She realized something. Her face flushed, embracing her hand. So that's how it is. Heavens, I'm really stupid. I initially thought that taking the initiative to help him would allow him to treat me better, making the handing over of the token more natural. But in this critical situation, I forgot that he is a great figure protected by the heavenly book. How could I compare? Her worry caught his attention. He must have seen through my petty intentions. If he starts to be wary of me, then. Yichen sighed, opening his mouth, but having said that, he picked up Yen and I, approaching her, little friend. Qing and I looked at him in panic. Yes, what instructions do you have? Only relying on the chi spirit to nurture the inner core is still just a superficial effect. The treatment of the spell that you just used is really good. Yen and I can even move. Therefore, Yichen's words made her widen her eyes in surprise. I wonder if you, friend, are willing to teach me the technique of treating this spell. He embraced Yen and I in his arms, sneering, for me to cast the spell of harmony with more water combined with the nurturing of the chi spirit will be like having an extra layer of insurance in eliminating the plague. Is friend willing? Qing and I answered him in panic. Willing. It's just that treating the spell is an exclusive secret of the Baiwa sect. To learn it proficiently will take at least 10 days. Yichen bent down, placing Yen and I on the ground. No need. He looked up at her. I said that I can do it, and I can do it. Qing and I was stunned, her face flushed. She shyly covered her face and turned away, causing him to wonder, what's wrong? No, nothing. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Qing and I shyly and stealthily glanced back, then please, at Her Majesty's Dantian, point to the Sea of Qi. This is the most difficult part. The Sea of Qi in the body is hidden in the 5 elements. If you point it wrong, then. Yichen waved his hand, and a stream of spiritual power escaped from Yen Ni's body, like this. Qing and I looked at his hand in surprise. The points anchoring the Sea of Qi are not only 8 places. She gaped, stunned. Not only that, but he can also light up all the points anchoring the Sea of Qi in an instant. Qing and I pursed her lips, frowning, secretly assessing. The more points anchoring, the more complicated the patterns, the stronger the effect of the spell will be. But even the ancestor can only find 9 points anchoring, and to activate them will take at least 3 days. And this man, what kind of monster is he? Yichin turned his back, calling her, little friend. He glanced over, smiling, then next, please rely on you. Qing and I was stunned, stammering, yes. But having said that, how strong will the effect of the treatment of the spell be with more than a dozen points anchoring? She and he controlled the escaping streams of spiritual power. Want to see? Qing and I stole a glance towards him. Want to see? Yan Ni's body suddenly convulsed, and the clothes on her body were ripped apart by the spiritual power. She frowned, her eye sockets tearing up, shouting in pain. Qing and I narrowed her eyes, lightly frowning, biting her nails. I really want to personally experience and feel the power of this spell. After a while, Yi Chen, in neat clothes, walked out of the mansion. Little friend. Qing and I, her face red, turned towards him. Did everything go smoothly? Yan and I, with tears in her eyes, said softly, clearly I said that I wouldn't be like you, but in the end, I still slipped up. Yi Chen reached out, gently wiping the corners of her eyes. He smiled gently, his voice comforting. Is it related to Tu Luo? Yan and I lowered her head slightly, her face sad. Actually, I know the reason why Shimi did that. Yan and I, as a child, frowned, carefully looking at a large rock. I again discovered a secret message in the secret place of the sect where Shifu often went into seclusion all year round. On the rock were ancient characters. He said that you were not in seclusion for cultivation but were killed by Ba Tian Jinjuan. Even the corpse is gone. Although at that time, I tried my best to explain, I still couldn't reassure everyone. Tu Luo that day, embracing her large sword, left. Shimi was determined to believe that you had died and decided to find Ba Tian Jinjuan to avenge you. I fought with Shimi to stop her. But in the end, I still couldn't keep her. Yi Chen pursed his lips, secretly assessing in his heart Ba Tian Jinjuan. I remember him from centuries ago as an expert who entered the 7th level of the Xingxi realm at that time. Tu Luo hasn't even reached the Sashan realm yet, right? If she is really lured by the rumors and goes to seek revenge, then she will only have a path to death. He opened his mouth, and then what happened? Yan and I put her head on the bed. After that, the Xuanji sect was split. I took the disciples who believed that you were not dead to establish the Wuji sect, who were striving to become emperor. She narrowed her eyes, her expression sad. But 15 years ago, Shimi suddenly came to me, saying that she had found a way to kill Ba Tian Jinjuan, but she needed to use the Huntian Baojian that Shifu had given me as a guide. Tu Luo at that time, one person, one sword, Yan and I said softly. I tried to persuade her many times to no avail, and we again had a great battle outside the city of Wuji, resulting in both of us being seriously injured. She gritted her teeth, tightly gripping her sword. After that, Shimi returned many times to steal the Baojian, but each time failed. Finally, she disappeared without a trace until today. Yan and I sobbed, leaning into Yi Chen's arms. I didn't expect that this time she would collude with the old thief, with the title of King of Assassins, to come here to seize the Huntian Baojian. He silently supported her. This matter is too strange. Ba Tian Jinjuan is very strong. It's not that just one token can defeat him. Yi Chen frowned, secretly making a guess. Moreover, Yan and I said that after Tu Luo went down the mountain, she didn't immediately go to find the enemy. Then her whereabouts for decades are really worth understanding. He narrowed his eyes. King of Assassins? Tu Luo. Tu Luo, as a child, was weak, sitting crying under a cliff, moaning, hic hic, Shifu, the road at night is very dark, I'm very scared. Yi Chen ran over, flustered and anxious. Tu Luo, why did you run to the back of the mountain alone in the middle of the night? Yoshiji is about to go crazy looking for you. She widened her eyes, exclaiming, Sure, Shifu. Hearing what she said, he could only sigh helplessly. But if I don't practice being more courageous, they won't play with me anymore. Yi Chen carefully picked up the little girl in his arms. Then let's do this. Shifu will lend you a private treasure of mine. He gently handed the little girl a bracelet. This thing is called the recording Huanjing. When you encounter danger, you only need to wipe it, and you will be taken to a safe place. Tu Luo widened her eyes in surprise. Sure, Shifu also has times when you're scared and want to run away. Yi Chen laughed, lightly pinching the little girl's nose. Of course. As a person, everyone has times when they're scared. Tu Luo frowned, shouting, No, impossible. Every time there is an enemy attack, Shifu is always the first to go into battle. Moreover, you have never lost a battle. The little girl was stunned, looking up at him, also because of being scared. Yichin softly continued, if I lose, then there will be no one to protect you anymore. Aren't you practicing on the back of the mountain in the middle of the night just because you want to play with everyone? His every word made the little girl surprised, her eyes sparkling. Fear can bring courage. Calmly accept it. In the future you will definitely become a great cultivator who is not afraid of any danger. The little girl laughed happily. Well then today, can you not have to be so brave? He also happily replied, with Shifu here, of course you can. The fragments of calling stirred him. Sure, Shifu. Yan and I came closer. Shifu, what's wrong? Yichin awkwardly avoided her. It's nothing. You don't need to worry. I have already ordered her to come to the sect in 3 days. At that time, all the truth will be revealed. Yan and I exclaimed in surprise, you have an appointment with her? She stood up from the bed, stumbling. There's still some time in 3 days. Now, I will have people set up a formation. This time, we must keep Ershimi here. That's right, the Blood River old thief is dead. The power that he left in the inner sect also needs to be cleaned up. Also, Yichin worriedly supported her staggering body, Yan and I. He raised his voice, look at you, you can't even stand firmly. Now, the most important thing is your body. Yan and I narrowed her eyes, glancing behind her Shifu. His words made her surprised, widening her eyes, even though I used the spiritual root common cultivation method to remove the plague in your body is still damaged. It can only be slowly nurtured. You can't work hard anymore. Yan and I stammered, asking again, spiritual root common cultivation? Yichin was stunned, wondering, is there somewhere that feels uncomfortable? She pouted, her whole body trembling. Why did this have to be done when I was not conscious? Yan and I angrily hit him repeatedly. Can't you wait for me to be a little more conscious? Shifu, you smelly, Shifu you're bad. Yichin awkwardly raised his hand to block her. Can saving people still have to divide the time? She wearily slumped down, gasping, and Yichin narrowed his eyes, reaching out Yan and I. Yan and I frowned, grabbing his hand. Speaking of which, why was I hit by the killing seal? It doesn't seem like the old thief's method. Moreover, Ershimi is not good at charm techniques. She had a serious face, saying softly, Xiao Chun. General Xiao wearily spoke, Shin is present. According to Her Majesty's orders, I have been guarding the secret passage in the palace. She said in a deep voice, mentioning the woman carrying the small fan. As you predicted, someone tried to break in. General Xiao's face was scratched, and she frowned. That person fought with Shin for a while and then suddenly left. Glancing at the red veins on her arm, she continued, the other party is an expert specializing in charm techniques. Yan Ni's face was cold, her voice even, I understand. You don't need to worry here. Everything is fine. You stand still there. I will immediately have people send you back to the main hall. She looked up at Yichin worriedly, Shifu, there is someone else helping Ershimi. The killing seal on my body, could it be that it was created by that person? Ershimi has a partner. In 3 days, I'm afraid she won't come to the appointment. He blinked lightly, no. Yichin confidently smiled, tomorrow, Tu Luo will come. Yichin put his hands behind his back, gently explaining, the fact that she met me but still continued to fight proves that Tu Luo's goal from beginning to end was to take away the Huntian Baojian. She retreated not because she recognized me but because she was injured and could not resist. The current situation is chaotic, and you are not stable. For someone who always walks on a dangerous path, this is really a good opportunity for Tu Luo. He lightly pressed his fingers. But if Ershimi wants to return to assist, her partner will not abandon the enemy in the dark while we are in the light. The chance to keep Ershimi will increase by a few points. Clenching his hand, Yichin curled his lips. Tomorrow is a good day. Xiao Qiao knelt in front of a coffin, and she was surrounded by bright candles. She opened the coffin lid, her eyes tearing up, happily exclaiming, the time. Swanzi lay in the coffin, lightly opening her eyes, looking at her, just right. The divine calculator gradually opened her eyes, her hazy gaze softly uttered a weak sound. After a long period of unconsciousness, she finally woke up, saying, this is. Xiao Qiao rushed over, embracing the divine calculator. A choked voice rang out, Shifu. Being suddenly hugged tightly caused her to be dizzy, quickly saying, "Xiao Xiao and I." Unable to suppress her excitement, she exclaimed happily, "Shifu, Shifu, you have finally woken up." As expected, Shizu, he didn't deceive me. Hearing this, the divine calculator's eyes suddenly widened, pondering in silence. Still not completely regaining consciousness, she muttered, "Shizu, then these things are." Suddenly, sitting up, grabbing Xiao Qiao's shoulders, revealing obvious worry, "Xiao and I, good disciple, you met Shizu? Where is he?" Just then, a calm male voice rang out from outside the door, "A swan." Yichin stepped in from outside, offering a light smile, "Long time no see." His gentle but deep eyes slowly said, "Do you still like today's life?" The divine calculator's eyes sparkled, her voice trembling with emotion, "Today's meeting, didn't you calculate it long ago? Why are you asking me if I like it now?" Yi Chen's face sank, his smile disappearing, replaced by seriousness. The deduction technique only tells the result. "I can predict that today, you and I, teacher and disciple, will meet, but I cannot foresee the hardships in this process." "A swan, it was hard for you." Beside her, Yen and I lightly stepped forward, her voice warm and gentle as the spring breeze. "Shimmy, how does your body feel? If there's anything you need, just say it. Jia will take care of you." The divine calculator smiled thinly, calmly replying, "Very good. In fact, I also have a wish, but before that." The divine calculator's eyes looked deeply at an indefinite place. "Shifu, you have something you want me to assist with, right?" Yichin narrowed his eyes, thinking in his heart, "Nothing can escape your eyes." In the silent night, Tu Luo silently stood on the roof, watching the situation. Her fingers circled the necklace she wore around her neck. Before long, her figure stealthily broke into the room. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind, Shimmy." Yen and I slowly walked closer, her face worried, offering words of advice. You still haven't severed that thought? We are from the same teacher, so why must we fight each other? It's come to this, if Shifu sees us hurting each other, wouldn't he be heartbroken?" Before she could finish speaking, the sword in Tu Luo's hand suddenly swung, aiming straight at Her Majesty. Tu Luo tilted her head, her sharp eyes flashed past her, her voice cold, to be able to hide her aura to this extent. "Shiji." Her Majesty didn't move, only lowered her head, her voice ringing out, "Why must you show such weakness and foolishness, Shimmy?" Yen Ni's eyes suddenly flashed, revealing obvious killing intent. "That's enough." Immediately afterwards, strands of red silk appeared from the air, tightly wrapping around Tu Luo's body. Yen and I lightly turned her hand, the light bursting forth while saying resolutely, "The Huntian Baojian that Shifu left behind, unless I die, I will never hand it over to you. Today, we will settle this matter here." The cold blade was close to Yen Ni's neck from behind. She spoke, "I don't need it." Without expressing any emotion, Tu Luo continued, "With the image-changing mirror here, Shiji, you can't catch me. As for the Huntian Baojian, you don't need to hand it over to me." She held the sword, moving to the top solemnly, "I know where it is today." Immediately a red cloth bag fell from above as if predetermined. She raised her hand, casting a magic spell. The red cloth bag suddenly flew towards her. Seeing this, Yen and I shouted, Shimmy." The cloth bag opened, and the Huntian Baojian emitted a blue light. Ignoring Her Majesty's words, "Don't listen to outsiders anymore. Shifu is really not dead." Her voice became more and more earnest, "Please believe Shiji this time." But Yen and I only curled her lips, coldly leaving, "Unbelievable." Tu Luo turned her head, her eyes full of killing intent, gritting her teeth, thinking. The aura changed. In front, Her Majesty walked, sarcastically saying, "I didn't know that, Shimmy, you are still a thief." Tu Luo looked at the fading back from above, her eyes darkening. She clenched the Huntian Baojian in her hand, her eyebrows furrowing with anger. Suddenly, she rushed down from above like lightning. Strands of golden light immediately burst out, turning into a halo, hurriedly retreating. Her Majesty raised her hand, covering her mouth, laughing sarcastically, "No matter how bright you polish the mirror, it's useless." Yichin suddenly appeared, the blue light gathering in his cold hand. "No matter where you run, you can only bump into a wall." Tu Luo was stunned, muttering in confusion, What? Why is the puppet so similar to Shiji? Even the cultivation of the immortal realm is not inferior." She saw a figure blocking the front, her eyes wide with shock, before she could react. An explosion rang out, and smoke covered the entire room. Tu Luo was motionless for a moment. When the attack almost hit her, she heard him speak. What's wrong? Why are you showing such a confused and foolish expression? He shook his hand, the blue light gradually dimming, saying, Didn't I teach you? In battle, you have to look 1 and see 10. A swan's four-sided heavens have calculated all the paths to your life. As long as you touch this Baojian, you will be trapped. To catch you, this is just one of the easiest ways. Seeing the divine calculator sitting on the Bagua formation, her eyes closed, too cautious, huh? Pretending to be Shiji to resist. It seems you quite like this game. Tu Luo gaped, her lips trembling. Divine calculator, wasn't she? Before she could finish speaking, he cut her off indifferently. You rely too much on the image-changing mirror. Yichen raised his head, his voice sharp. Because you are too weak, so you only think about escaping. Tu Luo, you are still the biggest coward. She was trembling with anger, her eyes fiery. Shut up. You're just an imposter, just a pretender. The shout burst out at the same time as her hand clenched the hilt of the sword behind her. You are not worthy to say the same sentence with him. Facing the storm of anger, Yi Chen's face did not show any emotion, finally appeared. In his gaze, a flash of confidence flickered past the charm. He lowered his head, his lips slightly curved, as if rewarding himself. Very good. Before Tu Luo, the night seemed to come alive, and black covered her entire vision. In the darkness, Yi Chen's fiery red eyes swirled coldly, saying, Caught you. The change was too obvious, causing her to be shocked, thinking, what's going on? Clutching her sword, she felt an unprecedented uneasiness. Clearly it's just a wooden man. Why am I in front of him? Feeling for the first time. Suddenly realizing that the path she was taking was seen through. Yi Chen's hand suddenly pressed her head to the ground, calling, Disciple. Looking down from above, he said, reminding, Don't move around. After finishing speaking, the rays of light burst forth in his hand, burning away all of Tu Luo's defenses, and a painful scream echoed. On a small path with simple wooden houses, footsteps rang out evenly. Qishan Jun held the compass in her hand, muttering, Damn it, this compass is really difficult to understand, yeah. Bodies scattered on the ground not far away. She didn't care at all. Throwing the compass aside, putting her hands on her hips, she said, just wanting to find out where the female emperor placed the Huntian Baojia needs 10 lives as sacrifices. Stretching as she walked, even if Yi Chen is more capable, to unlock the killing seal that I placed on the female emperor will take at least a day. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tu Luo should have gotten the Baojian. But then her footsteps suddenly stopped. A strange feeling entered her mind, and her eyes became alert. She held her weapon, feeling the abnormal swirling qi. This aura is the mad imprint that I added to Luo Tuesday. She activated it? Could it be that? Suddenly, strands of golden light burst out, burning her clothes. A painful scream rang out. In her head were fragments of chaotic thoughts rushing over. Is Yi Chen? No, how is it possible? Qishan Jun finally realized the truth. He actually reversed the spiritual energy into my imprint, using it to strike back at me. Before the thought could dissipate, she was startled again. No, wait. His purpose is not to strike back at me. Fear silently tightened her heart as the truth revealed itself in her mind, but to use the reverse formation seal to locate my position. Not daring to hesitate, Qishan Jun quickly bit her thumb, gritting her teeth. The person. Using blood to draw a long line in front of her, breaking the barrier that was binding her. The person isn't such a casual woman. An earth-shattering explosion burst, shaking the space and echoing throughout the barren mountains. In the midst of this, in another place, the lights from the small stalls shone on a peaceful scene. In front of the room, Yan and I stood silently, her eyes looking into the distance. Suddenly, a naive voice rang out from behind, Shijie. The divine calculator, supported by Xiao Qiao, her eyes hiding fatigue, smiled softly. You just left for less than a quarter of an hour, and you've already started to miss him? Her Majesty stood next to her, raising her hand to put a cloak on her, her voice a little flustered. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm worried. Looking at her reaction, she teased, Yes, you are worried that Tu Luo Shiji acted too rashly, provoking Shifu. The consequences are unimaginable, right? The divine calculator tilted her head slightly, slowly asking, Do you know why Shifu didn't let you go together? Yan and I turned her head, calmly replying, Probably because you were afraid that I would plead for her. She lightly shook her head, answering, Wrong, It's because Shifu didn't want you to bear the karma. She took a step, each step as if slowly leading the sound of a gentle breeze. People often say that everyone has their own fate. Back then, Tuluo Shiji made this decision. He had already calculated from before. The chicks will have times to leave the nest. You can't manage her for her whole life. Suddenly looking down at Yen and I, her eyes softening, I know you have always been shouldering a part for Shifu, but have you ever thought about it? Perhaps Shifu doesn't need you to shoulder it. Yen and I was silent, her eyes slightly trembled, worry clearly visible on her face. A figure appeared in front, and she raised her head, exclaiming unconsciously, "Oh." Seeing him carrying Tuluo on his back, she quickly asked, "Shifu, is it over?" Yichin gently placed her down on the bed. Seeing this, Yen and I breathed a sigh of relief. Shimi, she is no longer in danger. She looked at him, smiling as if she had predicted this. "Shifu, you still opened it in the end." Yichin nodded in confirmation. At that time, I made an appointment with her for 3 days, and I had also planned to let a swan arrange a formation to trap her. Although the time was a little early, the result was still good. He recounted everything, discovering that there was a third person placing a spell imprint on Yen and I. I guessed that this person would also increase the stakes for Tuluo. I originally wanted to use the method of reversing spiritual energy to directly locate their position. I directly teleported over there to find someone. At this point, his eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, but the other party actually led the heavenly thunder to destroy their body, directly cutting off contact. Yen and I frowned, raising a suspicion. Cutting off the lizard's tail, Shifu, spiritual energy will not disappear so easily. I will lead the army forward. At the place where the spiritual energy was cut off, even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find him. He raised his hand, stopping her, analyzing. This person dared to use heavenly thunder to commit suicide, so they must have a support. If I were him, I would create a more tragic scene to attract the enemy to go deep into the interior. At this time, whether it is fighting in the vanguard or launching a feint, falling into the rear, it is a calculation without loss. Her Majesty clenched the cloak in her hand, her voice heavy. Really like that? But are we just going to let that person go like that? Then he frowned, drooping his eyes. How is it possible? When I reverse the spiritual energy into his charm, I have already left a signal, waiting for him to let down his guard. I will attack him when he is unprepared. Finishing speaking, he glanced at Tuluo, who was lying unconscious, his hand clenched. The important thing now, on the contrary, is to stand firm. Yen and I, you rest well? When Tuluo wakes up, I will come to ask questions. Yen and I pursed her lips, her voice soft. I hope Shimi, don't be stubborn anymore. Yichin smiled slightly, seeming to have some helplessness mixed with tenderness in his eyes. It's not easy to reunite, but it's such a scene of feathers and garlic skins. Yen and I. The divine calculator suddenly jumped over from somewhere, putting her hands on their shoulders, cheering, "Ada." She winked playfully at him and then laughed loudly. But no matter what, Shiji, she's back. Such a good thing, I think it's worth drinking for 3 days and 3 nights. Both Yen and I and Yichin spoke in unison, objecting with a resolute voice. No, you're weak. You can't drink alcohol. The two looked at each other. In their gaze there was a consensus that didn't need to be spoken. The divine calculator pouted, waving her hand in frustration. "Tch, if you don't drink, then don't drink." Then suddenly her eyes lit up, and she put her index finger in front of her, as if she had just come up with a great plan. Then her voice was full of anticipation. "Dishiji, didn't you say before that you would agree to anything I wanted? I really have a wish." Yichin and Yen and I glanced at each other, asking in unison, unable to hide their curiosity. "A wish?" Yichen's expression was a little wary. Besides not being allowed to drink alcohol, the divine calculator, hearing this, closed her eyes tightly, saying, also not allowed to pick phoenix nests, bet on eggs, or transform into spring beauty pictures. She waved her hand loudly. Those things were all in the past. I don't do those things anymore. Yichin stroked his chin, his expression stunned. You don't like them anymore? Isn't this a good thing? She looked puzzled, frowning. Why are you still showing an expression of regret at missing your youth? He laughed, and then seemed to suddenly realize something, pointing up. Then what do you like now? Shifu will remember it right away. She quickly flicked her hand, her voice unhappy. I already told you, don't treat me like a child. That scene made Yen and I unable to resist covering her mouth. Unable to restrain herself, she laughed out loud. Seriously, Shifu is so conservative. If you say east, he will go west. So many years have passed. Shimmy, don't you remember? The divine calculator supported her hips, pouting in agreement. That's right, ha. Then she did not hesitate to nudge Her Majesty. Daja is right. To deal with Shifu, you have to say the thoughts in your heart directly. I blushed, her voice stammering. What do you mean, Ime? The old woman smiled. Then I'll be frank. Her smile was a bit mischievous. I want to play hide-and-seek once with Shifu and Shiji. Bixia and he were stunned, their eyes widening, almost in unison. Huh? Yeshin propped his chin up, looking at her. And you say you've grown up? Making a wish like a child. Shin Swansea folded her hands behind her head, her voice casual. It's all because of those two. When I was little, they always told me I could tell fortunes, find directions, and wouldn't let me be the seeker. It's a regret from my childhood. Suddenly, she turned her head and smiled brightly. I'll give you two the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If I catch you then, hee. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared. Yenna was startled and quickly called out, Why did you use magic to leave? Can your body handle it, a swan? Yeshin stepped forward and gently reassured her, just let her go. His gaze rested on Yenner, his voice gentle with a hint of concern. Yenner, is your health stable? If you're tired, go rest. I can mess around with her. He reached out his hand, intending to say, Come on, I'll help you back to your room. But Yenner subtly dodged it. Taking a step back, she said, If it's a wish, how can I, as the Shiji, dampen her spirits? He paused slightly, a bit bewildered, but Bishia's face turned cold. It's fine. Leaving only a short message, she turned and left. Shifu, quickly go hide too. Yeshin sat on the roof, quietly watching the tranquil night scene. Resting one hand casually on his thigh, he muttered as if questioning himself, She was laughing and talking just now, why is she suddenly unhappy? Could it be because I indulged the swan's mischief? And she's blaming me? Luo Yan reached out and tapped his head, her eyes both smiling and not smiling. Shifu, you've been sitting here dazed for half an incense stick's time. Hiding here. Aren't you just giving it away? I heard very clearly, if a swan catches you, you'll be punished. He waved his hand, his voice gentle but somewhat dejected. Winning or losing isn't important. A swan being happy is the main goal. She tilted her head and asked back. Oh, so you've decided to lose? Then why are you feeling so down? Suddenly, she pointed behind him and cried out in alarm, Ah, Senior Shiji! As soon as he turned around, he saw the ground was empty. In a flash, he collected her into a scroll, struggling and shouting, Hey, if Shifu has something to ask, just ask Shiji directly, wouldn't that be fine? Why are you venting your anger on me? When the scroll stopped moving, she sighed in relief and said slyly, Senior Shiji likes you like this, she'll definitely tell you everything. His expression changed slightly, repeating what he had just said. Likes? Right, the DS fondness for Shifu, huh? But she avoided me just now, she must hate me a lot. His voice trailed off as if talking to himself. Just now, she even said I was conservative and stubborn, meaning foolish, right? Just then, Yenna struggled out of the scroll and cried out, Shifu, Senior Shiji is really here. If you tear me up any more, I'll be discovered. He was still frowning. Still wondering, Yenna said she liked me, could it be that in reality, she hates me? Seeing Yeshin still in a daze, Yenna quickly pushed him off the roof, saying, I don't care, go ask directly if you have something to say, don't drag me into it. His body called out in midair, Yenner, why are you here? Bixia stopped and looked up at him. Oh, Shifu. Caught off guard, he instinctively reached out and hugged Yenner when he lost his balance. The two rolled around on the ground a few times. When they stopped, Yeshin propped himself up, pressing on Yenner, his heart pounding, thinking, oh no, why did I knock her down? He stayed in the same position, looking at Bixia, thinking, she just recovered, could she be injured again? No, I must quickly pull Yenner up and check. After a while, he regained his composure and called out, Yenner. His eyes were gentle, his voice trembling, do you hate me? As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to wake up and stammered, oh no, why did I say that? This matter first. Yenner suddenly reached out and pulled him back, holding him tightly in her arms. Stop. Her soft lips landed on his lips, and then she whispered in his ear, don't speak. In that moment, Shin Swanzi's voice rang out, hum, time's up. She walked while putting her hands on her hips. Where should I start looking? Leisurely shaking the small silver bell in her hand. Oh, it seems this is Senior Shiji's study. Should I go in and take a look? But then she changed direction, turned around, and raised her voice. It's better to start looking from the Imperial Palace. Behind the rock, Yeshin raised his head to observe and sighed in relief. She's gone. Yenner didn't answer, only gently reaching out to touch his face. Then, she used both hands to hug him tightly. Her voice was gentle, soft as a breeze. I don't hate you. Bishia's face was flushed red, her eyes sparkling, covered with early morning dew. I'm just afraid that you don't need me anymore, so I pushed you away earlier. Not the relationship between a teacher and disciple. I like you. I like Yeshin. I don't want to just be a teacher and disciple. Recalling the time that had passed, Yenna whispered, 100 years, finally, I waited for you. Bishia used to be shy every time she was near him. There were times when she was flustered and worried. There were also times when she smiled brightly. Her eyes narrowed like the early spring moon. Now Yenna's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yeshin with affection. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her chin, kissing her red lips. Then, he said, okay, we won't be teacher and disciple anymore. Yenna's lips were slightly swollen from the passionate kiss just now, listening. Then, let's do something else. The words were hesitant but enough to shock Bishia endlessly. Then, let's do something else. Aya's eyes widened, not believing what she had just heard. Yenna leaned close to his chest. Her fair, slender legs gently closed, her breathing rapid. A bit of shyness caused beads of sweat to appear on Bishia's forehead. I'll listen to you. Yeshin blushed, trying to purse his lips to restrain himself. His hand slowly placed on her soft waist. Yeshin was startled, his body paused for a moment, calling out, Yenner. Yenna's fingers clenched his clothes, softly replying, it tickles. Hearing this, he was greatly surprised, somewhat astonished. Their noses touched. Bishia stammered, Yenner, or we go to the room. Her tone carried concern. After all, you haven't fully recovered yet. If you catch a cold, it won't be good. Yenna looked at him and nodded. Hearing the answer, he said, I'll carry you in. Just then, Bai Qinger, standing not far away, suddenly exclaimed, Yeshin was startled, raising his head. Bai Huapai, why is... Behind her, Bai Xiaohe ran over, flustered, sister, please wait for me. Wouldn't it be faster if we searched together? As soon as she approached, she was covered by her sister's hand. Xiaohe struggled, puzzled and anxious. Sister, what's wrong? Is there danger again, the kind that gets you killed just by looking at it? Sister, don't worry about me anymore. I've really recovered. Then, she continued to grumble, moreover, there's a senior here, he will definitely help us. Yeshin could only rub his forehead and sigh. Ha! He coughed softly, covering his mouth to hide his embarrassment. Then, he stepped into the middle of the courtyard, clasping his hands behind his back, his voice solemn. That's right, with me here, the two young ladies don't need to be afraid of anything. Bai Xiaohe stopped and turned to ask, Sister, what did you say? I heard the senior's voice. Walking gropingly while blindfolded, she said, Senior, I'm Xiao Tao, haven't you forgotten me? Why is it so cold? Wait, this feeling seems to be... At the same time, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned heavy, and killing intent was clear on Yeshin's face. A voice echoed from within the room, so that's how it is. Yeshin looked at the two, his voice stern. Did you two come here to relay a message from Rashi? Bai Qinger bowed her head and softly replied yes. Then, she took out a necklace that emitted a faint blue light. My sister and I were sent by the old ancestor to travel in Central Continent in order to wait for the opportunity to meet the owner of the Heavenly Tome. This jade pendant is the old ancestor's token. It needs the harmony between our spiritual roots to awaken it. Bai Qinger handed it to him, continuing, before, Xiao Tao was afflicted by a curse and was unconscious. That's why I dared to ask you to wait for a moment. Yeshin reached out and took it. Replying, Senior Shiji hesitated for a moment, then raised her head, but Senior. Seeing him wrapped in red silk, she was confused. Are you really okay? Yeshin was tightly wrapped. He kept a calm smile. It's nothing. Yenner is just playing around with me. Bai Qinger was immediately horrified and knelt down. Senior, we really didn't intentionally cause trouble. It's just that we were anxiously searching for you and happened to meet a diviner who was skilled in divination, so we had a scuffle. He raised his hand, intending to stop her, but paused midway. So that is. Please rest assured, the sister spoke anxiously. We don't know anything. The more Senior Shiji spoke, the more flustered she became. Her words hurried as if afraid of being punished. We didn't see you and Her Majesty, the female emperor. And we didn't associate it with. You imagine more than I did. I beg you, quickly tell me the reason. Bai Qing'er took a deep breath to calm down. Yes, Senior, please be calm, we'll start right away. The two sisters held hands tightly, their foreheads lightly touching, and a faint light emanated from between their foreheads. The light gradually spread, covering the entire room, and then converged into a figure. A woman's figure appeared in the halo, with long hair like a silver waterfall cascading down. Yeshin immediately recognized her, his voice deepening. Ruashi. The woman gently opened her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving into a slight smile. Long time no see. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. Your life is even tougher than before. He smiled back. Consider it thanks to your blessing. Their eyes met, silent for a moment, as if examining the past. Ruashi broke the silence. As expected, it's you. In this world, only you dare to speak so rudely to me. Yeshin frowned slightly. So, what is it that you had to wait until I obtained the heavenly tome to tell me? She raised an eyebrow and glanced slightly, speaking so impolitely. It's clear that you are the one who has a request for me. He raised his hand, his eyes sharp. Is it related to the person who placed the curse on my disciple? She turned her head and replied, You're quite clever. Ruashi looked directly into his eyes and said, This person is somewhat related to me. Currently, my true body is in the Manhwa Forbidden Land. It's not easy watching her flit about. She has reached out to the Boundless sect. It's such a coincidence that it gave us a chance to meet. She suddenly moved closer and whispered, But the matter doesn't stop there. This person, behind her, has an even bigger conspiracy. Putting her lips close to Yeshin's ear, back then, your sect was destroyed. It's also related to this matter. Hearing this, he immediately asked, How much information do you have in your grasp? But Ruashi only left a sentence before her figure blurred. You want to know? I'll wait for you in the Manhwa Forbidden Land. Her body gradually dissipated, leaving a silent space. Remember, hurry up. Behind a door in the distance, a dark shadow quietly hid, having watched everything from beginning to end. Hearing these words, he pondered in silence. Manhwa Forbidden Land. The light flickering on the foreheads of the two sisters gradually faded, receding as if it had never existed. Bai Qing'er opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat tired but still firm. Senior Shiji raised her head and looked at him hesitantly, calling out, Senior. Yeshin approached, his voice deep and steady. The words have been delivered. You two have worked hard. But I have something else I want to ask. He reached out and supported the staggering Bai Qing'er. Since the establishment of the Manhwa sect, Ruashi has wholeheartedly researched incantation blessings. And the effect will be doubled. Therefore, the Manhwa sect does not advocate arduous cultivation. But I heard her say that she has gone to the Forbidden Land to cultivate. Why is this? Senior Shiji held Xiaohe and shook her head slowly. I don't know about this. Xiaohe and I joined the sect 10 years ago. At that time, the old ancestor was already in the Forbidden Land. He lowered his head, his eyes downcast. Oh, Ruashi transmitted a message to me with such a complex procedure. Yet, the person chosen is not a confidant, but a new disciple who has just entered the sect and whose foundation is not solid. His face became stern. She is not one to use strangers, but she arranged it this way. Could it be that, 10 years ago, no, even earlier, something happened in the Manhwa sect? Bai Qing'er was stunned, her voice trembling slightly. Senior, are you asking this because the old ancestor asked you to visit the Forbidden Land? Yeshin turned around, stroking his chin in thought. The Manhwa Forbidden Land is located deepest within your sect. You need the sect master's token to enter. It is the jade pendant that you gave me. I will set off immediately. Senior Shiji shook her head, continuing with a troubled expression. The difficulty is not here. Bai Qing'er began to recount. 3 years ago, after Xiaohe and I went down the mountain, the old ancestor used a dream to convey to all the disciples that from now on, magic must not be used to travel within the sect. Disciples who want to return to the sect must pass through the Dueling Mountain range. Hearing this, Xiaohe immediately became sober and asked anxiously, Sister, do you have any clues about Dushan? Senior Shiji turned around and called Xiao Tao. His footsteps stopped, his eyes shining with doubt. Clues? Isn't that a mountain range hundreds of miles away from your sect? Xiao Tao female hero has said so, making it seem very difficult to find. Bai Qing'er quickly reached out to cover Xiaohe's mouth. Senior doesn't know. After the old ancestor transmitted a message through the dream, the senior and junior brothers and sisters suspected that something strange was happening and went to do Shanling Mai one after another, wanting to return to the sect to see what was going on. But Bai Xiaohe remembered and said, "But the location of that mountain range changes constantly, making it extremely difficult to find." Hesitating for a moment, then continuing, "Finally, the location was determined, but the mountains and hills had a bizarre appearance. Wild animals gathered in groups, and their aura seemed to devour living beings. Not only that, a formation that bewitched people's hearts and absorbed souls appeared in the mountains." Her voice choked, and tears poured down uncontrollably. "Many of my fellow disciples died tragically in the mountains. Fortunately, the senior and junior brothers and sisters transmitted the news, and Xiaohe and my junior sisters were able to save our lives and dared not continue searching." Xiaohe's voice was filled with resentment and grievance. "But my sister and I became homeless because of this, unable to return home, and bullied by the Xiaohe sect outside. So we had no choice but to come to the Boundless sect to ask for help from Senior." She wiped away her tears. "If it weren't for the mission in hand, we would have returned long ago. The old ancestor treated my sister and me like a mother. I really worry about her." Hearing this, Yeshin fell silent, his eyes darkening. Cultivation, transmitting messages, sealing the sect, these arrangements follow one after another, like measures to imprison a calamity. Could it be that Ruoshi has locked herself in the Forbidden Land with the calamity? She had the sisters wait until I obtained the heavenly tome before transmitting the message, and even invited me by revealing that the sect was destroyed. Could it be that this calamity is the type that will definitely be discovered? If it is really like this, she is putting her hopes of escape on me." His eyes changed slightly. "Then, how to go needs to be carefully considered. It is not impossible to use powerful magic to break through the band to enter the Forbidden Land. But if it is really as I guessed, doing so may release the calamity outside." Bai Qing'er's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "Senior, you really have a way." He waved his hand in contemplation. "The safest way now is to enter the Huabai sect from the Duling mountain range. Although the location of this mountain range is very strange now, it is not too difficult to find if calculated carefully. However, the problem lies in the time." Before he could finish speaking, there was a soft sound of footsteps behind him. The three turned their heads back, their eyes wary, and Yeshin immediately called out, "Yenner." The person who came was Yenner, who calmly interrupted, "Boundless sect?" "No, when I founded the Xuanji sect, Shifu entrusted me to build the Xuanji Dharma, which connects to the 5 elements in the world. Just by saying the location, the Dharma will transform into a door, directly leading to the target." He pointed at himself, slightly surprised eye, when Bixia closed her eyes. Shirzun came out of seclusion, with countless busy affairs. Ah closed her eyes, answering indifferently, "I forgot for a moment, but there are times when I remember." Xiaohe exclaimed happily, as expected, "It's the sect founded by the senior. Senior will lead us back, right?" Senior Shiji clasped her hands and bowed her head. "I'm troubling the senior." Falling into a dilemma, he hesitated. "Wait, you too." Then Yenner suddenly shouted, "Don't mess around." Her expression became frighteningly cold. "Have you ever thought about why the old ancestor of the Baihua sect sent Fengshan Tongzong, sent you two out to travel? One sentence about missing home, one sentence about returning. Have you forgotten the scene of your fellow disciples dying tragically? Are you just treating it like a children's game?" Bai Qing'er and Xiaohe trembled, their spines ice-cold. Xiaohe stammered, shaking, hugging her senior, calling, "Sister Bixia." Bai Qing'er also trembled and hugged back, We are worried." Yenna frowned, her words like a lecture. She calculated it like this because she didn't want to implicate the two of you. There's a saying that parents love their children, so they must plan deeply for their children. She entrusted you to Yeshinzuin, so this is your refuge. I turned and slowly walked away, leaving a message. If you really worry about her, then don't interfere anymore, listen to me. Yeshin stood silently, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. What she said makes a lot of sense, she moved people's hearts. Yenner is really amazing. Silently grateful in his heart, planning schemes, leaving behind the two girls. Yenner is once again helping me. But seeing Bixia leaving, his heart became anxious. But I made her angry. I really shouldn't have done that, Yenner. He immediately strode forward, shouting loudly, "Slow down, I have something to say to you." He reached out and grabbed her hand, anxiously. "Yenner?" Bixia stopped, her face cold, gently raising her hand. "It hurts." Hearing this, he immediately let go of her hand in panic. I'll let go. Listen to me." Back then in the small courtyard, the Baihua woman suddenly appeared. Seeing that I was still unmoved, he quickly explained, "I deliberately changed the topic not because I didn't want to, but because—" Suddenly Yenna's soft hands touched his cheeks. Bixia looked up, her voice full of authority but mixed with tenderness. "It was because you wanted to protect my reputation that you did that." "I know." At this point, Yenna suddenly let go of her hand, her eyes gradually turning cold. "In your eyes, am I a girl who only knows how to be jealous and cause trouble over this matter?" Then, she turned away, her voice cold. "Don't underestimate me. I wouldn't get angry over this matter for no reason all the time." Yeshin quickly grabbed her hand, his voice full of worry. "Why did you go with me just now? If you don't tell me, how would I know where I went wrong?" Yenna tried to pull her hand away loudly. "Let go." But he still held her tightly, his eyes earnest. "Tell me." Finally, Bixia compromised, raising her head, each word pouring out from the bottom of her heart. "Okay, then we'll make it clear. I ask you, when the Baihua sisters begged you, did you ever think of coming to ask me a question?" He stood still, his pupils fixed, the light in his eyes suddenly extinguished when he heard, "You want to solve it yourself again, right?" Yenner continued. This time her voice was no longer cold, but the pent-up pain that had accumulated for a long time. "If I hadn't asked Aswan to use the formation hidden in the meditation hall, would you have been willing to tell me about this tonight?" "Definitely not. You only know how to leave the city alone and shoulder everything." I smiled bitterly, her voice so soft that it was heartbreaking. "It's always like this, always like this. Your affairs, I'm always the last to know. I'm always the disciple to be protected, to be arranged, but—" Her eyes were tearful, trembling as she shook off his hand, choking with sobs. "Didn't we make it clear that we're not teacher and disciple anymore?" Her hands clenched the clothes in front of his chest, her eyes red. "When will you be willing to see me as someone worthy of your trust and entrustment, a girl who is always worried about you?" Yeshin could only stand there silently, looking at Yenner. He didn't say a word, letting Bixia lean on his shoulder, letting the hot tears soak his clothes. After a while, Yenner left that shoulder, trying to remain calm. In the hall, I heard the whole story. I had a vague feeling in my heart. I'm afraid that the Baihua old ancestor has encountered difficulties. Bixia stood with her back turned, her figure thin and proud. "This Xuanji Dharma was created by me in the past to find you. Very few people know about it. I've already told you how to use it." Tears still fell, but Yenner didn't turn around. "Go yourself. I'll wait here for you to return." Yeshin grabbed A.'s hand, squeezing it lightly as a promise. Then, he raised his other hand, his voice clear and loud. "Duling Mountain Range." He turned back to look at her, the corners of his mouth curving up. "If I go alone, you'll probably be so angry that your blood will rush up, and you'll give him a good beating. Yenner, remember to stop me." Hearing those words, Yenner was moved, unable to speak. Finally, she smiled, a gentle smile mixed with hope. At the same time, Shin Swansea woke up in the room, her lazy voice ringing out, "Oh." She stretched lazily, her eyes squinting slyly. "Sherfu and Senior Dashuji have both gone out, asking me to watch over her. It's almost time for her to wake up, right?" At the same time, Tulu opened her eyes, looking around, her mouth forming the words, "Second Senior Sister."